You know, and
Yeah, come on, way out of there. Come on, quick.
on 12,600.
Yeah, ready.
Down the bottom.
Keep it empty. Right, right,
So,
ready. I'll get a corner. I'll get a corner of ball.
It's safe. It wasn't too bad. It really was.
One down. Get back in it.
It's just a big
Oh, Jones with an edge. He's gone. He's played at one that he should have left well alone. That was too wide of off stump. It's hardly a breath of wind. The flags are limp on the clubhouse roof as Cavellis comes in again. That's a lovely drive from Lees, and that is away wide off, mid-off. Cavellis in again. He bowls, and that's driven by Lees. It's a half volley, and he's got it away past mid-off for 4 more. 1 for 21 in his 6 overs so far. Get after that. That has been wellied for 6.
Here comes Carson, bowls and Lees is down the wicket and he thumps it for 6. Super shot, just used his feet. He's not going to get tied down by the spinners, is Alex Lees. Plays a slip in a gully. He's in, bowls to Lees, who drives firmly through the covers. Beautiful shot, 4 runs. Here comes Jack Carson, running in and bowls to Lees, who punches that through the covers. And there we go. You should have done that delivery, actually, Martin, because that's 50 for Alex Lees.
9th time this season in the championship.
Certainly the level that I played, you weren't scoring that to umpire. In comes Carson, full toss, clipped away, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a poor delivery by Jack Carson, and he knows it.
Penalties for slow over rates. Give them a warning as this is hooked by Borthwick, and he's just got away with that one. That's gone for 6, I think.
Again, bowls, and Lees is down the wicket, driving, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Gun barrel straight.
Carveus coming in. Right arm round to Borthwick. Borthwick drops down onto that ball and halves it nicely out through the covers. It's a lovely shot, that. Not sure it's going to go for 4. It is. Just made it to the boundary in front of the TV screen. Really nice shot that, the way he just went down on top of that ball and brings up his 50. 2016, I think it was. Oh, an edge by Borthwick, but there's no second slip in place, and it's away down to vacant 3rd man for 4. That's in the air, and he's out. He's clipped it to backward point, and he departs on 56. And Adcat in, and it's flicked in the air by Beddingham, and it's a soft dismissal. He's played it straight to Jack Carson at square leg, and he's out for 9. And Adcat to Lees. Lees plays this out through mid-wicket. He might get 2 here. He's going to come back for the 2nd. He's going to take on the arm of the fielder. He dives in and he's there. And he's got his 5th century of the season. And that is something like 5 centuries in 7 innings. Next ball in. And it's the same again, but it's a bit more height on this one. That might actually go for 6. I think it has. It has.
Carson bowls to Lees, who helps us. He's going to be caught. And the catch is taken, and he's really annoyed with himself, Alex Lees. In comes Carson bowls, Robertson down the track, and hammers that one away over long off.
And currently has around about 1,255 runs. And as I talk to you, Ollie Robertson has just got to his 50. That's coming 46 balls, 8 fours, and a 6. Robinson,
that's a good shout.
Line, and he's been given out.
Casting bowls. Well, now it does. The leader takes a step down the wicket and smashes the ball over wideish long on for 4 runs.
Followed.
But he's got all the way for 6.
But Deleda slaps him away through the covers for 4. This is driven wide off mid-off and away for 4, right out the meat of the bat.
Beautiful shot.
Bajara diving to try and stop the ball, couldn't get there.
In comes Ari Cavellis over the wicket, bowls, and Clark nudges that down to 5 leg runs coming with the new ball. 150 to Graham Clark. 50 off 101 balls. Crocombe in, bowls, pulled away by Clark. The fielder didn't see the ball. That was Jack Carson out there.
In the sun.
Yeah, he did lose it in the sun.
And he's turned that off his legs down towards fine leg, and he gets the 50.
But not
in 77 balls, 2 fours and a 6. 3 balls left. Clark with a sweep for 4. There's a man at fine leg, quite close in, about 20 yards from the bat, but he's placed it past Hitman. Jogs past the umpire and bowls. Clark with a thick edge. There's nobody at second slip. That would have absolutely been bread and butter for them. It's gone for 4.
In comes Cavellis, bowls, clipped away down towards fine leg by the leader. They'll come back for a 2nd run, I'm sure, to finish off the day. And what a day it's been for Durham.
Well, Alex, I've been number crunching. I think this is way beyond your most productive season with the bat, and 5 centuries in 7 championship innings.
Yep, no, it's been a pretty good period for me. Like I say, I think it's probably my...
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for day 3 of Durham against Sussex. Durham bowling Sussex out for 266 at the end of day 1. Started yesterday morning, 6 for none, lost Michael Jones in the first over, then put on 152 runs for the second wicket before Scott Borthwick was out for 56. David Bedingham made just 9, but Alex Lees scored 103. Ollie Robinson 67. At tea, Durham were 270 for 5, leading by 4, and then after that, well, what a performance from Graham Clark, who has 102, and Baz Deleda, who has 71. They have put a partnership on of 159, I think it is. And Durham in a very comfortable position now, where they lead by 158. At the close of play yesterday, I had a chat with Alex Lees following his 103.
Well, Alex, I've been number crunching. I think this is way beyond your most productive season with the bat, and 5 centuries in 7 championship innings.
Yep, no, it's been a pretty good period for me.
Put on 100 runs in
like I say, I think it's probably well, it is
treated
my most runs ever in a season. So obviously delighted how it's gone, but I think more importantly, the position we're in the game is greater than obviously my individual performance, and we're obviously in a commanding position.
It's been an excellent afternoon, because when you were out for 103, you've had people who've taken up the mantle, haven't you? Ollie Robinson came in, got a half century, and then a fantastic stand from Graham Clark and Baz Deleda towards the end of the day. Talk us through their partnership, because they really played some attacking cricket, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they don't really matter. So yeah, I mean, I've not paid too much attention with that, but nice to be batting well, I think, and hopefully, like I say, get that extra batting point.
Has anybody from England been in touch recently? Are they looking and seeing what you're doing in your stats?
I don't know, you tell me. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I've played nicely in this period, but I think the main thing for me is about trying to keep replicating the batting that I have done over this probably last few month period, and trying to keep just putting some good numbers up and putting in match winning performances for Durham.
I think the best season you had was 2016. That was 3 centuries and a few half centuries, about 1,055 runs, something like that. So you're well ahead of that this time, and there's still a couple of matches to go. Anything on your horizon target-wise or not, or just see where you end up?
No, just see where I end up. I think the main thing for me is trying to win all 3 games that we've got left. So yeah, no, not particularly. Points won't really matter, so yeah, I mean, I've not paid too much attention with that, but nice to be batting well, I think, and hopefully, like I say, get that extra batting point.
Has anybody from England been in touch recently? Are they looking and seeing what you're doing in your stats?
I don't know, you tell me. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I've played nicely in this period, but I think the main thing for me is about trying to keep replicating the batting that I have done over this probably last few month period, and trying to keep just putting some good numbers up and putting in match winning performances for Durham.
I think the best season you had was 2016. That was 3 centuries and a few half centuries, about 1,055 runs, something like that. So you're well ahead of that this time, and there's still a couple of matches to go. Anything on your horizon target-wise or not, or just see where you end up?
No, just see where I end up. I think the main thing for me is trying to win all 3 games that we've got left. So yeah, no, not particularly.
They are Alex Lees, who had a chat with last night. He's quite a sort of laid-back, dry character, but he is having a fantastic time of things this season. Stats speak for themselves, so maybe, just maybe, he could be on a plane somewhere in the not-too-distant future with an England squad. Now, question being asked by a number of people today, including Vic the groundsman, Vic the Main. Is this Durham's best season in terms of maximum batting points? Because they need 1 for maximum points today. I thought this was game number 6
for maximum batting points if they get them today. I'm told it might be 7, so we're going to have to quickly go through that. But in the 2009 season, which was a 16-match season, but that was the season Durham went through the entire season without defeat, they made 49 batting points. Starting the day's play then, and the spin bowling of Carson continues from last night. And the first ball played by Graham Clark out through towards mid-wicket for 1 run. It's Jack Carson, Irishman bowling. He's bowled 26 overs until last night, 3 for 121. The leader is on 71, and this partnership's worth 160 now. Still got to get up to way up the 260s, something like that, for the record Durham 6th wicket stand against Sussex. I think that might actually be their best 6th wicket stand as well. Anyway, Durham are just a few runs away, 25 runs away from the final batting point in this game. And that would give them 45 for this season with 2 matches still to play. In 2009, in a 16-match season, they ended up with 49. And that was the season in which Michael Di broke the record for the most runs in a Durham season when he got 1,654. That's turned away by Deleda off towards long leg for 1. In that season in 2009, Durham ended the campaign with a draw at Worcester. They went through the entire season unbeaten. Worcestershire were relegated that day and had gone through the entire season without a win. And then something like 2018, 2019, something like that. Durham finished the season at Worcester with Worcester winning the title in Division 2. As Clark plays this off to square leg for 1. So they went back up and came back down again. I think four of Worcestershire's last 5 promotions have seen them come straight back down. The reason I'm mentioning them is they are in the title hunt with Durham, but not doing so well in their game against Glamorgan. Equally, Durham play their penultimate game of the season at Worcester, which is in a couple of weeks' time. This is played by the leader off towards square leg again. So 5 singles in that over, all towards square leg and the mid-wicket area, so 428 for 5. Adrian Harms alongside me.
Yeah, hello Martin. I haven't done my update yet. They're playing more music.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What?
It's meant to be 10:30. They've got a record. So I thought I'd come and say hello and good morning. A big day for Sussex. I mean, they're not going to win this game. The best Sussex can hope for is to somehow try and salvage a draw from this game. But the maximum point, they've only got 1 point so far. They could get 5 or a draw 6. They may pick up another bowling point here this morning if they can take a wicket in the next 10 overs. I mean, the maximum Sussex are really looking taking out of this is 7 points, and they will have half an eye on that. Sussex will be hoping that Glamorgan beat Worcester today. If Worcester win, I mean, Sussex have still got 3 games to play, but they really are an outside bet now, Martin. And, they're playing for pride here, really. And let's hope they can put up a better performance over the next 2 days than they have in the first 2.
You taking this end? Oh, you're going to do your update? Okay. J-Dev and Adcat bowling then. From the Finkland, our end of the ground. We're not quite looking down the barrel of the gun here. They're playing about 3 wickets across from our position, but we're not far off having a very good line of sight for this match. Pitch 12 right in the centre of the square, the international wicket they're playing on. And Adcard, the left-hander, now coming round the wicket here to Deleda, who flicks that off down towards the long leg for 1. Moves on to 74. Graham Clark on 104. Clark's 2nd century of the season. He got 100 at Bristol. Was then out. His highest score, 109 against Glamorgan here in 2017. That's his only other century, actually, other than his 104 today. He also got 72 in that game a few years ago as well.
6 years ago now, Durham's first season back down in Division 2, having been relegated by the ECB. This is turned away by Clark towards mid-wicket for 1 run. And Adcad waiting for the ball to be returned to him by Pujara, who's fielding it mid-off. Comes in now to bowl to Deleda, left arm round. Deleda drives at that one, and it's played out through deep extra cover. It's a fielder sweeping up round there. He'd get 2. Now going to come left arm over. It's defended by Deleda. It runs away on the offside. No run. You're back.
Back, Marty. Job done, a bit late, but the update is done.
In comes the bowler, and that is defended. And I think that's the end of the over as well. It is, yeah. So 4 from it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the the last couple of days here for Sussex. I mean, clearly they didn't make enough runs on the first day. Paul Farbrace was very forthright about that. You know, this wasn't a 266 pitch. You know, too many players gave their wickets away, and when that situation happens, you're putting your bowlers under an awful lot of pressure. I didn't think Sussex bowled particularly well with the new ball last night. I mean, the new ball went around the park really, but they've just got to. I mean, Durham hold all the cards here. What will they do? Maybe back till lunchtime, a lead of maybe 200, 250. Who knows? They'll want to give themselves lots and lots of time to bowl Sussex out, but Sussex have got to show some resolve. They need to believe they can get out of here with a draw. It's a huge task, but they've got 2 home games to play. Leicestershire and Gloucestershire still to come to Hove. They need to cling to the hope that they can win both of those games, and then who knows what might happen. But they need to start here really. Eric Avelos has taken over from Jack Clarkson. That was a very short spell from Jack, and
One over.
how odd. Spoke to Jack last night. He picked up 3 wickets. He was pretty down in the dumps. I think most of the Sussex boys were last night. But Jack was saying he's a little disappointed with his own bowling. He's going the best part of 4.5 and over at the moment. He feels he needs to be better than that. And as a team, you know, Sussex need to be better. He was talking last night, but he lacks nothing for enthusiasm, Jack. And in comes Eric Avelos, bowls, and forward comes the leader, placed to the offside. There is no run.
Been looking through my scorecards, and Sam, the Durham press officer, said he thought they'd had maximum batting points 6 times already this season. I thought it was 5. I've gone back through now. He's right, because I hadn't written down the batting points on my scorecard from the Gloucestershire game, which indeed was 5. So Durham have got maximum points away to Glamorgan, home and away to Derbyshire, home to Glamorgan, away to Leicestershire, and home to Gloucestershire.
Comes Carvelos, bowls, clipped one to the onside, very comfortably by the leader. He's going to get at least 1 and probably 2 here. Comes back for his 78 run, and just low risk cricket here this morning from Durham, pushing the ball around, picking up the 1s and 2s. And the scoreboard is clicking. I mean, what was your anticipation of what Durham are going to do here this morning, Martin? And how long are they going to make Sussex suffer in the field?
Suffer in the field. Well, at the minute, the lead's not long enough, is it? 169.
I would say they need to push on and get a lead of maybe 250, 300.
In comes Carvalho's bowls to the leader, who punches to mid-on, and there is no run. Well, the longer they bat...
It might be taken out of their hands. They might be out, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, the longer they bat from a Sussex point of view, the happier Sussex will be, because it'll be the less overs that Sussex will need to bat. But, you know, when you think, when you've got, you know, there's a lot of cricket to play. I mean, you were saying about Pujara, who, you know, clearly capable of playing very, very long innings. And Sussex just need to believe that they can do that. But,
well, what we seem to be seeing here is a batting track. That's a good one, aren't we?
Yep.
So
Carvalho's in and bowls. That balloons over the shoulder of the leader through to the gloves of Carter. But what if that's been signalled a no ball?
On height, yeah.
Yep. Yes. But, you know, Marcus North called this pitch, didn't he, on the first morning? He said this will be a good batting pitch for, you know, the best part of 3 days. Then you might start to see some deterioration, and that'll be the concern for Sussex. You know, when they won the toss here, they'd have thought, well, Durham will be batting last on it.
Yeah.
But that's probably not going to be the case. In comes Carvalho's and bowls, and the leader is forward, punches to mid-off, and there is no run. So, you know, it's a mountain and a half for Sussex to climb.
It's interesting because Ryan Campbell said he wasn't interested in draws when he came in the winter. He said he wanted to play an attacking style of cricket. You know, don't die wondering. And Durham have had 5 draws, but they have all been weather-affected affairs. I mean, the last match, they had less than 2 days play out of 4 at Scarborough.
In comes Carvalho's bowls. Well, that's a good delivery. And that's the first time the batsman beaten for some time. And he beats the leader outside the off stump with a good one. End of the over, 4:37 for 5. The leader is on 76. Clark is on 106. The lead is 171.
In the second away game of the season at Glamorgan was an absolute joke of an affair because they'd had bad weather, but Glamorgan on the final afternoon were 104 for 6 and still trailing by 70. Durham looking to try and get an innings victory, and then just after tea it absolutely bucketed down, and the ground staff came out, grabbed some sheets and started covering a wicket that wasn't even being used for the game. And Adcad starts anew over here. They'd put the covers on across the track they were playing on, that's dot ball, and then started to deal with something going on the right-hand end of the square. And we're thinking, why aren't they protecting the area where they're playing? And by the time they got the sheets on, they'd only covered half the square where they were playing. And then the umpires came out and decided there was too much rain and it was too wet. And I just thought, what was that all about? Durham were not happy at all. I mean, it may be they might not have got the extra for the last 4 wickets, but that wasn't the point. In comes an Adcat again here, and this has gone off to point for 1. And it was very reminiscent of a situation when Durham were playing against Glamorgan Maybank Holiday in Swansea in 2017 and trying to push for a win. And Paul Collingwood had got a century in the first innings. It was in the 90s in the second. They went off for lunch, and the weather was quite nice. And then suddenly, this squall came in off the Severn estuary and saturated the ground. But the staff had packed the sheets away in a van, and the van was in a car park in another field. So I carry into Deleda, who drives, and that finds its way along the floor down to third man for 1. By the time they'd got the van, brought it back into the ground, got the sheets out and covered the square again, they ended up being off for about 3 hours, and then Paul Collingwood actually declared on himself, and he could have become the first Durham player to get a century in both innings twice. And he set Glamorgan a run chase because Durham were desperate for points because they'd been relegated and docked 48 points. And as it was, in murky conditions, Glamorgan pulled it off. But 2 visits to Wales where a similar incident has happened, which was a bit baffling. And that got in again, and they're playing a miss there from Graham Clark. It was a quicker ball and just left him outside the line of off stump.
He's bending his back a bit more here than he was yesterday afternoon. I didn't think it was desperately impressive with the new ball, if I'm being honest. I mean, he bowled 1 over with the old ball, then they took the new ball, he bowled 2 overs, and Henry Crokin came into the attack. But that was a pacey delivery. You know, I'm expecting your overseas in this sort of game roaring in. You know, you've got 4 games, you've come over for the end of the season, absolutely tearing in. That's what I'm expecting from the overseas quick. And he did then.
Comes in here and bowls. This is played off towards point, no run there, not towards the covers. On my Facebook timeline today, something came up. I was surprised that it was as long ago as it was, actually. Let's have a look again. Memories, where were we? It's an Indian cricketer. Nadcad, ball in hand here. Comes in, left arm over, and that is a leave from Clark. Spills out the keeper's gloves, does it? Yes, it does. No run, though. So 9 years ago, Durham sign Indian 90-mile-per-hour man Varun Aaron. And I shared that on my Facebook timeline 9 years ago, and I said he's a 90-mile-an-hour man, but obviously he'd only be allowed to do 70 miles an hour here. But he was the player who got the ball through Stuart Broad's grill.
Right, okay.
And broke his nose, I think, in a test match at Old Trafford.
Harry Cavalos is running in from the lovely end. Lovely day again. Comes in and bowls, and forward is the leader. Plays to mid on. There is no run. Yeah, it's not a criticism of Nadcad at all. I mean, he bowled 20 odd overs yesterday. I was just surprised, and it's not his fault. I'm just surprised at the tactic with the new ball. Sussex were really up against it, and I was just expecting when the new ball was taking that your overseas quick comes in and bowls a 4 or 5 over spell, because that was Sussex's chance to get back in the game. At that stage, Durham were actually just behind, weren't they, when the 5th wicket fell? In comes Cavalos, bowls, forward comes the leader, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And Durham really got away, didn't they? And that final session of the day, I think we worked out last night that the new ball went for something like 119 in 19 overs. I mean, it was going at 6 and over. And Sussex had fought themselves back into the match at 265 for 5. Durham still trailed by 1. But it really got away from Sussex in that final session of the day. In comes Cavalos, in and bowls, short, pulled away by the leader, who's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket, fielded way out in front of the scoreboard in the pavilion by Henry Crocombe, who sends in a not very good throw to Ollie Carter and immediately raises his hand and says, sorry about that.
Talking of Indian signings, our BBC Radio London colleague Kevin Hand, who covers Middlesex, has written a piece on the BBC website. He said, in what feels like a pre-war Wisden match report, it's quite possible the British Embassy in Delhi may play a large part in both the County Championship title and relegation from Division 1 this year.
Oh, that's interesting. Here comes Cavalos. Oh, has he got his man? He thinks he's got his man. He obviously thought there was a little nick there, Harry Cavalos, through to... But it was a good lead by Graham Clark. It very nearly took the top of his off stump. Cavalos clearly thought he heard something. Wasn't really upheld by the slip horn, and there's no run. Tell us more.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the full piece here because it's a screen grab, and I think it cuts off. Might be on the BBC website. This was yesterday that he posted it.
Cavalos in again bowls and defended by Clark onto the other side, and there is no run. Nice tidy here from Harry Cavalos.
So he said, in what feels like a pre-war Wisden match report, it's quite possible the British Embassy in Delhi may well play a large part in both the County Championship title and relegation from Division 1 this year. Middlesex were expecting to counter the threat of Essex spinner Simon Harmer with the India off-spinner Jayant Yadav at Chelmsford this week. However, despite assurances of money paid by Middlesex to expedite the process.
Cavalos in bowls, let go by... good over by Eric Cavalos, just conceding the 1 run. He has now bowled 18 overs, 2 maidens, and has taken 1 for 73.
He says, however, despite assurances of monies paid by Middlesex to expedite the process, the office didn't release the passport on Friday as planned, and Yadav has had to wait until this week to go and collect it. As a result, the hosts are now heavy favourites, most especially having won the toss. The visitors will now have to bat last.
So he actually wrote that yesterday. I've just seen it on his timeline now. So what is going on at Chelmsford? Where have his worries come to fruition? Essex 304. All out. Middlesex. Oh, the scorecard's gone. I'll look at that again in a second.
I thought that was in the air for a while.
No, I don't think so. No, it's pushed in the ground.
Oh.
An Adcat bowling there to Deleda, played out towards.
Yeah, they had
covers.
They had a better day. In fact, just breaking off for a minute. Surrey have already won this morning, so Birchie's got a couple of days off in the sunshine.
He'll find something to do. Yeah, Essex were 304 all out. Middlesex 2 for none.
Yeah.
Did they only start yesterday? Yeah.
Yes, they did.
And I'd cat in. And this is defended by Deleda. So Durham, 440 for 5. They're 10 away from the final batting point. There's 5.4 overs in which to get those runs. There's, 24.2 overs in with a new ball. And this partnership from these two is basically, you add one onto the lead. So the lead's 174, so their partnership's 175. So they came together when Durham were a run behind just before tea yesterday when Ollie Robinson was out for 67. Bowler comes in, the Wasps back. That's played off towards the covers by Deleda for 2. I was just getting up in front of me the runs from Durham players this year, the high scores. Deleda's highest total, 85 not out against Glamorgan here in Chesley Street. Now that was one of the matches where Durham got maximum batting points, but it rained quite a bit. That was when was that? Early June. So it was actually a bit of rare rain in early June because June was actually quite nice. It was July where the weather really broke.
Yes.
I got home last night. It was a lovely evening, but I went straight to bed. But
yeah, you said you didn't feel too great.
I felt a bit rotten yesterday. But yesterday evening, as an Adcat comes in, playing a miss there, one-handed as well from Deleda. See quite a lot of nice pictures from the seafront of people out paddleboarding last evening and going for a swim. And
beautiful, wasn't it? It's going to last right through the weekend, Marty, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, certainly, I think, is it getting a little cooler here?
Well, they're saying it's only around about 21, 22 today, but I was out on the field doing my morning video and it was gorgeous, really warm. There is a worry that an easterly breeze is going to pick up this afternoon and might blow some murk in off the sea. So we shall see. $442 for 5. Driven straight by Clark. That's Bryce Deleda, sorry. Lovely shot. It's going to go for 4. Just missed the stumps at the bowler's end. And Adcat dropped down to try and stop it, but he couldn't get to it. And Pajara chased it, but he couldn't catch it. 4 runs. So Durham are nearly there then. So this will be the 7th time this season that they've got maximum batting points.
Well,
and you can't get vexed with those kind of stats.
No, absolutely not. Paul Farbrace was very forthright. Best team in the division, and the best team in the division by a considerable distance. And as you said, from, it's been a massive change around here, Martin, and
just feels like a whole positive attitude now. There's quite a lot of negativity and defensiveness in the past, and it just feels a brighter place to be at the moment. Played by Deleda. That's going to be 4 more, and that is up towards the pavilion steps, and that brings the 450 up. And for the 7th time this season, Durham have maximum batting points, so they take the 5, 104.6 overs.
Well, that was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just caressed through the covers, and the cat wanders back to his fielding position. He kicks away at the ground. He'll be disappointed. Sussex have been waiting to bring in an overseas. I mean, I'm sure the plan would have been, a month ago that you'd have a Nadcat from one end and Ollie Robinson from the other. I'm sure that was the plan, and that must have been hugely disappointing for Sussex that Ollie Robinson, for whatever reason, isn't here at this game. Paul Farbrace saying that England haven't allowed him to play They haven't been in contact with the player, was Paul was saying, and they were told, England said he had to work on his fitness and could only play the last 2 games of the season, which isn't a lot.
How can you work on your fitness by not playing cricket?
Well, I'd have thought the best thing to do for Ollie Robinson would to play cricket. You know, big game, and it is a big game, you know, in the county championship. This is a huge game for Sussex. You want your best players available. Carvelas in over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Clark, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no one. You want your best players available for the big matches, and this is Sussex's, I would say that this is Sussex's biggest match of the season. They've come up here to the Riverside, you know, still in with a chance of promotion. With the way things are going elsewhere, and if they get beaten heavily here, they're not going to be out of it, but they're going to need to win the last 3 games and get maximum points. In comes Carvelas. In and bowls, and that's going to run away for 4 runs, I think, down towards the 3rd man boundary. I don't think Jack Carson's going to get there. He does just inside the boundary, but not before Clark comes back for a 3rd run. Good running between the wickets. Good chase by Carson around the boundary. Big plume of smoke appears at the far end of the ground.
I think that's Clark's highest score.
I don't know what that is at the far end there, at the Lumley end.
Yeah, his previous was 109 against Glamorgan.
Well batted. It's been a super knock. Carvelas. Comes in again from the Lumley end, in and bowls, and forward comes to lead a plays to mid-off. There is no run. I think the other big question mark would be, Martin, and put this as tactfully as I can, that, you know, the First Division is a step up, no question about that. You look at some of the sides in there, some of the players, and you know, were Sussex to make it into the First Division, you know, it would be extremely tough. You feel that Durham are, you know, got some players in this side that they're going to be competitive, but I think it would be a struggle. But for Sussex, in comes Carvelas, bowls, clipped away by Delida down to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. You know, that being said, if you're in playing against better players, perhaps you improve yourself as well. But it's a tough old experience. And Sussex have only won once this season in the 2nd Division, so and certainly, you know, they'd have to bring reinforcements, you would think, if that were to happen.
It's the latest highest score for Durham as well.
He's on 91, 454 for 5. Carvelas in from the Lumley end, bowls, and Clark just nudges that down to the offside. And these two are carrying on where they left off yesterday, Martin. I mean, what have they added so far this morning? It was 424 for 5 at the close. They've added 31 this morning, really without taking a risk, which is, first of all, tribute to the way they've both batted, because they've both been excellent. Also, the pitch itself, and that they're closing in now, Marty, on the 200 partnership. They're only 10 away from that. As Carvelas makes his way in again. Bowls, short, pulled away by Delida onto the onside, and he picks up another single. He goes to 92. What Sussex have to take from watching this end of Carvelas' over, by the way, he has now bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 76. What Sussex have to look at here is that, you know, these two have looked in very little trouble at all. And if you've got your numbers, 6 and 7 batting like this, there's no reason why the Sussex top order can't take a leaf out of their books. If you're looking in a positive frame of mind. But these two carry on their merry way. Partnership now of 191. Thank you to Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer, who reminded me or told me yesterday that we were talking about Cookfield, where Chris Nash was born, and that Cookfield won the Sussex Premier Division this year. So if anyone from Cookfield Cricket Club is listening, well done to Cookfield. I don't think Chris Nash has anything to do with that. Because I believe he's president down at Horsham Cricket Club, but well done to everybody at Cookfield. And thank you, Graham.
Can you do this? I'm just going to do an update for the BBC.
Of course. And is in and bowls, and Delindi just clips the ball away down to fine leg, picks up a couple of runs. He's within 6 of a century, so we'll have to get you on the mic for that one, Martin.
An update coming in a minute as well.
Will you tell me when to stop? 7 needed till the double century partnership.
John Cougar Mellencamp's on the radio.
Sorry?
John Cougar Mellencamp. You'll know this song.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long after the thrill of living is gone.
Bowls, and that's a pacey delivery. And he lured the leader into an attempted hook shot there, but he beat him for pace. And it just goes to show, and I was talking last night to a couple of people talking about Matty Potts and the way that he bowled here on the first day. And what you get from Potts is he just keeps coming, doesn't he? Matty Potts, you know, there's no sort of slacking in the middle of a spell. He's always at the races. I really thought that in the first innings, even when he wasn't picking up wickets, he did in the end. He just seems to bend his back, and he's wholehearted with every single delivery. He's always at the batsman. Getting bowls and edged by to leader down to third man. He picks up another single. He goes to 95, Durham to 400. And 59 for 5, and the lead extends to 193. I have to say, the pace of walking back to his mark from it hasn't improved today. In fact, it's got even worse. Look, it's really slow today. Crumbs. Sussex at one stage yesterday were -4 on the over rate. They managed to drag it back. Jack Carson bowled quite a few overs, so did James Coles at the end of the day, and they're getting bowled short, pulled away, and that's going to be at least one, and just one, as it's fielded by the aforementioned Carson, who gets in a very good throw from deep backwards square, but not before Clark has gone through to his 112th run, 460 for 5. Now, I'm kind of hoping here that Baz de Leede doesn't hit a 6, because if he does, well, if he does, it'd be great for him. But Marty's not on commentary, so perhaps you should be, Marty.
Yeah,
you never know what's going to happen. So over to you.
He does have a century for the Netherlands recently in a World Cup qualifier, and this is where's that one? That's out through the covers for 4. Timed it nicely, hit it right on the bounce, and it's right out the meat of the bat. I hope his dad's listening. His dad was with us a few weeks ago when he made his county championship debut against Yorkshire here, and actually got Johnny Bairstow out as well.
Well, he's 1 away from a ton now, Martin. What a knock it's been as well. Scoreboard hasn't updated, actually. They're also 1 away from the 200 partnership. So it could be
everything I've written is going to have to be rewritten anyway in a sec. So
yeah, could be a double celebration. Well, the Sussex are bringing in fielders to make getting this final single. They're just delaying things as well. This is a lengthy over, Martin.
He hasn't played that many first-class matches, Baz de Leede. This is only his 6th, because the Netherlands stopped playing them. Changes to international cricket at their level as an Adcat comes round the wicket. It's a bouncer which de Leede leaves. And that is the end of the over. So his best score until recently had been on his debut against Namibia in 2017. He made 61. Then he got 85 not out against Glamorgan here this year. At the World Cup qualifiers with the Netherlands a few weeks ago in Bulawayo, I think it was, they beat Scotland in the final game. And he made a century and took 5 wickets. Cheltenham qualify for the World Cup in India when they beat Scotland. So that was a little bit earlier this year. His dad, Tim, was with us in the commentary box, and he went to 3 World Cups with the Netherlands.
In comes Carbalos, bowls to Clark, who edges through the slips. Well,
200 partnership.
Yeah, a wonderful partnership as well between the pair. Edge between the slip cordon, and the ball races away for 4 runs. And as Marty says, that's the 200 partnership. 203 in 261 balls in just 162 minutes. And that's a wonderful partnership between these two. Coming together with Ollie Robinson rout at that stage, Durham will sit 1 run behind Sussex. But they're not now. And these two have certainly have taken the game away from Sussex. The big question is whether Sussex have got enough in the tank to try and save it.
I'm going to have to take over here because they're going to throw to me from the news in a moment.
Sorry, off you go.
Carvalhais coming in and bowling. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Lots going on here, stats-wise. Here we go for the update. And things are going swimmingly for Durham from a point of view of the lead they're building now, which is 202 against Sussex, and a 200-run partnership as well from Graham Clark and Bastelader. Clark has his highest score for Durham, is 116, eclipsing his 109 here against Glamorgan in 2017. This is second century of the season as well, after he got 100 at Bristol a few weeks ago. And Bastelader is on his highest score for Durham as well. He's currently on 99. He has recently got 100 in a World Cup qualifier, which got the Netherlands to the World Cup in India in a few weeks' time. But he's currently on 99, his highest score for Durham as well. So Durham 468 for 5. They've taken maximum batting points for the 7th time this season. They lead by 202.
Carvelas in again for the Lumley bowls and played into the onside by Clark, and there is no run. So Bastelader at the non-strikers end, 99 not out. Wonderful partnership though, Martin. I mean, as I say, you know, the game was, I wouldn't say it was it was still huge advantage to Durham when these two came together.
Yeah.
But had Sussex taken a couple of wickets then,
Yeah.
and maybe Durham got a lead of 50-60, Sussex will still feel they're in the game. But
well, our talk at the time was the arrival of the new ball, wasn't
yes, it was. Carvelas in bowls, and he strikes
Going down
Clark
the
on
leg
the
side.
pad, yeah, way down the leg side.
But while you were hoping for the new ball to do miracles, I was suggesting it can go to the fence quicker than the old ball. And
Which
it
it did.
did.
He did.
They got 100 runs in, was it 16 overs when it was made?
Yeah, they did. I mean, the ball was just disappearing around the park, wasn't it? And as the runs mounted up, so Sussex's chances of winning the game disappeared. And, you know, the Durham tactic here seems to be, let's just keep going. And why wouldn't they? We've got 2 full days left. As Harry Carvelas makes his way in from the Lumley end and bowls to Graham Clark, who defends solidly into the offside. And there is no run, end of the over, and a chance for Bastelader in the next over to get his 100.
I'm thinking Durham might be looking at this track and thinking, well, it's still really flat and there's lots more runs to be made on here. And get out there, just stay out there, bat, help it wear a bit more, and make it a little bit more difficult for Sussex. In a way, it may well be a declaration, but that is the issue, isn't it? At the minute, the track's not doing much in terms of for the bowlers, although it might do a bit for the spinners. Hasn't really for the Sussex spinners, but it did for Matt Parkinson on day one. These two have got some work to do, though, if they're to break the record for the 6th wicket stand for Durham in County Championship cricket, because that was actually against Sussex in 2019 when Cameron Bancroft and Ned Eckersley put on 282 in a Durham win at Hove. And that was the sort of performance when that was June time, and that was a big knock from Bancroft, which got him called up into the Ashes side. Change of bowler here. Crocombe has come into the attack now. He's bowling to Bastelader. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, we're cricket at yahoo.co.uk. I hope Tim Delader's watching and listening. Let's hope his son gets across the line. He's on 99 from 133 balls. And stats-wise, as Crocombe comes into bowl, and Delader plays that towards the gully, and Clark has to hurry back to his crease because he set off for a single there, which was never on.
Oh, dear. That wasn't good. That throw came in, and Tom Haynes went to stop the ball, and it hit Tom Haynes in the chest. I think it's hurt him, you know. He doesn't look very... There, look, it hit him right in the midriff.
Yeah. That's just under the ribs, wasn't it?
That looked nasty. He doesn't look very comfortable there, Tom.
Delader on strike. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So, Durham started this match with 339 individual centuries. So number 340 was the 103 that eventually Alex Lees made. Then Graham Clark's made his 116. So 341 and 342 could be here in a moment or two with Bastelader. Should be here in a moment or two. In comes Crocombe, he bowls. Delader plays that up to Daniel Ibrahim, who's on as a subfielder again at mid-on, no run. 4 dot balls, the tension mounts.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. So lots going on then, and I wrote that report for the BBC, and I was just about to hit send, and everything's changed. I'm going to have to rewrite the whole thing in a moment. In comes Crocombe again. He bowls. Delayed us away. Down to the boundary for 4. Third man. He's done it. 137 balls. His first championship century. Excellent knock from him. He gets a cuddle off Graham Clark. 8 4s and 1 6. Partnership moves on to 207.
Super knock, Martin. Really, really good knock. And well done the Sussex boys who applauded. Not all of them did. I never quite understand why you wouldn't applaud someone getting 100, but that's just me. Perhaps it's a professional sport thing.
Crocombe in again, and he's out. Is he out?
Is he?
Oh, he's out the next ball. Can't believe that. Caught behind the next ball. Out for 103.
Can't believe it. Can he delete that?
Partnership ends at 207.
And that's 2 Durham players who are out for 103.
Yeah, weird.
Well, a first wicket for Henry Crocombe. And Baz Delida makes his mark. He can't believe it. Maybe he slightly lost his concentration there.
Well, the same thing happened to Graham Clark at Bristol this year. He got to 100, and fellow commentator said he now needs to reset, get his head around the fact that he's got to 100 and start again. And I think he was out the next ball. So,
great partnership by Martin. 207 between the two. So a breakthrough as far as Sussex are concerned. It may be a little too late. Nonetheless, it's a breakthrough. So well done to Henry Crocombe. Have to remember that Delida was dropped, Martin.
Was he?
Yeah, he was. Remember, he was dropped down the leg side by Ollie Carter.
22 or something, was it?
29.
29.
When the score was 317 for 5. He was put down. It was a chance down the leg side. We thought it hit the pad, but the umpire didn't signal a leg by. And Carter spilled the chance. And he's made him pay, hasn't he? So that has cost Sussex 74 runs that Delida scored. And the total then was 317. It's now 472. So it's cost Sussex, over 150 runs. Hold your catches, win your matches. It's a boring maxim to say, but it's true.
It's win matches, that's what we used to say.
Well, there you go.
End of the over, that was as well. 109 overs gone. Ben Rain, the new man, I think. Yep.
The lead is 206. Spin Hudson Prentice is into the attack from the lovely end, running into bowl to Ben Rain. He's in and bowls, and Rain is... Clark is on his way straight away. Clark is on strike, my apologies. Confident shot, fielded at deep backward point by Jack Carson. Clark goes to 117, 473 for 6. And the left-handed Ben Rain is on strike. I've seen Ben Rain score runs for Durham, Martin. He's usually quite an aggressive player, isn't he? And he's got license.
Can be.
Well, he's got license to play shots here, hasn't he?
He's got a license to thrill, as Gladys Knight once sang.
He has.
Oh, it was Kill, wasn't it?
He's got license to play as he wants to here. As Hudson Prentice is coming around the wicket, slipping a force slip in place. He's in and bowls and reins up on his toes and deflects that one into the gully region, or the force slip region. Good stop by Tom Clark away to his left. But he can't prevent a single being taken. 474 for 6.
Durham were 458 for 5 when I was ready to hit send on that. It's now 474 for 6. So
probably a good job you waited, Marty.
Yeah.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to send an email on Martin's. Well, good. I've had a couple actually. No, I've had one, which I shall read it. We go through the. And comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Clark plays firmly through mid-wicket. Couple of runs here out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Running around is James Coles. And Clark picks up a comfortable 2. He goes to 119s. Today's proceedings have reminded me of the person on the internet who mentioned that Baz the Leader can be sung to the theme tune of Bob the Builder. Haven't been able to get that song out of my head all summer. Can he fix it? Well, yes, he can, in as much as he needed fixing for Durham. All the best, says Callum. Callum, thanks for getting in touch. Well, he batted beautifully. He's out now, 103, directly after he got his century. Comes Hudson Prentice bowls. It's a good delivery by Hudson Prentice. Just nipped back a little bit to Graham Clark, who's wrapped on the 5 pad. The ball bounces out into the outside, and there is no run. 476 for 6. The lead for Durham is 210. Field is fairly widely flung at the moment. There's just the one slip. Excuse me, I'm just going to clear my throat. There's a slip. The only close fielder. Hudson Prentice in bowls to Clark with a play and a miss outside the off stump. I thought he'd nick that through to Ollie Carter, but he hadn't. And there's no run. So there's a slip and a third man. A sweeper on the cover point boundary. There's a cover saving one and a mid-off. Mid-on and mid-wicket both saving one. Now they're just going to bring the field in here. Bajara just called up Jack Carlson from deep backward point to come into point, looking to save the single so they can bowl at the new man Ben Rain. So that makes sense. So now 5 men saving one and a slip as well, as in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and Clark looking to cut that one away. Ball bounces up obligingly into the hands of Jack Carlson, who comes running in from point to field. And there is no run, so Sussex will get their wish to bowl at the new man, who is Ben Rain, and Henry Crocombe, who picked up his first wicket of the match in the previous over, will be bowling. 476-6. Durham, if you're just joining us this morning, a wonderful partnership has ended between Baz the Leader and Graham Clark, a partnership of 207 for the 6th wicket. The leader gone immediately after reaching his century. He's gone for 103. Graham Clark has carried on where he carried on yesterday, where he started yesterday. He's 119 not out. And Durham pressing relentlessly on this morning. They've added, they 424 when they started, so they've already added 52 this morning. As in comes Henry Crocombe round the wicket bowls to Ben Rain, and Rain punches that through the covers, and that's going to go all the way to the boundaries. It is going to pull up just inside. Carlson chases. Oh, no, that's gone for 4.
Unlucky because he got there, but as he dragged at the ball,
I wish
did a somersault over the line. He lifted it in the end. It landed on the sponge.
I've got a problem with that, but just in cricket in general. I mean, it's all, I admire Jack Carlson enormously. He's chasing everything down, showing great enthusiasm. But at most, you're going to probably save 1 run. And you risk it. That's exactly what Henry Crocombe did here last year. And, he went flying over the ropes. And, you just don't want to be picking up a shoulder injury. It can so easily happen.
Yeah, Crocombe dislocated his shoulder on his 21st birthday.
Yeah, it's just changed. It's just, for the sake of 1 run. I know, you've got to chase every ball down. In comes Crocombe bowls, and Rain drives firmly to mid-off fielded by Pajara, and there is no run.
Leicestershire 3 for nothing against Gloucestershire, who are winless, aren't they, Gloucestershire?
Yes, they are.
They need 168.
Crocombe. In again. Bowls and pulled away by Rain, and he's going to be caught. And it's a 2nd wicket for Henry Crocombe, and Ben Rain is on his way. Caught, running in by James Coles, and Ben Rain is furious with himself. That seemed to pop a little bit, really.
It did. It came off the splice.
And Ben Rain is gone, and Henry Crocombe picks up back-to-back wickets. Barely a celebration amongst the Sussex players. But Ben Rain is gone for 5, and a 2nd wicket has gone down in consecutive overs. Rain caught by James Coles off the bowling of Henry Crocombe with a total on 485.
Did seem to pop a little bit on him, didn't he? He was looking to pull it through the leg side, and it's come right off the splice, possibly the bat handle as well, and just looped to square leg. So he's in and out for 5, and having watched 2 players put 207 on, suddenly 2 wickets in the space of 8 runs.
He's been padded up a long time, Ben Rain, you know.
Yeah.
He was looking to hammer that one away, and the first shot in the over he played was a lovely shot for 4. Perhaps he was a little bit surprised, perhaps a bit more bounce there from Henry Crocombe.
Matt Potts, the new man, he can get runs on the board, so I've just written in my report that the batting conditions still look good, so you wouldn't expect a declaration from Durham anytime soon, and of course
2
wickets mean it might come out there. It's not in their gift anymore, but they're 7 down, 480 for 7. Equally, now who's that running on with a towel?
I mean, I wonder if Matty Potts has come out here with some instruction. Well, I guess I'm sure they want to bat as long as they can, but at the same time, you know, Potts is the strike bowler for Durham. They won't want him out there for hours, will they? Because he's going to have a lot of work.
Yeah, well, my thought is warm weather, the lead's only 214, bat on. I would be surprised if we see a declaration before lunch, but then I'm looking at the clock and it's only 20 past 11, so
yeah.
They could, if they're still batting, push that lead up to 260, 270 maybe, and declare, and put Sussex in with about 15 minutes to go before lunch. But we'll see. It might not even come to that. Might not be in their remit to even do it.
I don't think Durham will want Potts batting for sort of a couple of hours here, would they? Let's see what happens. Henry Crocombe picked up a couple of wickets. Comes in and bowls, and Potts defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Slipping a gully in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a long leg way down in the distance. Chitishwa Pujara furiously polishing the ball on his jumper. Henry Crocombe literally down below us. Runs away. Comes into bowl to Potts, who's forward and very confidently and competently plays the ball down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I seem to remember Matty Potts in the Test series against India last summer, playing some very respectable innings down the order for England, so he can certainly hold a bat. As pretty much everyone can do these days. I think the days of the number 11 who they're very few and far between. In comes Crocombe bowl, short down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So Henry Crocombe picks up his 2nd wicket, and a 2nd wicket in consecutive overs for young Henry, who wanders away. Figures are now looking a bit more respectable. 2 for 80 in his 14 overs. He's still been expensive, but at least he'll feel a little better having picked up those 2 wickets. Durham 480 for 7. The lead is 214. And we've still got 84 overs left to be bowled today. And the over 8 Sussex will be pleased to see is level at the moment. So no threat of any points deduction at the moment.
Hudson Prentice bowls. It's a wideish ball, and it's cut by Clark down towards the point boundary for 1 run. Jack Carson fielding down there. Has Hudson Prentice just come on, or is he?
No, he was on before. Yeah, he was on before.
They have us doing that many things. What's he bowled? 14.1 non, 458 1 maiden. Bloody a breath of wind again today, Adrian.
Yeah, no.
He comes in and bowls. This is defended by Potts. So Potts has had a few decent knocks under his belt, because I remember this purely because I was asked about it by Adrian yesterday. He has a high score of 81 against Northants 2 years ago. Got 64 at Derby this year in a rain-affected game. And 53 not out against Derbyshire in 2017. I think that was a match where Durham were bowled out for less than 100 and came back and won. Former Derby man now. Hudson Prentice bowling this one, and that's away down to vacant third man. The ball slowing towards the rope. It bobbles, it teases, and it's kept in on this occasion by Carson, who ends up flying off the field and comes to rest against the foot of the County Durham stand on our right-hand side, the two-tier stand in the corner of the ground. Somebody put on Twitter, it was either this morning or last night, an aerial shot of the ground.
Oh,
but it might have actually been from
the castle.
From the castle roof, rather than up the other way. And it was difficult to work out where everything was.
Well, I stayed there on Saturday night, as you know. Just break off.
Bowler in. Clark turns this to square leg for, well, deep square leg. He's going to come back for 2 here.
Good running.
He moves on to 122. Durham 486 for 5.
And I did ask Marty, the guy who was on reception on Sunday morning, 'cause it was a beautiful, clear day, whether I could go up onto the ramparts and take a photograph, because I thought I could probably get a photograph of the ground. And he said, "Oh, no, you can't get up there."
Oh, you're on the list, mate. You don't get up.
Yeah, sorry, mate. So I don't know whether that was true or not, but he wasn't allowing me up on the ramparts.
This is Durham's highest score against Glamorgan, against Sussex, sorry. In comes the bowler. This is played away by Clark off towards point. So Durham's previous highest score against them came here in a win in 2009 when they made 473 for 4 and then declared. Michael Divenuto scored 254, not out, the highest score against Sussex for Durham by a batsman. And the third highest score by a Durham player. Will Smith, who's the match referee in this one, also made 101. Durham won by 9 wickets. And in an innings victory in 2022, so that was last year, this time last year, they made 459 for 7. Today it's 487 for 7. Potts plays and misses to a ball from Finn Hudson Prentice. Through to the keeper it goes. That is the end of the over.
Good delivery by Finn Hudson Prentice. Yeah, I mean, certainly if there was any threat of imminent disruption from weather, you'd have thought that Durham would be thinking pretty hard here about a declaration, but maybe the tactic is just, keep going, keep Sussex out there. Why wouldn't you get Sussex, more and more tired, longer and longer in the field, more and more to score ball pressure? I mean, they're going to need, they're trailing here by 221. That's a lot of runs before Sussex are even at parity. In comes Crocombe. Runs away from us in and bowls to Clark, who drives onto the onside. Go where it's already intended and fielded by Hudson Prentice. There is no run.
That score in 2009 was one of a number which Durham accrued as they went on to retain their title. So they won it for the first time in 2008 and then went through 2009 unbeaten to retain the title. So Will Smith making 101 in that game. He was the skipper at the time as well.
Crocombe in a game bowls to Clark, who eases that one backward of square on the offside and picks up another single as Clark. He goes to 124, 489 for 7. I was just thinking about, you were talking about Ryan Campbell. He likes to play an exciting brand of cricket, an aggressive brand of cricket. I'm just thinking about a possible declaration, whether he might think, oh, come on, we've got lead of 200, over 200, let's get out, let's get at them. Give ourselves plenty of time. We'll have to wait and see. Crocombe on his way. In and bowls, and played very stylishly by Matty Potts towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Hudson Prentice. That no run. Turn of the wrists. I'm sure Potts will be away on England duty somewhere this winter. Obviously got World Cups coming up. He won't be in that, but then Test series in India. I'm sure there's going to be Lions tours. I'm not quite sure where the Lions are going this winter.
I don't know.
Crocombe on his way again. In and bowls, and very wristily played by Potts down to fine leg. Picks up a single. He goes to 4 and Durham to 489 for 7. I'd better go in a minute, Martin, because I've got my update to do. I think
got a text off Sam. Speaking of Cambo, he's going to join you on commentary this afternoon. So there you are.
Lovely.
We'll have the Durham coach Ryan Campbell with us a bit later on.
Smashing.
No doubt after Durham have declared or are out, then.
I'll go, and I'll catch you later. Do you want a cup of tea?
Yeah, builders. No bit of milk, no sugar. Has his uses, you know. In comes. Oh, Crocombe, and that's coming hard, and Clark's looked to pull that through the leg side, and it's whacked into the thigh pad via the inside edge. Apologies if you've sent a message, because it's been so busy this morning. I haven't had a chance to look at either emails or B, tweets. So, Robbie Stoker's email, hi Marty and colleagues, referenced the Cardiff ground staff, maybe last year at New York Stadium, Rotherham United. The ground staff were from the northeast. Here comes the bowler, short, pulled by Clark. Where's that gone? That's gone out to deep square leg for 1. Cardiff were leading 1-0 when the game got abandoned, and the comical scenes of the staff pretending to try and get the water off the pitch while simultaneously laughing at the Cardiff fans. I don't think so. I saw the pictures of that ground that day, and it was a swamp. There was no way they could have played there. Bernard's emailed. He's kept it short and brief. I might be able to read this one out. End of the over. 490 for 7 then, Durham. With this game, it is defended. There wasn't a century in the Sussex first innings. We had a 51, a 58 and a 59. Durham have had 103, 103. So that was Lees and Deleda. And now Clark's on 125. So Durham have now scored 29 centuries against Sussex. Cameron Steele got 160 here in 2018. And then Alex Lees 105, Sean Dixon 186 in the opening stand of 313 in the second innings at Hove last year. This is defended by Clark off Finn Hudson-Prentice. Mentioning Cameron Bancroft earlier in the Durham win at Hove in 2019, he made 158, Ned Eckersley 118, and Alex Lees 143 in the second innings, having got a duck in the first. So Durham have 29 centuries against Sussex. Sussex have 29 centuries against Durham. Quite the thing. Pajar is the most recent 115 at Hove this year. He got 203 at Hove last year. Clark plays this ball off towards deep gully for 1. Bernard's email says day 2 summary. Yet again, Sussex almost had a foot in the door, but Durham fought back again to change the game. Now with a big lead, Sussex have an uphill battle now to stay in the game. Hopefully Durham will hope to achieve a victory sometime tomorrow, he says. One or two people thinking this game could end up over today if Sussex were to crumble. We shall see. Finn Hudson-Prentice in. It's played away safely by Potts up to mid-off. My thought is that this track looks a decent one still for batting, and I think Pajara particularly will want to try and prove a point here. And let's remember as well, Sussex only win this year is against Durham in the opening game. They've drawn the other 9. They've held on in a couple and been saved by the weather, but they've been tenacious. Stevie, the mod cricketer, has just tweeted another pic. Another cracking day at the Riverside, he says. Here comes the bowler. That's a bouncer down the leg side. So he's sitting, judging by the angle of that photograph. It's got the floodlights in there, the sunshine blazing away. He's in the corner between the health club and the pavilion.
I'll come back to say hello, Marty, because they've gone to another record before my update, so I don't know what's going on. 11:30 update seems to be more like 20 to 12, so I'll come back for a couple more minutes. Keep you company. So you don't think I've nipped off and I'm not doing anything. Which I know you wouldn't think.
One or two people looking at Baz Deleda's innings, and this is played by Pottston wide mid-off. It's stopped. He's going to get 2 runs. Cavallis was out there. He dived across and got a hand to it, but couldn't stop it. And 2 runs at the end of the over. The tree surgeons once again doing laps of the car park, looking for somewhere to park with his van and his trailer on the back.
Oh, yeah.
With his mulching machine.
You know,
he never finds anywhere to put.
Doesn't he?
He comes in, he does a circuit of that car park and leaves again.
He's a fan, is he? Or is he a...
I think he's probably going to the gym.
Oh, right, okay. You know, whenever I see those mulching machines and you see the lads who are chopping down trees and putting those branches in, I just... Oh,
you wince.
I do.
Yeah.
I just think, crumbs, I hope they know what they're doing. I'm sure they do. So what's the lead now, Marty? 227.
Yeah.
More drinks bought out. That's. I just wonder if there's some instructions coming out. You know,
coming now, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, I just wonder whether you might be right that maybe they do fancy having a half hour at Sussex before lunch. We shall see. Because Potts hasn't been in there that long, has he?
No. If they were to declare and do that, they'd need to declare by 10 to 12. 10 minutes for the change of innings. Here's Crocombe bowling to Clark. Clark flicks that one on down towards wide third man.
Well, the way they ran that first run suggested to me, Marty, they are looking to step on the accelerator even more than they have been. I mean, they've been doing it. Well, they began this morning, 4:24. So they've added exactly 70 in just over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, isn't it?
So they're now looking to go out and clay.
Better go.
Right. So builder's tea when you come back. Anyway, a few people looking at Baz Delader's score earlier on and mentioning Baz ball. Clever. See what they did there. Bit of a gimme, that one, really, isn't it? Broke him in again now. Right arm over from the Finkel end, and that is the end of Potts. Caught behind. He was pushing at that one. Leaning a long way out the line of off stump. That's probably 2 or 3 stumps across from off. So he's gone for 6. Caught by Ollie Carter. Off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. Henry Crocombe picking up some late wickets here. Just bowling that little testing line. His first wicket today involved Carter as well. So Crocombe's now taken 3 for 84. He's been going at about 5.5 runs and over. So Potts heads off. So that means we've got George Drizzell and Matt Parkinson to come in. Looks like Drizzell's heading out now. .49 for... So 14 added for that partnership. The lead is 228. No, we had 114.2 overs. So, Sussex ended up being stuck on 2 bowling points. The bonus points from this game, Sussex pick up 3, and Durham pick up a maximum of 8. Drizzell's name goes on the scoreboard. Durham leading by 228. Clark on 127. Still got 80 overs to go today, including this one. In comes Crocombe. That's turned by Drizzell too. Mid-wicket, no run there. Picked up by Jack Carson. If there's an end of an innings, you lose 2 overs for the change round of the innings, plus the over you're in. Similarly, a declaration. But 80 overs left today, plus 96 tomorrow, you see. That's an awful lot of cricket still left in this game. Crocombe, right arm over. Drizzell plays the ball safely up the field towards mid-off to Pizarro. think if Drizel's played much, actually. He played 10 first-class matches, 125 runs. Highest score, 19 for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire in 2018. This is defended. Broke him in again. It's pushed off to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Just talking to the people sitting outside, who known for some time now. I have a chat with them most mornings, and they said earlier, "Did you hear our discussion about muffins?" And I said, "No, I haven't heard your discussion about muffins." And I think hearing's possibly not the strongest point for one of them. As Finn Hudson-Prentice comes into bowl to Clark, he whips that away off his legs down towards deep square leg for one. And apparently the players were doing some stretching exercises. It must have been yesterday morning. And one of the spectators suggested they were it looked like they were in a praying position. So somebody else said, oh, well, maybe they're praying towards Iceland because that's the direction they seem to be facing in the Nordic gods. And then pointed out that the comes the bowler. This is played to the covers. Ordered out that I think this was it the symbol for Iceland, or the god for Iceland was a puffin, and they said why. The answer was why do they celebrate a muffin? In comes the bowler. This is played to square leg. In Old Norse, Faroe Islands, Icelandic and whatnot, puffins were considered reincarnations of priests, apparently, so they hold a bit of a religious thing. There we go, there's the T. You know, he's not as bad as people say. He means well. Hudson-Prentice bowls. Gone off towards mid-off from Drizel, no run there.
The best news was that Sam the Biscuit Man was there.
Oh, that's why you went up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Sam the Biscuit Man, and he did say that we sent a bourbon down for you.
Very nice, very nice.
Would you like that, or shall I have it?
Well, you can have it if you
I've had my mucky paws all over
I'll
it.
tell you what, with my throat the way it's been the last few weeks, if I start eating that, I'll be too dusty and I'll be coughing. So.
Well, I'll eat the bourbon then.
Right. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 495 for 8. He's bowling to Drizel, who's yet to get off the mark. Playing a miss. We've got some headphones here for Tim Bostock, the Durham chief exec, who's looking very summery, I have to say. He's either been on the golf course or he's about to go on the golf course. So I noticed you out in your espadrilles earlier on there, Tim.
I've not been on
deck shoes, aren't they? They're more deck shoes.
Yeah. No, I've not been on the golf course.
No. So how's it going?
Well, yeah, I'm a lot more relaxed now than I was
yesterday,
a couple of days ago. Yeah.
This is defended by Drizel, played straight back up the other end and flicked onto the stumps by the bowler. End of the over, one run from it. So Durham leading by 229. 7th time this year they've got maximum batting points. So we're looking at the stats earlier, Tim. And Durham's best year with the batting points was 2009. That was a 16-match season. They won the championship. They made 49. So they've got 45 this year with 2 games to go. Weather permitting, of course.
Very good. And I think it's probably, don't know what the criteria for batting points was back in the day, but I expect it's a little bit easier than 450 and 110.
Well, that's the other thing, definitely.
Overs,
yeah.
So
the goalposts have moved substantially, haven't they?
Yeah.
Henry Crocombe is going to carry on. It's the finger end of the ground running away from us. He's in and bowls and away firmly by Clark, and he's out. And that was a terrific diving catch. I think that's Daniel Ibrahim hit in there. It was smashed away, and the end of a wonderful innings from Graham Clark. He's made 120. I just wonder whether that might prompt a Durham declaration.
It is him, yeah.
It was cracked away, and Henry Crocombe, who really suffered yesterday, has picked up 4 wickets this morning, and Durham 495 for 8. But what a wonderful innings from Graham Clark, coming in yesterday just when Durham had lost those wickets just before the new ball was taken, and he and Baz Dalid have batted beautifully, and he's going to get a terrific ovation, and well-deserved as well, as he makes his way off the ground. That's a terrific knock.
Yeah, it's been a revelation this year, Graham, from a guy that I think played 3 first-class games in the last 3 or 4 years and ostensibly sort of buttonholed as a white ball player. Ryan Campbell, the new coach, has come in and saw something in him in Zimbabwe on a pre-season tour, and it's given him license at number 6 to sort of change the game, and he's done it. I think he's done it at least half a dozen times this year that he's come in and changed the game.
Well, that partnership, Tim, when they came together, 265 for 5, Durham still trailed by a run. The new ball was just around the corner, and we were saying, I mean, from a Sussex point of view, I was hopefully saying, well, a couple of wickets here, maybe a lead of 50-60, and Sussex are in the game. But those two have effectively batted Sussex out of the game. I mean, it's been a tremendous stand. Yeah, no, we were thinking the same thing, because I think a 50-run lead with Durham batting last on, obviously it's a dry wicket, there is a little bit of turn there. That would have been a challenge, I think. So yeah, but he's done that. He has done that consistently. Him, Baz, obviously very similar. Bryden Cars, who's not playing, but he's averaging 67 in first-class cricket, at 192 batting at number 7. Ollie Robinson's that middle order engine room, if you like, has not only consistently scored runs, but they've got them at a good rate as well. Well, they have. Now, Henry Crocombe had a miserable day yesterday, and we were discussing yesterday how he put his shoulder out of joint up here last year trying to field a ball. This morning, suddenly he's picked up 4 wickets, so his figures look half respectable now as he comes running in and bowls down the leg side. Good take by Ollie Carter. As Parkinson flicks at that one. And there is no run. 495 for 9. The lead is 200 and... Crumbs, my eyesight's bad.
29.
Thank you. Tim?
Are they new glasses, did you say?
No, I need to go get some new glasses.
Maybe try cleaning them to start with. And
Are they that bad? Do they look dirty?
They look a bit grimy.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, right, I'll do that, Martin. Crocombe with 2 flips in place. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Parkinson, who plays a miss outside of the off stump. Ball goes through to Carter. And there is no run. Martin was saying there's a really good feel around Durham. I mean, I guess, good feeling around a club comes with success, and that's certainly the case at Durham this season, Tim.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a long-term project. I mean, this is my 5th season. Obviously, we lost 2 to COVID, and it was a huge rebuild from obviously what happened a few years ago. So sort of seeing the performances this year is very, very satisfying.
Crocombe in bowls and Parkinson defends onto the onside.
But it's not happened overnight. I mean, last year was probably a real jolt, I think. Martin will agree with that. I thought last year we would be in a similar position to this year and ready to go up, to be perfectly honest. We sort of got we got almost the team together that we wanted. And we got a bunch of injuries, plus Carson, Lees and Potts were all called up for England. Which, it's hard to lose those players.
Crocombe in and bowls, and Parkinson defends. Crocombe fields of his own bowling, no run. Yes, I mean, it's always good to get players selected for England, but it's a double-edged sword.
Well, it is, and we're always very happy when they get selected. But unlike the bigger clubs who've got big squads, we've got a very small squad. So when you take out Wood and Stokes, we don't factor those guys in anyway. But we were factoring in Cars, Potts, and Lees, and Yeah, Potts and Lees were the ones really that we missed. And Cars, when he isn't called up for England, he's a little bit injury prone, Bryden.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and he beats Parkinson outside the off stump, taken by Carter. End of Henry. Crocombe's overs now bowled 17 overs, no maidens, taken 4 for 84.
What's Crocombe's best figures, by the way?
He has got a 5.
47.
Right. Okay.
Oh, no, hang on. Where are we?
It looks like you're assembling a side here, Tim. For me, I mean, obviously Sussex played Durham twice now aside. It's not just content to get promotion, which is going to happen for Durham, but also to be competitive in the First Division as well.
Yeah, well, listen, I think this is only the start, to be perfectly honest. We've got Callum Parkinson, Colin Ackerman, 2 quality players joining the squad for next season. You think you've got Coughlin and Cars aren't playing in this game. We've got potentially we can plug another overseas in there. We've only got one overseas in this, so depending on what Marcus and Ryan want to do, we may well be going for an overseas quick bowler next year to bolster our fast bowling stock. So if you plug all those in, you think that is a proper First Division squad. It's not a squad that you'd expect to be yo-yoing between the First and Second Division. So we fully intend not just to get up, fingers crossed, because it's not mathematically done yet, but we want to compete, more than compete.
Carson into the attack now, and down the track comes Mazzell. He drives the ball off the bowler, it ricochets away. He's going to get a single. There's a direct throw at the stumps from the far end of the ground to the keeper's end, but Parkinson's in there.
I think the other thing we're thinking about as well is that, I don't know if you've been following the under-19s this year, but they've obviously been playing some matches against Australia, and then they've had a development sort of 11 as well that have played some games. Well, we've got 5 Durham players in the under-19s, including the captain. So
that's Ben McKinney, yeah?
Yeah, McKinney's captain, yeah. Ross Whitfield. We've got Hayden Mustard and Daniel Hogg. It's a big bowler.
Colleen, but he's injured now.
Mitch Colleen's injured, yeah.
Next ball's pushed away to point, no run there.
Yes, but Ben McKinney, he batted very nicely down at Hove in that opening game of the season.
Yeah.
Batted at 3.
Yeah. He had a go in the white ball, didn't he? Just didn't
struggle.
Yeah, he did struggle, but it can happen particularly to a youngster. But we has got a very bright future ahead of him.
Carson in again. Oh, that nips back in sharply, which Parkinson deals with, and Parkinson will be happy to see that happening there because he'll be bowling a little bit later on. Crocombe's best figures are against Durham. It was earlier this year. He got that 4 for 47 down at Hove when Hudson Prentice got 4th
in the second innings. Yeah.
He's got 4 for 84 today. Carson, sunglasses on, bowls again, and Parkinson looks to drive at that one. He's played it one-handed. He's looking to play it through the covers. It's ended up at short mid-wicket, and nearly a catching opportunity for Pujara, but he couldn't quite get there. It was looping into the air, landed just before him. Carson once more comes in and bowls, and Parkinson plays out a short leg. In there is Tom Alsop under the hat. We were wondering that if it was within Durham's remit, whether or not they may declare around about 10 to 12 or just back on, bearing in mind it still looks like a good batting track and there's plenty of time left in the game. And the lead's only in the, 2:30?
Yeah.
Parkinson pushes to the covers and of the over. So I wasn't sure whether that would be in the offing or not, really.
Yeah, listen, I think if Clark and Delayder had hung around a little bit longer, we may have declared before lunch. It's difficult to say. I mean, obviously, Parky and Idris are not exactly scoring at a rate. I mean, there's a thought that you say, well, just get off and let's get bowling before lunch. And maybe that's in the I can't really look at the change room and see whether they're all getting changed or not. Yeah, I would say that it's possible because there aren't too many players out on the balcony, so they might be getting ready for a little burst before lunch. Because we're sort of just treading water here a little bit, aren't we?
But the last pair are in as well, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Henry Crocombe running in bowl to George Rizal, who drives, not time down the wicket, fielded by Crocombe off his own bowling. There is no run. On the first day here, Tim, we were joined by Marcus North from commentary. And perhaps I'd never met Marcus before, and I just thought how impressive it was. Marcus talking about recruitment, and I know it's a big thing they talk about it in football and cricket as well, how important it is, and how important to get the right people in the dressing room as well. I thought that was, as well as talent obviously counts, but getting the right people into the club, and he spoke very passionately about that.
Yeah, and that's always.
And it's locked by George Rizal. That's going to bring the 500 up for Durham. That's a tremendous blow over mid-on for 4 runs. He goes to 5, and the applause around the ground is for the 500, which comes up. What a way to go to that. 500 and 118 overs, so they've been going on at a good pace of Durham. Sorry to interrupt you there, Tim.
Yeah, no, you're right. And when you're putting any squad together, long term, obviously you're looking at talent, but you're looking at how high the ceiling is of certain players. And then you're looking at the culture, and culture's critical. I mean, culture's more important than strategy, I think. Any decent leader will tell you that. And it gives you that extra 20% that you just you won't get with a divided. You know how hard it is to manage a team full of egos, and I think that's one of the things. You've seen it in the football world. Spend hundreds of millions of pounds on players. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win the Premier.
It doesn't really. The applause there, because back-to-back boundaries from George Rizal. The first one was thumped down the ground over mid-on for 4.
That's the 34th time Durham have got 500 in a first-class match.
Played away through the offside. He's a man for the stats, is Martin. George Rizal goes to 9. I want to get the feeling that Durham are rather starting to rub salt into the Sussex wound here. This is a lead now 238, I think my rather bad glasses tell me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Broken in
with the
number. And Rizal pulls, or attempts to pull that one away down towards fine leg. It's Ari Cavalos who comes running in off the fine leg boundary field, gets in the throw to Ollie Carter. 1 more to the total. 505 for 9.
Yeah, the Aussies have a saying that, I can say this on radio or not, but it's, I think, given what Gillian Keegan said yesterday, I'll probably get away with it, but they have a no dickhead policy, basically. And Marcus has always, and Ryan Campbell, adhered to that. And I think we all know what he means by that. And it's really, really important.
Mike Duncan.
Get the right characters.
Mike Duncan's, a few people have tweeted, actually haven't read out a tweet, I don't think, today.
In comes Crocombe bowls, and he beats Parkinson outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run.
I'm wondering how much he's lumped on here, because he says, while I wait for my turf accountant to settle up on Durham, I will be using it for a deposit on a Mediterranean cruise. Thanks to the Durham players for a brilliant season, and let's shake up Division 1 next year. Paul Jennings wondering where this leaves Durham in terms of points required for promotion and the Championship, but it still depends on other matches, doesn't it, really?
It does. I'll have a look at those, actually, Marty, because Sussex have got a vested interest in those as well. In comes Crocombe in and bowls to Parkinson, who's beaten again outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. End of the over. Just to quickly run through those scores in the second division. Glamorgan are 23 for 1. Needing another 237 to win at New Road.
Oh, right.
That could be interesting. And Leicestershire making a bit of a mess of things down at Grace Road. They're 23 for 2, needing 145 more to beat Gloucestershire. And that is the declaration.
He wasn't out there, was he?
No, it's a deck.
It was declared 505 for 9.
Well, those scores are interesting then.
Yes, they are. And I guess, I mean, from a Sussex perspective, first of all, Tim, Sussex will be hoping, I think, that Glamorgan can beat Worcestershire, but the Worcestershire win, and they would have not 1 foot in the division. I know Durham go there next.
Yeah.
But, you feel with 5 wins, you've got a decent chance of getting promoted. As the Durham players make their way off the field, the declaration has come.
74 remaining in the day.
And Leicestershire, who will also harbour thoughts of promotion. If they could beat Gloucestershire, they come to Hove next week. And I have to say, I'm pleased to see Leicestershire having a good season, having had so many poor seasons, get to the one-day cup final.
Yeah, very good.
That's been very good indeed.
They're here last game of the season, Leicester.
Right.
So our last 2 games are Worcester and Leicester.
Yeah.
But it's certainly Sussex, irrespective of what happens here, have still got an opportunity.
Yes, they have. Sussex with 3 games to go. Yeah. Leicester and Gloucester to come to Hove. A trip to Derby sandwiched in between those, so they still have got an opportunity. But they're staring down the barrel here with Durham declaring a lead 239. Is that right, Marty?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a long, long haul for Sussex to make their way back into this game. Well, just while you're here, Tim, lots of sort of general cricket chat as well. People talking about, obviously we've had the 100 this year, and for the 3rd year, people. I was talking to someone who was at the Oval one of the games at the end and saying, oh, it seemed almost unfair, really. The Oval was packed, and which they do for the 100, and obviously all the other income that comes in through having the 100. I don't mean this to be an awkward question, but I'll ask it anyway. It's starting to create a divide, do you think, financially between the counties who are able to stage the 100 matches?
Well, there is a divide, yeah, I think, but there's a divide financially. There's no doubt about it.
For sure, yeah.
I think in terms of how the individual clubs get on, if you like, I don't think there's a divide there. The chief executives get on very.
Sorry, I meant financially.
Yeah, it's definitely a financial divide. There's no doubt about that. That the host venues for the 100 do very well financially, and of course, most of those host venues also host Test cricket as well. So if you plug that in, there's a huge divide between the haves and the have-nots, if you like. We're somewhere in the middle. We're very fortunate that we do host international cricket, and we've got good staging agreements for these next 7 years, and including a couple of years where we've got sort of double 2 men's matches, as well as some women's matches. But listen, I think the key with the 100 and the money that's coming into the game is how it's distributed. That's the key, and the decision, effectively your dividend that comes out of it. And you would argue that the likes of Durham and Sussex, they earn their dividends because they produce players for England, and good young players, and I think that's key. So I think one of the things the ECB need to look at and are looking at is the actual distribution of these funds that come into the game, and rewarding those clubs that are producing players that play for England and perform well for England, which in turn then leads to higher media rights, which in turn leads to more money in the game. So they should get a higher dividend. And I chatted to Rob about this, Rob Andrew. So I do think there's a fair old move to have a greater reward for those counties that put a lot into development. And then it comes back to some of those counties' purpose then, doesn't it, around, because some of them they're never going to host Test cricket. They're not going to be able to build big grounds.
No, and Hove would be one of those.
Exactly. So you've got to then work out and say, what's Sussex's purpose? And clearly producing, very good young players is one of those. They've always been a very competitive white ball side, Sussex. So the 100 is, yes, it has divided the game, but I think it is the game changer in terms of the finances, because it's a property that's, if you listen to the news around, it's worth £500 million if we decided to sell teams or sell the competition or do both or whatever. And those discussions are taking place at the moment. But the one thing that's for clear, the 100 is about to be monetised in a way that it's never been monetised before. So I hear all these stories about the 100 losing money. It's just a load of rubbish, to be perfectly honest, because the actual inherent value of the 100 is £500 million. So you've got to build that in. For a business that's effectively just been running for 3 years, the key is how they monetise it, what they decide to do with it, how they divide that cash up. Because if you look at the rugby model, they sold off the Premiership, CVC, private equity. They gave the rugby clubs like £30 million each or something, and they spunked it all in a couple of years on players. So that's no good, because they can't go to the well anymore on that one. So the ECB got to be very careful about. It's okay saying, right, we're going to get all this injection of cash into the game, but they've got to be very careful about how it's distributed over what period of time. And it should be money that comes to the game that should sustain the clubs who haven't got as much cash as the big guys for 10, 12, 15 years, not just give them a whole bunch of cash for them to waste effectively, which is a temptation if you're then suddenly trying to get out of the second division or whatever it might be and win things. So there's some real debates to be had there.
And in terms of the people at the helm now, Richard Thompson, Richard Gould, people who, your view there, are they people who will understand what the clubs are saying?
Well, they should do. I mean, they were involved
at Surrey.
Yeah, and Richard before that at Somerset. So I think they've got a very strong county view. An all lifeboats are shore type model. I don't think there's a question of a reduction in the county teams.
Just hold that thought for a second. I've got to do an update in the news any second now. They'll be thrown to me in a second, then we'll continue that conversation. Heavy rollers on. Sun shining here in Chester Street. And the deficit for Sussex, 239. 74 overs to go today. And they'll be getting underway again in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. And then lunch will be at 12:30. Can't remember which lunch avenue I went down today. I can't remember what the options were now. I think it was sausage and mash yesterday, wasn't it? Right, I think they're into the final item on the news before they throw to me. White butterfly fluttering around outside there. Gorgeous day, mind. Hence Tim being in his shorts and his deck shoes. Players just getting ready to come out. Here we go. Well, Durham have just declared on 505.49, so that's a lead of 239, a career best 128 for Graham Clark. He faced 188 balls. His partnership for the 6th wicket with Bas de Leede was worth 207. De Leede eventually out this morning, the delivery after he'd made it to his first century for Durham. He was out for 103. The second Durham player in the innings too. Fall for 103 after Alex Lees yesterday. Durham in a commanding position here. They've taken maximum batting points for the 7th time this season, and they have 74 overs left to bowl at Sussex today, plus all of tomorrow as they look for a maximum points win, which would more or less cement promotion. There we are. Umpires heading back out to the middle. So bowling figures, Crocombe 4 for 93, Carson 3 for 126. And that was about it from the bowler's point of view. So the umpires, Jack Shantry and Michael Goff, heading back out to the middle, soon be followed by the players as well. You can pick up where you were there, Tim, with regards to what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I think I think the two Richards I don't think they particularly want to preside over their tenure whereby there's any sort of question reduction in teams. But I think the big thorny issue is what we do with the structure and there are too many formats. Obviously, 4 formats is one too many. I think that's the challenge.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest issue. The structure of the season's unsatisfactory. I can't be thinking playing 8 rounds of Championship cricket in April and May is the way to go, and then the last 2 weeks in September.
It's normally the last month. There's 4 games in September this year for a number of the sides, just 3 for Durham though. But as long as I can remember, you've had a full month of cricket in September.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're playing the first 2 weeks in September is fine. I think you're starting to take some risk. That last week,
it's the best weather of the year.
It's the driest. But the other thing as well, which I think I'm slightly irritated at, I don't understand why you start at 10:30 in September. There will be games in these next 2 or 3 weeks. I know the weather's beautiful today, it's unusual, but those last couple of weeks in September, there will be some games whereby, and I hope it doesn't prove to be crucial, for like Sussex, Leicester, Worcester, whatever, where there'll be a team that will be 24 for 5 at 11:30. So I don't understand why we don't start at 11. We've got lights, and the umpires all around the country say, listen, we're going to start at 11, and we will, unless it's raining, we'll put the lights on, and you take your chances later on in the afternoon. I think that's much less of a risk than starting at 10:30 losing the toss, because I do think that third and the last couple of rounds of matches, I think it could be tricky.
Looks like Ben Rain is going to open the bowling. Is it you, Marty, or me?
Me, that end. Ben Rain, 51 wickets this season. Here he comes, right arm round, and he's bowling to Clark, who's opening with Haynes again. The Toms.
Well, I think from a Sussex point of view, they'd be hoping for some real defiance here. Paul Barbray said at the end of the first day, this is a 400-plus pitch, and he said 266 was well under par. I did pose the question, said, is there a bit more in it for the bowlers? And he said, no, absolutely not. It's a 400-plus pitch.
Well, these two put on 110 on day one. They were 100 for none at lunch, and then it all changed just after lunch.
It did.
So Rain has 2 slips and a gully in place here as he comes in. Right arm round, that's turned away by Clark off towards deep square leg, 4-2. Both batsmen got half centuries as well, so Haynes was the first to fall. Brilliant catch from Matt Parkinson, deep diving along the boundary to remove him off Ben Rain's bowling for 51. Then Clark belter Parkinson's first ball a few overs later, caught at first slip for 58. But then the only other batsman who got into the 50s was Allsop, who made 59. 32 from Carter, 31 from Hudson Prentice. So plenty of the Sussex higher order got themselves starts, but then didn't go on to the big figures. Rain again to Clark. He's edged it and he's put down at first slip. By Beddingham, I think it is. It's popped out of his hands. It's Jones. It was in and then it was out, and he dived across to his right to try and snatch it at the second attempt and couldn't reach it. What a dream start that would have been. Third ball. Clark on for 2. It was a fairly straightforward chance as well, really.
Very straightforward. 2 hands, nice height. Disappointing.
That's a massive let-off for Tonga. The question is, can he make Durham pay?
Rain in again. He bowls. Clark forward to that one, bat and pad. Runs up to mid-off. What a dream start that would have been for Durham.
I have to wonder when that sort of chance goes on. What do you say? I mean, he can't. I mean, he'll know it should have been taken. Scott Borthwick standing next to him. But Sussex put down a chance, didn't they? We were saying yesterday they put down Baz Dalida and he should have been caught down the leg side by Ollie Carter.
He was in the 20s, wasn't he then?
He was on 20...
7, 9?
29. 317 for 5 at the time.
Rain bowls again. Clark plays this towards short fine leg for 1. It's a leg bye, in fact. I was just about to say, we haven't seen many leg byes in this game, and then just there and then the umpire signals one. Have there been any leg byes in this match? Can't have been many.
A few emails have come in, which I'll read at towards the end of the over.
There were only 3 in the Durham innings, and only 2 in the Sussex innings.
Oh, we've seen plenty of runs. John Malone has been in touch, Martin. He says, hello, Adrian and Martin. The stream is coming through well in Bexhill-on-Sea. So well done, Tim. The stream's been very good here this week.
Good.
People have enjoyed it.
Pleased to hear that.
Oh, the tide must be out as well. In Bexhill. Next ball flicked away by Haynes out through to long leg for 1.
But it is a point, and people do get in touch and talk about the streams and how good they are. And certainly at Sussex, there's not an army of people who can do it. You know, there's a 2 or 3 guys who are working on it. I know some clubs do have a lot of people working on the streams, but they certainly seem to have improved immensely around the country this season, which is great news.
Yeah, I think it started with COVID, didn't it, really, to be honest? And the cameras that we can now buy are much better. I think most rounds have got more than 2 cameras now. The ones that are provided by the ECB for this sort of performance analysis. So it's been a fantastic addition, I think. Yeah, to be able to click on YouTube or whatever and watch a game of cricket somewhere. It doesn't rain all over the country all the time.
Well, it's certainly not raining in Bexhill-on-Sea. John says the weather is superb down south, as it is by the look of things in Durham. Any chance of rain, he says. No, there isn't, John. No. Matthew Potts is going to open up from this. The Finkel leg comes running into bowl to Pomheim, who drives elegantly into the covers. But there is no run. John goes on to say, he says that I was at Hove yesterday for the England under-19 versus Australia under-19 match 5 of the ODI series. England won the match yesterday, but lost the series 3-1 with 1 match, no result. Without mentioning any names, there are a few promising players from both teams on the way to the first team. Keep up the good work, says John. So one of those Durham lads perhaps he's referring to there. In comes Potts around the wicket bowls. Haynes is beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, McKinney got 40 odd off 27 balls under the bat, and they had the opening partnership yesterday. I think they were 100 for none off 8.3 overs or something. England, remarkable start.
Durham have lost 828 overs this season, I think, to the weather. Most of that away from home, it has to be said.
Yeah.
This is probably, despite the wetness of the season.
In comes Potts bowls, and Haynes works this one down to deep backward point. They've taken 1. They think about a second. It really isn't there. So Haynes goes to 2, and Sussex 2, 6 without loss.
Now, I hazard a guess, this has been one of the driest championship venues this year. When you see how much weather the weather affected particularly the southwest at the start of the season. Derbyshire's been badly affected as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Southwest and Midlands got the brunt of early season. It had rained itself out by the time it got over here.
Potts in bowls, let go by Clark outside of the off stump. Taken by Robinson, there is no run.
I mean, it was a fairly miserable gang winter, wasn't it? Which just seemed to drag on forever into April. But
I don't know. I was in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice too.
On the golf course again.
Potts wanders back to his mark.
I presume you take the clubs out there, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
New South Wales Golf Club.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds very nice.
Yeah.
2 slips in place. As in comes Potts around the wicket bowls, and Clark stands tall and punches that back down the track. Potts builds up his own bowling, and there is no run.
So where's that then?
Sydney.
Yeah.
La Perouse.
Near the city or out in the
It's
city?
20 minutes outside the city. It's on Botany Bay.
Right.
As you're flying into Botany Bay, on your right-hand side there.
Right.
Fantastic piece of land.
Potts wheels around. 35 on the back of his shirt. He's in and bowls. And Clark is the LBW is. Tom Clark is on his way. And the first wicket goes down. Well, Durham would have hoped when they declared before lunch they'd pick up wicket before the lunch break. And that's exactly what they've done. And that miss by Michael Jones. He'll feel a lot better now. Having dropped Tom Clark when he was on just 2. A wicket goes down, and I'm afraid Sussex's day goes from bad to worse. Clark is on his way. Potts picks up a wicket. And Sussex in some disarray. They're 5 for 1. Still needing another 234 if they're going to avoid an innings defeat.
Potts 49 wickets for the season. And the deficit 234. So just what they were looking for. He didn't add another run, did he? End of the over that as well. 5 for 1. Didn't add another run after he was dropped. I presume in Australia you don't go in the rough looking for your ball, do you?
Well, the Eastern Brown snakes and red belly black
Yeah.
are on that course. Eastern Browns are the second, I think, most poisonous snake in the world. You do see them, but they tend to steer clear, to be perfectly honest. The Eastern Browns are a bit more aggressive. Interestingly, I know the England boys love their golf, but they always go and play at New South Wales when they're in Sydney. That's their course of destination. But I was during my time over there. I was chairman of membership, and Shane Watson's member, David Warner, got in. Took him 2 years after the Cape Town one. He was about to get in. I had literally signed his form, and the Cape Town incident happened, and it sort of put on hold for a couple of years. But Pat Cummins has just joined, the Australian captain.
I bet they're all good golfers as well.
Well, Watson's very good. Warner's pretty good, actually. Not seen Cummings.
Peter Hanscom was a canny golfer, wasn't he?
I think a lot of the Aussie.
Blackwell, 2 or 3 years
Yeah,
ago?
no, he did. Yeah, no, Maxwell and those guys, they're all pretty good golfers.
Rain then begins his second over of the day, bowling to Haynes, the new batsman's Tom Alsop, but he is at the non-striker's end.
I'd imagine they'll hit the ball miles, don't they?
Well, I think that's a given. It's whether they know where it's going. No, I understand that.
I got a press pass a few years ago when the Seve Trophy was on down at Wynyard Hall.
Yeah.
And I got the pass through the European Tour, so I was able to walk the course with the players. So I joined this 4-ball. It was Podrick Harrington, Jean-Francois Remecy. As Rain comes around the wicket here, Haynes defends this. Paul McGinley was playing, and it was Jean-Francois Remecy, Thomas LeVay, because he was one of my favourite players at the time. So I was walking the course with them, and it was a par 5. So I worked out from the tee box where I would land the ball, and then added about another 50 yards, and watched them all drive the green on a par 5, and thought, just the power and the technique's unbelievable for these players.
Yeah, no, they hit the ball miles nowadays.
Rain, Lumley end to Haynes. Haynes plays this up to mid on, no run there. I mean, the technology's helped the club heads and all that kind of thing, but you know, there's games where you're playing and you're trying to work out your dog leg around a lake, and they just cut the lake out and the forest and go around the corner towards the green.
There's quite a bit of debate, though, in golf about the ball. Bringing in a championship ball, which is a professional ball, which doesn't go as far, which is causing a lot of consternation. Because the great thing about golf is that you can play on exactly the same courses that all the greats play in all the great championships, if you're lucky enough to get invited or can afford to play.
Yeah. Rain to the left-handed Haynes. Haynes forward to this one, pushes it up to mid-off, no run there. Where do you play up here?
I don't play it in the Northeast. No, I tend to go back down to Blackwell and play, but I'm a member at Royal Porthcawl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
which is a super course down in Wales, so try and get down there.
I've played Abersoch and I've played Morpeth-Nefyn, which is an absolutely incredible course.
Clifftop,
Yeah, it goes right out into the sea on this very narrow section of cliffs. Beautiful views.
Yeah, that technology is interesting because I think the bats in cricket over the years, that's the one thing, you look at cricket now compared to in the old days.
Rain to Haynes, it's a bouncer. Haynes just rocks back onto his heels and lets it go through to the keeper.
I know they've brought in some restrictions, haven't they? But they still, I mean, I'm just thinking about back when I was playing and probably when you were playing, Martin, that I mean, the sixes were, I wouldn't say they were few and far between, but even you look at the greats, Viv Richards and Botham, these guys that, really could strike the ball really well. I mean, what do you think they'd be doing with these sort of bats? They're so light as well. They get pressed, don't they? The old days of linseed oil and keeping them covered in the winter.
Standing them.
Drilling a little hole. Knocking them in.
Keeping them for 5 years and looking at them all during the winter, waiting for the day you could get outside.
Well, last year when Ben Stokes smashed all those sixes around Worcester, he had 5 different bats in that innings. He was just trying them all out.
Yeah.
In comes Rain. That's left as well, outside the line of off stump. That's the end of the over. 3 gone, 5 for 1, still trailing by 234. It was a maiden.
Talking about bats and equipment in general, I mean, cricket equipment is expensive, and one of the things that did come out of the report, the ECB report into equality in cricket, etc., was the fact of trying to make cricket accessible to particularly kids whose parents can't afford equipment, because equipment is expensive, isn't it? I certainly when I played in the village team I played for, we had a team kit, and no one had their own bat or pads. No one did.
Exactly the same.
No one had their own kit. If someone turned up with a bat, they were quite something.
Yep.
So, down in Sussex, there's a big community around trying to get, players from, I'm not saying disadvantaged backgrounds, that would be wrong, but, just trying to get everyone involved in the game. Is that the same up here in the Northeast as well?
Yeah, it is. And, we fund a lot of, our pathways are funded.
In terms of pots and bowls that go outside the off-stump.
You're right. Part of that is kit. I mean, it makes me laugh sometimes when, the report's the report in terms of, but, as you've mentioned, when I was a kid, I didn't have pads. I didn't have a bat. I didn't have gloves. We had one big kit bag.
Absolutely.
We used to share boxes.
Yeah, we did. It sounds horrible. We did as well.
And we just got on with it.
That's right.
I'm afraid, we haven't seemed to come to too much harm, have we? So
Potts again just comes in and bowls to all Soppy defends in the offside no run.
But listen, I mean, we put a lot of money into that. As you know, this is a challenging area, the Northeast socio-economically. We've got the highest number of free school meals in the country here. That's a stat. So our challenges here are very on the EDI situation are very much it's socio-economic for us, and we focus an awful lot on that. In other parts of the country, they've got different parts of that they need to focus on. It's not a one size fits all.
Yeah, sure.
The EDI agenda.
Pots in bowls and lets that go, no run.
And it's a bit frustrating for us because it appears to be like that sometimes. The amount of stuff that I've been involved with and various courses and all the rest of it, they seem to focus hugely on race and gender. And I'm afraid that doesn't work quite for us up here. So, but it's very important that each club deals with what they've got in front of them and what communities they've got in front of them and what communities they're trying to serve. My experience of the counties is that they've been doing a fantastic job for a long period of time.
What's in bowls wide of the off stump taken by Robinson, there is no run. Because I'm sure there is, a huge amount of talent around, maybe with, young people and kids, you just can't get access to the game. I mean, I'd love to, perhaps that's, and perhaps that will. I just think from the point of view of kit, particularly you were saying about kit, we had the bag of kit. It was the skipper's job to take the kit to the game. Because none of us had any kit. If the skipper forgot the kit.
I was playing in school cricket in the 80s, and in our school kit bag, we still had those rubber spikes.
Yeah.
Pimples.
In bowls, let go by all
What were they called?
Thank you, by Robinson.
Little pimple gloves, you know,
with the green.
Yeah, green pimples.
And the sort of open palms.
I'm sure they were no good whatsoever.
No, probably not. And it was was it composition ball as well?
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff in that cricket bag at Whitburn probably dated back to the 60s.
Yeah.
See, the clubs have got an enormous role, and I think this is the strength of North East cricket, if you like, and why we seem to produce a lot of good young players. They come through our club system.
Yeah, well, that's terrific. That's really good.
We can't rely on private schools.
In comes Potts and Bowles, also his forward plays down the onside of the
Of course, the talented kids get into and they're playing really competitive club cricket up here, and therefore they're playing with adults. If they're any good, a lot of them are in the first team at 14, 15, so they're almost ready to play pro cricket when they're 17, which is much more beneficial than playing in, private school first 11. I had challenges when I was at school. I didn't want to play first 11 cricket for 15, 16, 17, 18. I wanted to play for my club side, Widnes at the time, on a Saturday, because we were playing against adults. It was just better standard.
Yeah.
Of course, I had to play for the school. So we don't have that issue here because obviously cricket's not played in state schools.
It's not played at all anymore.
Hardly. I can't think of a state school. I mean, Martin, they haven't played cricket in state schools for well over 20 odd years.
Yeah.
So this is not a recent. It's not a recent phenomenon.
Rain starts a new over, bowling to Haynes. This is played to short extra cover to Clark. The last 2 overs have been made, and so Sussex bogged down here on 5 for 1 since losing Clark at the end of the second over. They haven't scored a run since then.
And it helps as well, Tim, when in the shop window when your county side is doing well as well.
Yeah, and you can see the players coming through. The Stokeses and the Wood and these guys, Scotty Borthwick, these sort of guys. They were inspired by Collingwood and Harmison. But all these young kids we've got coming through now have been inspired by Wood and Stokes. Genuine superstars.
Yeah.
Much higher profile in many ways.
Who whacked Haynes
because of the World Cup and all those amazing events. So the kids that are playing now, some of those under 19, the 5 guys that we've got in the under 19 squad are only 17, 18. You go back, when they were 11, 12, started really getting into cricket. Well, Wood and Stokes were the heroes. So you can see how the whole thing mushrooms. And that's why it's important to have heroes.
Sure.
and have exciting test matches and exciting cricket and win World Cups, because it inspires the next generation.
Rain to Haynes again. It's played up to mid-on, no run there. Then the Stranglers were wondering what had happened to all the heroes, weren't they? Maybe they were a bit premature.
Showing your age, Martin.
Yeah. Well, Baz Warren, who's the lead singer of the Stranglers, is from Sunderland.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah. So he used to come in the Harbour View a few years ago.
Yeah.
He's probably busy on his travels all the time these days. Good spell of pressure this from Durham, and Sussex just trying to see their way through to lunch, which you would imagine will be at the end of this over. Rain right arm over now to Haynes, and he plays and misses, and that's the 4th ball of the over. The second one, he tried to cut a ball that was leaving him and nearly flipped that to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, it's an area where Tom Haynes is strong, but it's often his downfall as well. His favourite shot will be that sort of touch shot, back foot drive through point, but Tom gets out a lot caught in the slip cordon as well.
My computer telling me the temperature currently 21, nearing the record for the 5th of September in Chesley Street, as that one goes through to the keeper as well.
Just to say, Glamorgan 37 for 4 now. At New Road, so very much looks as if Worcestershire, they still need another 223 to win. So it looks like Worcestershire are going to win their 5th match.
Sounds like an interesting wicket at New Road.
Yeah.
They only got 4 bonus points though, didn't they, Worcestershire, in that one?
They did. Yes, they did.
So
one batting
in this, so they've increased their lead to
also come out of this with 20 points.
4 more. Rain in, and that's gone off down towards deep backward point for 1.
One more over, I think.
Yeah, they're going to squeeze 1 more in. The other issue is, of course, Durham don't play next week, so just the 1 run off that over. So 6 for 1, trailing by 2-3-3. So the league table could well look significantly different come the time that Durham go to Worcester in 2 weeks' time. New to Worcester play next week.
I think Worcester have a week off.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
they do.
Oh, yes, they have.
Yeah,
they played the same as Durham.
They have. As of Glamorgan. It's only Sussex and Leicester got 4 games. Did you spot last night, by the way, that the close of play last night, Leicester were 5 behind and the over rate, which technically is 5 points deducted.
Right, well, that's interesting.
And they wouldn't have caught that up this morning looking at the scores. So it's whether or not they get done for the full 5 points, or whether, there are some mitigants. I can't think what a mitigant would be, but they certainly will be facing a points deduction, Leicester.
Lost balls, Wasps.
Yeah, but let's just say it goes down to 3, and I think they can only get 19 points if they win Leicester. So if they were deducted 5 points, they'd only get 14 points.
Yeah.
And if this is a drawn game, for argument's sake, we get 13 points out of this. So I just feel that slow over rate penalty is way too penal. Way too penal.
In comes Potts around the wicket bowls, and Haynes is forward punching to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, at one point yesterday, Sussex were -4, and it felt a lot worse than that. And then in the afternoon, they had the spinners on. Suddenly, they were +2.
They caught us up, didn't they?
Yeah.
What would you like to see, Tim, as a punishment for slow over rates? Because it is a bit of a bugbear. I don't see where you can't bowl between 14 and 16 overs an hour in county cricket, to be honest.
I agree with that. I just think that the penalties are too severe. I think 1 point per over.
Here comes Potts bowls, and the ball loops over through to keeper Robinson.
Especially when you can be fined more for a fat bat.
Yeah, well, exactly. So even if it was half a point an over, for argument's sake, so if you're 4 overs down, it's 2 points, or a quarter, whatever it might be. But the other crazy thing about it is as well that if you haven't completed your second innings, we had an instance the other year, we played Warwickshire. We got rained off the last day and a half. We didn't even bowl in the second innings. We were 2 points behind on the first innings, and were deducted 2 points. Right. It's just ridiculous. So if you don't complete your second innings, you haven't got time to catch up.
Oh, there was the Worcestershire game here this year. They won in 3 and a bit days.
Correct.
Lost a point.
And we lost a point as well. Yeah, so that's
played into the offside, and a single taken.
Yeah, the sort of things that drive you mad, to be perfectly honest.
I wonder what the scorecard for that Leicestershire match is now. Then let's have a look.
They look to be have recovered a little, Leicestershire. Let's go to 7 for 1. Apologies that they'd lost a couple of early wickets. But it looks like they're reasonably on course to win. They're 62 for 2, need another 106 to win.
Can't see where it says over right on there.
Potts runs away from us. 2 balls to go until lunch. Around the wicket, in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who sways out of the way. The ball goes through to Robinson, and there is no run. We were extolling the virtues of Ollie Robinson here with Marcus North, and I have to say, when coming from a neighbouring county down south, that was some capture. Bringing Ollie Robinson here.
Absolutely, yeah. We got lucky in some ways because he came on loan for the Blast, and he had a release clause in his contract with Kent. If he didn't play half the Blast games last year, he could trigger a release clause, which he did, and he enjoyed it up here at the time up here. And
well, he's a terrific keeper, best keeper I've seen at home this season. In comes Potts bowls, and also works out rather uncertainly onto the leg side. He picks up a single off the last ball before lunch.
You've got a 12:30.
I have. I need to go.
All right. Bet you've missed it now.
But I have.
Right, well, there you go. That is lunch. So we'll be back in 40 minutes. An excellent morning from a Durham point of view. They rattled along with the bat. They finished on 505 for 9 declared after 119 overs, a lead of 239. Centuries for Graham Clark, a free best 128 for him, 103 for Baz the leader, and 103 for Alex Lees yesterday. 56 for Scott Borthwick, 67 for Ollie Robinson, and a substantial lead. And at lunch, Sussex 8-4-1 and trailed by 231 with 68 overs left to go in the day. We'll leave it there. Our thanks to Tim Bostock, the Durham Chief Exec. I gather Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, is going to come and join us a little bit later on this afternoon as well. So we look forward to that. We'll see you in 40 minutes.
nicest weeks weather-wise I've known in cricket.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalizing selection of global flavors. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border, wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think the home of cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity,
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
I don't post pictures of food on socials. I was wondering where you were going with that. It was pie today. It was a nice sort of chicken and ham pie. Bit of gravy, bit of mash. So yeah, just filled a hole. Durham, by the way, are well in control in this match. Made 505 for 9, then declared. So first innings lead of 239. Career best 128 for Graham Clark, and Baz the leader made 103, his best for Durham as well. So their partnership 207 for the 6th wicket. That Durham then reduced Sussex to 5-for-1 after Tom Clark was out for 2 at the end of the 2nd over. So at lunch, they are 8-for-1, so they trail by 231. Could this be over today? One wonders. It'd be good if it did happen, but on the Scran front, I would miss out on a free lunch tomorrow, which would be a bit of a downer. I don't eat cake. I think somebody brought a cake to the press box once, which I took a photograph of, but I don't eat cake, so. If it had been a Mars bar or something, I might have eaten that, but in fact, somebody says they've got a muffin for me downstairs, so I might nip down there and grab that. Yeah. Yeah. Play to resume then. Tom Alsop on 1 is on strike. At the other end, Tom Haynes on 4. They've brought a silly mid-on in place here. Graham Clark standing right in his eye line as Ben Rain comes round the wicket from the Lumley end to start this afternoon session on day 3 here in beautiful sunshine in Chesley Street. And Haynes is going to get, Alsop's going to get 3 runs there. So that takes Sussex on to 11. They were 8 for 1 at lunch, trailing by 231 after Tom Clark was out for 2. LBW to Matt Potts at the end of the second over. He was dropped, I think, 4th ball in the first over off the bowling of Ben Rain by Michael Jones at first slip when he was on 2, but he didn't get another run. And Sussex have got their work cut out. 68 overs to go in the day when this session began. Here is Rain. Comes in and bowls, and this is played away by Haynes up to mid-on. So both batsmen have 4 runs. I've been doing the maths, so it looks like Worcestershire are going to win their game against Glamorgan. So they'll take 20 points from that match. So that will put them on 1-5-4. So if they were to hammer Durham in their next game in 2 weeks' time and take maximum points out of that, then win their final game and take maximum points, they would finish on 202. Leicestershire look like they're going to win today. So with the points they could still accrue, because they've got 3 games to go after this, they could finish on 202 points as well. Rain bowls here, that's driven by Haynes out through the covers. A Durham victory here would put Sussex out the picture. Glamorgan are going to disappear out of the picture as well, and you'd think. So Durham, with 24 points from a win from this, would put them on 198. So bearing in mind the other 2 could still get 202. It's not technically done. Equally, Durham still have another 48 points to play for after this game. So they could end up on 246 if they were to get maximum points out of the next 2 matches, providing they got them in this one as well. This is played to short mid-wicket. So a win at Worcester would put Worcestershire out of the title chase. And may keep things interesting in terms of what Leicestershire can do. But I don't think we're done and dusted this week, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
I think you needed Worcestershire to lose, certainly.
Well, certainly everyone going for the second place. I mean, Durham are going to win the division, and quite rightly so, they're the best team. Everyone else would have been hoping Glamorgan would win this week. But Worcestershire got 2 difficult games. They've got to play you guys at New Road yet.
Rain comes in and bowls. And that's defended by Alsop and off stump.
And I think their last game of the season, I think it might be against Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's not difficult.
Who
do they play? Yorkshire against Worcestershire in Leeds, yeah. Well, it'll be raining in Leeds anyway by then.
Well,
too far south.
So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, from a Sussex point of view, I mean, they're not going to win here. The most they can get out of here is 8 points if they were to draw, and that looks a long way off.
Rain bowls through to the keeper. Well, it does and it doesn't, in that this looks like a decent batting track still, and Sussex have shown some temperament and steel. And while they've only won the 1 game this season, they've drawn 9 in a row. So there's some grit and determination there.
They have. They showed grit and determination down at Glamorgan when the last wicket pair held out for 21 overs to draw. But I would say 2 of those draws are games they would have lost. They would have lost both games to Yorkshire if it hadn't rained. Conversely, they would have beaten Worcestershire at New Road had it not rained. And they might well have beaten Leicestershire at Grace Road, but we lost a day to rain there as well. And then a couple of really good drawn games down at Hove against Worcestershire and Derbyshire, where there were run chases and they were thrilling games. Here goes Matthew Potts running around the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Haynes, who pulls the ball away over mid-wicket for 4 runs.
There's absolutely acres of space for him to aim for there. There's nobody out there at all.
No.
Lees was in it short mid-wicket, and then that's it.
I'm going to make the ridiculous comment of the day. Looking at these people outside, Marty, shorts and sun hat, I'm sitting here and I'm cold.
Yeah.
In here.
And I've put a jumper on.
Well, I'm going to have to put a jumper on.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I put my jumper on at lunch.
What are we doing?
I know. We've got the window open to try and get the warm air from out there in here, but it's not working. The aircon's off.
We're the only people, probably in the northeast of England, who've got jumpers on today.
Yeah.
In comes Potts. You won't have liked that being hit before. Bowls to Haynes, who drives firmly through the covers. More runs here for Tom Haynes. He's going to get at least one. And that's all he'll get as the ball is fielded out in the outfield by George Brazell.
Do you know, my colleagues think that my summer's basically a long holiday, sitting in a van chair, sunbathing.
Oh, I know. Tell me about it.
Drinking gin and tonics in my linens, being fanned,
Yeah.
And I bet they see more of the sun during the day, during the summer, than we ever do. Locked in here, it's like, no wonder I feel like I've got seasonally adjusted disorder come the end of September every year.
Potts around the wickets, bowls, and he meets also up outside the off-stump. Good delivery, a lifting delivery. There is no run. My wife often says to me when I'm, when we go to football in the winter, I say, we're always sitting outside.
Yeah.
So I'm going off with my long johns and 100 coats and freezing cold. When you should be inside, really. In cricket season, when you think you'd be outside, we're all inside. So it's kind of the wrong way round, really.
Been outside a couple of times at Arundel, haven't we?
That's lovely. That's nice. In comes Potts, bowls, and played down the track, fielded by Potts. There is no run. Yeah, a couple of places, other places outside at Tunbridge Wells when you play Kent.
Yeah,
that's outside.
Oh, then we were in the. There used to be a press box in the eaves of the pavilion when we were there.
No, I was out on the.
Mind you, that was pre-commentary days. It's 2000 since I was last there.
It was really hot actually, and we were quite glad when the sun went round the back of the pavilion. Potts again. In and bowls, all stop defends to mid-on. There is no run. So,
in a marquee at Sedbergh.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Marquee at Liverpool at Aigburth.
Not been there. We were in a marquee at Beckenham for the first one-day cup game at Kent 2 years ago, and it was unbelievably hot. We were melting. And then last year at Taunton in a heat wave under a gazebo. And it was too hot to sit in the portable unit they had for us.
And you can't see.
No.
In comes Potts and bowls. Allsop defends. Potts puts down his left hand to field. End of the over. 5 off of the over. Sussex 17 for 1 with Haynes on 10. Allsop on 3. The important statistic is the figure at the bottom right of the scoreboard, which says 222, which are the runs that Sussex need to make Durham bat again.
When we were at Southport in 2016, it was a heat wave. It was July, and we were on the steps of the pavilion, of the tennis pavilion, and there was no shelter on our side of the ground, and we were burning. And I was trying to sit there with an umbrella up, but there were too many people sitting in the room behind us, including the match referee and 1 or 2 others who were officials who said they couldn't see, so we couldn't protect ourselves from the direct sun. So it's basically a long-sleeved thin shirt and a baseball cap as rain starts anew over here. And halfway through one of the days, all of the equipment just got too hot, and the iPads and everything else started to switch themselves off because it was too hot. We had to try and find some empty boxes to cover the commentary kit and the other bits of kit because they were overheating. Yeah, on the other side of the ground, they had these huge beech trees, and the majority of the spectators were hidden away under there, and it was lovely and cool under there. It's a bit like that huge tree at the side of at Arundel, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. They do. Yeah.
Raining again, and this is played up to mid-on.
Actually, the wind has just got up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I just shut that window, Marty?
Can do. Complaining of the cold, he's going to be jumping in a Lido with a dog next week. 2 dogs. In his Speedos. Be like one of those cross-channel swimmers covered in goose fat. Rain in. This is played up to mid-off, no run.
That's a horrible thought, isn't it?
What, goose fat?
No, me, Speedos.
Do you know, we were in Paris last week and watched a documentary about the Eiffel Tower a year or 2 ago, probably longer. But they've got these huge rams which provide the power for the lift system and all that. And do you know what they use to keep them sort of oiled effectively?
You're going to tell me it's some horrible animal fat.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And they've done it since it was built.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I think that was the 1880s. Rain with a bouncer, which Haynes ducks out of. So they get buckets of, I think it was lamb fat. And you've got these huge ram arms, and they have these huge brushes, and they dip the brushes in the lamb fat and smear it on. You'd think they'd have come up with a better system by now, and indeed, since I watched the documentary, maybe they have. But...
I saw some good engineering last week, Martin. I went up and had a walk around Tower Bridge. You can walk across.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It is really good.
Really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Rain in. This is pushed away to wide mid-on for one run. Yes, 1 run for Haynes. Yeah, if you're looking at Tower Bridge, so you've got the road deck, and then above it you've got these long sort of sections which link one tower to the other.
Yes, that's right.
But you can actually they're huge. You don't appreciate this when you're looking at it, but they're huge, and there's a museum inside there.
There is. The you can walk up the stairs up to the top, and you walk up and down the pathways and look down the Thames either way.
Yeah,
it's
and you see the boats coming under you on the last floor as well.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, and that's clipped off down towards third man, and it's heading towards the boundary at speed, and that is 4 runs right in front of the pavilion steps. So Allsop ending that over with the boundary, which takes him to 8, and Sussex 22 for 1. They trail by 217. We went up there a few years ago, the kids during a half term or something like that, and that is one of the best museums I've been in. It was really interesting. And then after you've finished up there, you go down to the
to the engine room.
Engine room.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So they've got those big hydraulic arms as well.
It was amazing. I mean, I know nothing about engineering, but enough. It was immaculately clean. You can imagine how it all used to work, Marty.
And still does.
Yeah, it was a really interesting little tour we had. Matthew Potts running away from us to bowl to Tom Haynes. Haynes pulls on to the leg side. Doesn't time that at all. He gets a single onto the leg side to the fielder coming in from deep square. Haynes goes to 12 and Sussex to 23 for 1. No, it was good. Was the glass floor in place when you were out there? Yeah. Okay. So people sort of lying on the glass floor and having photographs taken, and
it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago when we went there, because the little one was still in a pram.
Okay. Would you do that? Stand on the glass floor? You don't mind that?
I've stood on the glass floor in the tower in Toronto.
Oh, that's a long way up.
Yeah.
In comes Potts bowls. Also lets that go through to Robinson, and there is no run.
When you're looking down and you're at that height, it does fool your brain, because your brain can't take in all the angle.
There is a glass floor as well in the Spinnaker Tower in Portsmouth, which is that. Yeah, that's people abseiled down there. Have you done that? I'm not too keen on that.
I've abseiled, but not off the Spinnaker Tower. I've not been to the Spinnaker Tower.
Right, but you've abseiled.
Oh yeah,
right,
a few times. Yeah, it's quite fun actually.
In comes Potts around the wicket, bowls, and up on his toes is Allsop. He plays that to mid-off, a well-judged single actually by Tom Allsop, fielded at mid-off by
Delay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got his number here.
I've went on a college trip to the lakes years ago, so 1988. We had a long weekend around Bassenthwaite Lake, and we went rock climbing one morning. And you climb up this escarpment, and you actually come out above the tree line, and you can see all the lakes in front of you. Fantastic. And then abseil back down. That was lovely, that.
In comes Potts bowls. Oh, he bowls him. What a delivery that is. Tom Haynes is on his way. He's had his leg stump knocked out of the ground. What a delivery that is. I was saying earlier on today, Martin, how, talking to someone last night saying how Matthew Potts just keeps on coming and coming. He gives you no rest.
Hang on.
It's a terrific delivery.
49 for the season.
Right up in the block hole. And he knocks out Tom Haynes' leg stump. And that's a massive blow as far as Sussex are concerned. 24 for 2. Pujara will be the next man in. And if Sussex are going to take this into a fourth day, a lot is depending on this man. If Pujara gets out cheaply...
Oh, that's 50 for the season.
We might be going home. Yes, I said in my lunchtime report that I thought Matthew Potts was 49.
That's 50 for the season. Yeah, because he's got both wickets in this. Yeah. Well, Matthew Potts, 50 wickets for the season.
Yeah, and what a way to get it as well. Wow, that was a good delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah. Splat is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. So Potts picks up his second. Interesting at lunchtime, Martin, I was speaking to very nice chap, the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, we were talking about scoring or what you have to do, and Graham was explaining how they have as the sheet that they score on manually as well as the computer system. And you made the point, often not often, but if the computer system goes down, you have to have a backup. And I'll tell you what, increased admiration for Graham and Will and all the scorers around the county circuit, because you really have got to concentrate and make, all the, obviously the computer side to do, the manual side to do. I guess it's all got to tally up as well, and then they've got to work out over rates and goodness knows what. So there's a lot to do. So it was a very interesting little chat I had. So I'm sure they're busily just saying now who's got out, how they were out, who the new player it is, and so lots goes on in the score box. And well done to all the scorers. Now, if Sussex are going to get out this hole, and it looks increasingly unlikely, this is the man. If Pujara gets out cheaply, I rather fear for Sussex. In comes Potts, bowls. Oh, it's on the pad. Oh, crumbs that. I'll tell you what, he's got his tail up here, Matty Potts, hasn't he? He really has. He's racing in. Pujara comes down, does a little bit of gardening. This is going to be a torrid little session for Sussex. Umpire Jack Chantry's just having a word at Matty Potts.
I can't work out which stump that took there.
I thought it took his leg. I may be wrong.
I know you said that, but it's...
only because there seem to be 2 stumps remaining.
Yeah, I think it is leg, yeah.
Potts over the wicket, in and bowls to Pujara, who's forward defensively facing to the offside. There is no run. What an over that is from Matthew Potts. That's why he's an international cricketer. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Sussex are 24 for 2. Whilst on the subject of umpires, Marty, I was reading an article in the Times.
Oh, look at you.
I know. Well, what I do...
I thought you were just a village.
Yeah, I am. But I do get the Times online just during the cricket season, because there's some interesting articles in there. And reading one about these sort of body cameras that the umpires are wearing now.
Been wearing them for a while.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. And it sends all this information back.
Not so much for who says what. And
no, it's for the bowlers.
Ball tracking.
Yes, it is, yeah. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, it's been going on this year.
Yeah, first I'd known of it.
Ben Rain starting you over here, bowling to...
times.
Oh, you frightened me there.
Sorry, Marty.
She wouldn't do that. I'm thinking. Anyway, it's coming up to 1:30, not 2 o'clock. Scared the living bit Jeezy's out of me there. Where are we? I'm trying to look through my. Ben Rain comes round the wicket and bowls. This is played by Allsop to mid-on, no run there. So Matty Potts last year, 78 wickets. And this year, he's got 50. Rain round the wicket here, coming in a ball to Allsop, who's on 9. 24 for 2. No ball signalled by Jack Chantry. That moves the score on to 26 for 2. Scoreboard had to backfire there, or backpedal, because it had added a dot, and now it's taken the dot away and put the 2 NB on. 215 behind when that wicket fell. Rain balls Allsop. Looks to turn that through the leg sided. An inside edge under the pad, and it loops up short towards short leg wicket. And short square leg wicket. What am I about? Short square leg. Dot ball. Rain in. Allsop forward and defends. Ben Rain is the leading wicket taker in the country on 51. Took 3 for 57 in the first innings. Balls here, Allsop plays that up to mid-on. Potts took 2 for 49. Potts has now got 2 for 10. Last ball of the 11th over. Rain round the wicket from the Lumley end. Balls Allsop's forward to that one. It's a dot ball, end of the over. So other than the no ball, he didn't concede a run, and 26 for 2 the score. Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, joins us now. Just, you going to put the lottery numbers on, Ryan? Or?
Hello, Marty. How you doing?
What do you reckon? Going well, isn't it?
Well, the sun is shining and hanging out in paradise, really. Good game of cricket going on, which is always nice to see. But I think our lads have played really, really good cricket. We've been tested at times on day one when they were number 110, and then I reckon in our batting innings there was a couple of points where lose a wicket or two there, Sussex are right back in the game. So it's been very, very good.
Yes, Potts from the Finkerland. The first ball of the new over to Pujara. It's a dot ball played to mid-wicket. Potts has just got the 50 wickets in the season for the second year in a row. Ben Rain's got 51. So you've got the two leading wicket takers in the division. You've got the leading run maker in the division in Alex Lees. 7 times you've got maximum batting points this year as well. So,
yeah. Well, keep going, Marty. It sounds like we're a pretty good team.
Potts in again. That stays low. Turned away by Pujara. Down towards long leg 4-2. Rizal's down there. Back to the keeper. We were wondering sort of whether there would be a declaration or not this morning, and then I think that a couple of wickets came and that possibly made your mind up for you, didn't it?
Oh, I think there was always going to be a declaration, to be honest. The way we like to go about it, we want to always take the positive step, and there's one train of thought you can just keep grinding them into the dirt, but
Potts bowls. That's gone away past Gully down towards third man. It's being chased by Parkinson. We'll get 2 here, Pujara.
But at the end of the day, I think I would rather us have more time in the game, which meant if you declare before lunch and then Potts can steam in and Rain can steam in for 20 or 30 minutes and then come back again afterwards, and no batter really wants to bat for 20 minutes. There's not a lot to gain from it. So at the end of the day, and again, we lost those couple of wickets, so it was probably an easier decision in the end, but I would have thought we'd always be declaring.
Potts to Pujara. Again, he finds long leg. 1 run there. Drizel Fields with his back to the stand on the Castle side of the ground. 2 balls left of the over.
Just going back to your original point though, Marty, I think, there's obviously a lot of cricket still left in the season, but I think the point of difference with us compared to the opposition teams, I think our bowling has just been so on song consistently. I know people are talking about our batting, but I think Potts and Rain and Cars.
Penultimate ball of the over is defended here by Allsop, played up to Beddingham at mid-off.
There hasn't been too often where there's been periods of a game of cricket where we've been so dominated by a batter and you think, well, we're not going to get a wicket here. I just felt that, and then delayed has come into the team, and we've had, our overseas pros at times with the spinners have done well. So, yeah, I think our bowling has been a real point of difference.
Last ball of the over. It's a bouncer down the leg side, which the keeper does well to get across to and takes one-handed. End of the over. 31 for 2. 5 runs from the over. So 62 to go today. The deficit 208.
And of course, when you look at our batting, it's been led wonderfully well by Alex Lees. And I said this to you before the game that, Alex wants to play cricket for England, and no one's going to say, "Oh, gee, that's bad, Alex. Gee, I wish you didn't want to play for England." We're encouraging him to do everything he can to get selected, and the only thing a batter can do is just continue to stack up the runs. And we happen to be the beneficiary that he's been outstanding, and blokes have just basically got in his slipstream and come along for the ride. So it hasn't been a one horse show, so to speak. When you look at a guy like Graham Clark, who has made his runs always under pressure almost when he's come in. If you look at his hundreds, there's, again, times in those games where we could have gone either way, and he's had good partnerships. And, Ollie Robson, not only has he scored a lot of runs, but how fast he scores puts pressure on opposition. So, yeah, it's been really exciting, to be honest, to watch the batters go, and then, someone like a Buster later pops up at number 7, and we saw that early with Bryden Cars popping up at number 7 and making 100 as well. So, so far, so extremely proud of this group, and hopefully, with only 2.5 games to go, things can get put in its place, and we can celebrate promotion to the First Division.
Well, it's going to be Ben Rain who's going. Good to see you again, Ryan. Doesn't see you. It doesn't seem like 4 or 5 months ago we were down at Hove and you came and did a stint in the comedy. Yeah. So it's great to see you. And well done, Durham. The best team in the division by a country mile, and we'll talk about that. Talk about Matthew Potts. I'm really interested in what you say there about how good the Durham bowlers are big. Because it sounds a simple thing today to say, but you've got to take 20 wickets to win a game of cricket. And Sussex haven't done that consistently over the last 2 or 3 years, but Durham are doing it. In comes Rain over the wicket bowls to Pajara, who plays that. I just hesitated because I thought he'd nick that. Momentarily goes into the covers, no run.
Now,
sorry.
You can call it whatever you want. England call it Bazball, which is, I think is a bit of a cult sort of following at the moment. Yeah. And they've done it to a point where it's been absolutely tremendous. But the facts are they do it like that because they know that they need to take 20 wickets to win a test match, and they need as much time as possible. And this is no disrespect to the English test bowling outfit, but there are times where you think, where are they going to get a wicket here? They don't have a spinner with Leach injured, and you think, how are they going to go about it? But they get given time to take those wickets.
In comes Rain, bowls to Pajara, who plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
And, when I came here, I was very bullish about what we were going to do. And that's the way I was brought up is you want to win a game, you got to take 20 wickets. I hated the whole, and this, please don't take this the wrong way for English cricket, because I love English county cricket, but I watched so much of it where one team makes 700, don't declare, just keep going and going. And then that only gives you one way to win a game. And if you don't bowl a team out on that the first innings, you're almost got no chance. Right. Whereas I just felt if we could go, okay, if we can get in front of the game, we scored 400 off our 96 overs or 424 whereas on the same day Sussex only made 266. It's not that we face any more overs, but suddenly we're 150 runs in a bunch, which gives us now an extra 30 overs to bowl. So, but to do that, the point of difference has been Potts and Cars in particular have ball speed, which I think in the English county game we can always talk about the Ben Rain types, and I reckon every team has one, if not two, of those. But if you don't have ball speed to come on when wickets are flat and really give batters a bit of the hurry up, it can get very pedestrian very quickly.
In comes Ben Rain around the wicket bowls to Tom Alsop, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no.
And that's why, again, I'm not the opposition, but that's why I was so pleased that Crocombe ended up with 4 wickets today, because he's probably one kid that does run in and try and bowl as fast as he can. No disrespect to Cavallis, he's a good young bowler, but I look at him at times and think, how are we going to get him to bowl faster? And again, I know I'm Australian, but I have got. I'm involved in the county game now, and my job is to produce English players. And, when I look at our youngsters coming through, Daniel Hogg, who's now at the 19s, I think ball speed is still important. It's really, really important if you're going to go to that next level.
Rain bowls also depends into the offside. There is no run.
And we know you can't be Mark Wood. No one's going to. You only get one of an Archer, a Wood, a Brett Lee. That's extreme fast bowling, but those guys, the next generation, which Australia are very good at, they bowl 140, 145 kilometres an hour, but then they have skills. They swing it, they seam it, they do something. So it's not just about out and out, you got to bowl fast. So that's where I think there's too many youngsters in the English game that I think are just reliant on the duke ball that tries to nibble it around, and they don't try and bowl fast enough.
Rain in bowls, Alsop works that one around to the leg side. Good bit of fielding in there at mid-wicket. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 32 for 2. Alsop on 9, Pujara on 6.
And I know everyone's different, and the youngsters coming through, they'll get there. I think it's, to be honest, why the ECB have tried using a Kookaburra ball in some of the games, because maybe people have become a bit too reliant on the duke ball swinging around. But the English game, obviously, as counties, we're trying to win games. But in the side view, you also got to have a look at, okay, what are you going to do to play for England? What is Matthew Potts? How is he going to play for England? And that's by bowling really good pace all day long, good areas, trying to nip it around a little bit. But if he bowls, and again, this is noticed because people are going to probably ring and say, well, Ollie Robson only bowls 125. I think at times, as we saw against Australia, I thought he bowled too slow, to be honest. And you thought to yourself, how's this guy going to get a wicket on a flat wicket? And again, England want to play on flat wickets, remember? They're the ones who want to make runs at fast pace. So there's all those conundrums. And don't get me wrong, they're very skillful bowlers. But I think you can only have one of those in your team.
Well, in fact, there is a change of bowling. Matt Potts is coming out of the attack and Matt Parkinson is coming in. Someone said to me last night about Matt Potts, he just keeps on coming. And he's bowling quick on a pitch that isn't giving him a lot of help, Ryan.
And that's the beauty of him. And, we've had very good conversations with Matthew this year.
Bit of spin then from Parkinson, who took 4 wickets for 58 on day 1. By the way, Potts 2 for 49 in the first innings, and he's now he's gone off the scoreboard. He's got 2 today anyway. So he started the match with 146 wickets for Durham. So he's reached the 150 mark for them. This is defended. And on top of that, Useless Durham Stats have tweeted, they've been quiet for a few days, to say that with the dismissal of Tom Haynes, Matt Potts has now got 13 Toms out so far.
That's brilliant.
In comes Parkinson again.
But then, to talk about Matthew Potts, we've had some conversations with Matthew this year. Again, there's another one who wants to play for England, and to play for England, to get selected, obviously, you got to take wickets. And so he's probably hunted a little bit more this year instead of just sticking into his rhythm and trusting what he's doing, where he's tried to probably blow a few front pads off a bit too often. But again, he's got his rewards, and when he bowls well, we know that. But the interesting thing is that I'm not sure if the guys and people watching this video realise, but we have GPS on all of our players, and some of the information that spits out, it's not just about where they are on the ground, of course, but it gives us how much the impact of when they're bowling, how much degrees in their twist and their trunks and all this sort of stuff. And basically it spits out an intensity factor, a number. And for Matthew Potts, he was actually 17% down on last year on a consistent sort of line. So we could show him that information and talk through it, and and then he gives us feedback of where we're going. And again,
Parkinson bowls, and this is cut away by Allsop out towards the cover boundaries, and going to be chased all the way around there. Oh, bit of a slip, but it's Delader, I think, who's picked that up. Is it Delader?
I think that is, yeah. So that's, sometimes the bowling coaches don't just talk about, your technique and this, that and the other. That sort of information from the science department really helps a young bowler like Matthew about how we can make sure that he's training at the right intensity compared to match situations and things like that.
Parkinson's final ball of the overs, just dealt with by Pajara, short on the leg side. End of the over, 4 from it, 36 for 2, trail by 203. Players wearing GPS.
Yeah, well, Bryden Caster's an interesting one because his actual numbers in training, it's very hard to get him up to his match intensity. So when he's coming back, and that's not him just being lazy, I promise you, he thinks that he's actually bowling in a match situation, but when you're bringing a guy back from injury, for instance, a Coughlin or a Cast, we try to get him up to as close to a match intensity as we can to get him through some overs to make sure that he's going to be okay. But, that's a bit of the science that goes into cricket. It's not just about hitting a ball and running up and bowling.
Ben Rain is on his way from the Lumley end and bowls to Allsop, who looks to pull on the leg side and the ball doesn't make contact. The ball ends up with Robinson and there is no run.
Potts, by the way, 78 wickets last year, of which 58 were for Durham, so the others were for England. Bryden Caster, I remember having a conversation with him 5 years ago, and he was having all these problems with his feet and his knee, and eventually he was coming back from injury and then breaking down again, and they sent him to a Harley Street specialist, and this guy basically said, look, you can't prepare for matches like your teammates do, your physiology's different.
Here comes Rain bowls, sails over the head. Robinson tries to get a glove, it takes some of the pace off the ball, but I think that's going to run away down to the boundary. Is it going to get... Yes, it is. And they are going to be 4. Let's just see what they are for buys. Yes, they are 4.
That's unfortunate for the keeper. He couldn't have got across any further. No. He's like Superman going through the air there. But
we take them very personally to keepers. 40 for 2.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Ben Rain might be buying him a pint tonight.
Yeah.
Remember at Leicestershire a few weeks ago when Ollie Robinson rang Graham Clark out on 92 and he had to buy the rounds that
he did. I think there should be a couple of rounds tonight. There's Graham Clark and Buster Later with highest first-class scores. It's always a good drink.
In comes Rain and bowls. Clipped away bowl. So that's a nice shot. That's run away through mid-on. I suspect that's going to go to the boundary. Is it? No,
it's pulled up outside. It's hard to tell because the boundary's been destroyed.
It's a very good bit of field. Is it Alex Lees out there?
I think that's Matt Parkinson.
Is it?
Parkinson, yeah.
It was a good chase all the way out there, and it saves a boundary. 3 more to also. He goes to, I think that's going to take him to 15 when the scoreboard got. There we are. 43 for 2. Just one other thing on Matt Potts, Ryan. What I found interesting as well was that, he was in the England side last season against India. The Ashes come, other people came in. Josh Tongue came into the side. Robinson got into there. Chris Wokes came into the side, and Matthew Potts didn't get a look in the Ashes series. But clearly he kept his chin up, and that might be it'd be very easy to get a bit down and think, crumbs, I'm taking wickets, I can't get in the side.
Yeah, well, and to be honest, there was a few days where he was a bit on edge.
Yeah.
But I think the beauty of Durham cricket at the moment is that it's a very good culture that we have. And
Rain bowls and Pajara defends down the pitch. There is no run.
When blokes come back, they're given not too much scope to be too big for their boots or too grumpy or too down or that. It's very much, team comes first, and where are you fitting in here? And I think, just him coming back to Durham was almost like his comfort blanket, that it's like, oh, yeah, I'm okay. Everything's okay.
Yeah.
What the worst day you've had, you've been left out of an England squad, but you're getting to play first-class cricket for Durham. You're still winning in our eyes, but he's a competitor and he wants to play for England, and that's what makes him so great.
Rain bowls to Pajara, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
But then it is very, I guess, our job as management to make sure that, what got him into the team first, how is he going to get back into the team, and hopefully England cricket are very good at, giving us information of, why he's been left out or why anyone's been missing out. And so hopefully we can help them get back. Of course, I kind of smile a little bit when they play for us, for England. That's between you and me.
Here comes rain and bowls, and Pujara plays nice. That's a lovely shot by Pujara, just leaning back and passing the ball firmly away through the covers. This will go for a boundary. Beautifully placed by Pujara. He goes to 11 and Sussex to 47 for 2. Just one other thing on Matt Potts. I promise you I'm not the chairman of his fan club or anything like that, but I've just been impressed by the way that he's bowled in this game. And
you're not going to be like that Alan Partridge fan who's got the full-size head of Alan Partridge tattooed on his chest.
No. It's also about fitness as well, because you do hear so much now about, bowlers who come in and they get injured. So you think about Turner, who was at Hampshire, gets in the England setup. He's got injured. I'm trying to think of some of the other quick bowlers. I mean, Ollie Robinson's been injured this season. He's just hung injured at the minute.
Yep. He's done a pec or something.
And there's the other lad who's continually injured, Ollie Stone.
Start of a new over from Parkinson, played back to him by Allsop.
Yeah.
Seems to keep fit, and I wonder how much that is due to your F&C coaches.
Mate, being durable is something that is obviously crucial to, fast bowlers.
Parkinson once more gives that some airtime, and it's played back to him again by Allsop.
And I'll give Sammy, our S&C head of S&C, a big tick, and because he is brilliant and looks after our players really well. But there also is an element of how you're born, what your body makeup is.
This is in the air, doesn't quite carry to Lees at mid-on. Bit of a false shot there from Allsop.
Some people are just made stronger than others. I was lucky enough as a wicketkeeper, I never broke my finger. Adam Gilchrist never broke his finger, but then you have guys like Brad Haddon and Ian Healy. Man, they had fingers like poppadoms. They just caught one ball wrong and they'd snap. And, it's just sometimes it is the body makeup. And again, without sounding weird, but if you look at Matthew Potts, he's probably the picture-perfect fast bowler with a big trunk, big butt, big strong legs, and, very durable, and can bowl a lot of overs.
This is left. It's watched past the off stump by Allsop.
Now, the age-old question that I'm sure all our listeners and people watching are so frustrated with is, when fast bowlers are rested, is that the right thing? The question is, it's a good question.
This is driven along the floor to Lees. There's a chance for a run out here. Lees has a go at the stumps at the bowler's end. Allsop comes through and completes a quick single as the ball just misses the target.
It is an excellent question, because I, as a coach, I got frustrated when I'm told that Bryden Cast needs to rest this game and Potts needs to rest this game, and I had Mark Wood not allowed to play any games of cricket because he was just bowling to a cone before our T20 games, and I'm thinking, well, mate, surely if you got to bowl 4 overs, why don't you just bowl them in a game? But, there's so much technology and data that goes into it. I don't think there is an answer for one fits all, because I think everyone is different. I know I hate to say back in my day, but Glenn McGrath was a guy that very openly, him and Courtney Walsh would always say, if they had a rest and time off, that's when they would get injured. So they would prefer just to keep bowling. They would come and, Courtney Walsh played season after season in county cricket and then back into, their West Indies cricket, and same with McGrath was always bowling somewhere. Our youngsters, what do we do for them? Because bowling is hard and their bodies need to get used to it.
Potts is actually back into the attack. He's coming in from the Lumley end and also gets a single down to fine leg. One more to the total, which goes to 49 for 2, Allsop to 17.
So how do young bowlers get their bodies used to the pains and the aches and pains, I'm only allowed to bowl 24 balls today, coach. It's like, okay, but are you going to bowl 24 at proper intensity, or are they just counting their 24? Oh, I bowl 24 and off they go. And is that getting better? I'm not sure if that's making them better, but yeah, I read something recently actually in Australia that We went from Australia, loads were big, and now they've almost gone the full circle and going, you know what, just bowl them till they break, and then we got to fix them because they're all going to break.
In bowls to Pujara, who's forward, plays to mid on. There is no run. Well, there's a degree of frustration, I think, amongst Sussex supporters this week. But Ollie Robinson isn't here. Now, Paul Farbrace has said that England have said he's available to the last 2 games of the season, which, to be honest, is no use to man nor beast, really, because this is a very important game for Sussex, as is their game next week against Leicestershire. And if Sussex will want Ollie Robinson playing in those games.
Yeah, and again, there's method to the madness. I'm sure they've got a plan, but I guess the frustration will be for Sussex if Ollie doesn't get picked for India, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes
you would think,
bowls. Yeah.
Okay, so he's rested from the Ashes till when? Because he's not playing in India.
Well, he didn't play in the 100.
Doesn't play in that, and that's the frustration point. But again, I think, to be fair, like the ECB, their medical staff, they do have a very clear program, and they're trying to keep as many guys on the park as humanly possible, which, like I say, there is no answer for every single player, and they're trying to get the data right.
Potts bowls and Pujara on his toes. That's a lovely shot by Pujara. He's going to get a couple of runs through point. They're looking for 3. He runs very hard between the wickets, just Pujara, but there's not a third there. That's a very good bit of fielding out there and a good throw right over the top of the stumps. Who was that?
It's Bastalader.
That was an excellent piece of work. Upper Sussex, sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, Paul Coggan's an interesting one for us. We want, obviously, Coggers back as much as he can, but history tells us he's never played 3 games of county cricket in a row. And if he does, he might break down, which doesn't seem a lot.
Potts in bowls. Pujara plays into the covers, no run.
And do you get a bit scared off with that, and you think, oh well, I can't play him on 3rd game, but he might, if we get him fit and strong, then how's he ever going to not play 3 games in a row and all that? But unfortunately, some athletes do get injured a lot, and unfortunately, Paul's one of those this year, and he's playing in the second team now, and I know he's frustrated because he feels that he's ready to go, but the facts are, we can't just trust it, because we need to get him through a game of 4-day cricket before we can go, okay, everyone's happy, you feel better in yourself, I'm feeling a bit more confident that you're going to get through, okay, let's go. But it's a tough one. I don't think we're going to ever come down with the right answers with these fast bowlers.
Potts in bowls. Pujara drives into the covers again. There is no run. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of over. Sussex 51 for 2. Allsop 17. Pujara on 13. You're listening to cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson, and delighted that Ryan Campbell. Do you call yourself head coach?
Oh, I don't care what, as long as they don't call me a nasty name. I don't care what they call me.
Jamie Harrison was like that. He was a fast bowler here in 2013, and I remember coming back up the motorway one day, and Stuart Rayner, who covered Durham for the Journal, he was saying, how many times does Harrison play 2 games in a row? And he had all these scorecards in his sports bag, and he's sitting in the passenger seat going through. And he never played more than 2 games in a row. And that was a problem for him as well back in the day. Parkinson then, none for 5 from 2 overs. That's a lot of airtime there. And it's played upfield to Jones, mid-off by Allsop for 1. Diving stop. Here's a question for you. It's gone to 2 o'clock, so I'm going to have to listen to the news in here. But this had come to me. But, I mean, I think Tim answered a lot of this morning when he was talking about this the lineup of the squad for next year. I've just now lost that, but for some reason. Great. Graham Thompson says, thanks for the comedy this year. Listening in Antalya in Turkey, where it's 34 degrees but feels hotter, as Parkinson comes in and bowls. And that's a pushed out to point by there. Pujara there, no run. He said, how do you think Durham will do in Division 1 next year? Now, I'm looking at the points. It's almost impossible for you not to go up now. So that's one of the things. I've been doing all the maths again today.
Okay. I'm glad you do, because I can't even look at it.
This is paddled around the corner down towards fine leg for 2. Potter's chasing it from slip. It's going to be 3, I think, here, isn't it? It is 3 for Pujara. So the key question is obviously Ackerman and Callum Parkinson coming from Leicestershire.
Yep.
And then there's going to be a berth, we believe, for an overseas fast bowler.
Yep.
That's the plan. And how you've recruited this year as well is setting you up for next year, isn't it? Parkinson bowls, defended.
Well, you know, here was my simple, I guess, when I got given this job, and I think I was speaking to you, Marty, all I said was, I want Durham to be the best team, the best county in England. So what do we need to do to achieve that?
Peel for a horse is stumping, leg tight stumping. And that is the end of Allsop. Quick work there, very quick hands from Ollie Robinson. And Allsop's gone for 18, 55 for 3. And Sussex in the right spot of bother here.
I said he was one of the best wicket keepers in England. Well, that was tremendous, wasn't it?
It was. He had a couple of those, I reckon, with Allsop in the first innings where he felt that he's a batter that slides his foot a little bit. And if he plays and misses, there was always a chance there. But that was extremely fast work from Robinson. He looked in a great position, good hands, quick. Bails are off in a flash, and that's a massive wicket because we know that Allsop can bat a long period of time. And, we keep taking wickets and, we're in a pretty solid position, I would have thought, from Durham Cricket. Obviously, a lot of hard work to go, but I've just felt that as soon as Parkinson came on, that could be an opportunity to get a wicket, any ball. He's that sort of guy, and especially on a day 3 wicket that, is just starting to turn a little bit. I think, he's obviously a player who's bowled for England before, and look, he's a bloody beauty around the dressing room, which I love. He's come in on loan. He should be down at Kent, but obviously Lancashire don't want Kent to win. So we welcomed him back with open arms, that's for sure. And hopefully he can continue. And like we all saw on day 1, he changed that game. Firstly with a catch.
Oh, what a catch!
And I'll be the one that as soon as it went up, I actually said to Ben Rain at lunch, if you're going to bounce someone, because he felt like he was going to bounce Haynes, I said, okay, but don't put Parky at fine leg. Make sure we get someone else down there. And Ben actually forgot to change the fielder. And he said, as soon as it went up, he went, oh, God, I forgot to change the fielder. And then I'm standing there going, oh, my God, it's Parky. And he took
got his legs on the field.
An unbelievable catch. It was a great catch. And, of course, that changed the game. And then with his bowling, he's been outstanding. So he's a good lad. And, look, we end up with his brother, and I think either of them would fit into any dressing room and be an acquisition to a team. And I guess getting back to your point, Marty, about where we're going.
Hang on a sec, because I've got to do an update now. They're going to chuck to me any second now, or not chuck, but throw. You've done radio. Throw. Or seamlessly glide towards. So then we can go back to that in a sec. Here they come. New batsman is James Coles. Well, Durham could well wrap this up on day 3. I suppose a lot of that depends on what Cheteshwar Pujara does with the bat from a Sussex point of view, because he is their talisman. He's currently on 16, but they've lost 3 wickets in their second innings, and they started at 239 behind. Tom Clark out LBW to Matt Potts for 2, and then Tom Haynes bowled by Potts for 12, which gave Potts 50 wickets in the season for a second year in a row. Moments ago, Tom Allsop stumped by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Matt Parkinson for 18. So Sussex currently 59 for 3, trailing by 180. Durham earlier on 505 for 9 declared. That included centuries for Graham Clark, Basta Lader and Alex Lees. There we are, we're done. The chucking's over. So you were on the radio, weren't you?
Yeah, I did breakfast radio.
How long for?
2.5 years.
Did you?
It's getting up early.
Oh, it is, isn't it? All those mornings.
4:30.
Killers, aren't they? Yeah.
Nova 937.
He does Matt Potts bowls to Pujara, who drives without timing to mid-off, and there is one. Sorry, you're answering Marty's question.
Well, again, we want to be one of the leading counties in English cricket. And how are we going to go and do that? We have a proud tradition of building and finding and developing young fast bowlers for England, which that's been a track record. You know, the Northeast is got plenty of those sort of guys, but
Potts in again. Bowls. Pujara plays onto the mid-on. There is no run.
But that's just one part of it. You know, for us, we needed to be firstly really competitive and dominant, hopefully in the second division, and then go to first division. But to do that, you're going to need a bigger pool of players, and you know, no disrespect to the Northeast, sometimes you got to look outside of your area to get a bit more talent involved in your squad. So that was, I guess, the hard call that we have to go, okay, where do we look? And obviously my history with Colin Ackerman in the Dutch setup said he's a gun. He's his numbers for Leicestershire. I just believe he's not only an extremely good batsman.
Potts in bowls. Pujara defends to mid-on, no run.
But one of the things that I had a little bit of a question mark over was none of our top 6 bowl consistently. Scotty Borthwick, we know, can bowl leg spin, but hasn't really bowled enough. But I felt we needed one more in that top 6 or 7 who could bowl, and having an off spinner, which would add to our game, not only in white ball, but in red ball, is white ball as well.
Potts in bowls to Pujara, who drives. Lovely shot by Pujara, 4 runs through extra cover. He goes to 20, Sussex 63 for 3.
And the other one was, I made it very clear from day one with the help of my assistant who came with me, James Hilditch, that we felt that a proper first-class spinner was the piece of the puzzle that we were missing here at Durham. And people kind of laughed at me. I know Marcus North laughed at me for quite a bit of time until we had to show him the numbers of, this is what a quality spinner could do for us, and take away the donkey work, so to speak, for some of our fast bowlers.
Potts in bowls. He really put his back into that. Pujara plays to mid on no run.
And the beauty of Marcus is that he openly said, you know what? Yep. Let's go. Let's go find one. Let's change our theory. If this is what you believe, I reckon the numbers here support that. Let's go for it. And with that, Kuhneman came, who was outstanding for us until broke down, and then Ajaz Patel came and won us a game down in Gloucestershire, which was fantastic. And yes, it's disappointing for our younger spinners in Travascus and Drizzle.
And comes Potts again. Pujara plays onto the onside. You don't get a move on here, but they do take a single.
But again, that's the sort of ruthlessness at times. You got to try and say, you know what? Well, these guys have been given a big opportunity leading up, in the years leading up to it. Probably haven't taken it. If we bring in a quality spinner, can they then learn from that guy and become better players, which we hope that they have? And then in the end of the day, it was like, you know what, we're onto something here. We've really enjoyed having a spinner. And then Marcus said, well, Callum Parkinson is the one that I've had my eye on for quite some time. I believe he'd fit into us beautifully. So it was like, well, okay, let's go. Which then again frees us to maybe have a fast bowler for next year, because with Cast, with Potts, with Rain, we got Coughlin. Buster Later's done a really good job, but we want him still to be that all-rounder type. We've had injuries. Glover's been injured. Ollie Gibson. Some of our youngsters, Stan McLinden has been given a chance, but still, mate, they're young. They're 18, 19 years of age and still learning. So we know we need a bigger catchment of fast bowlers, especially if Carson Potts get picked for England.
Parkinson starts a new over. It's just drifted down the leg side. Oh, I thought Potts had got round the back there and taken a great stop down at leg slip, but it's just run away from him. But great reflexes from him anyway. And they're going to run 3 byes here. They're going to be off the bat.
So that theoretically, that's how we've pieced our team together. I still think probably need one more fast bowler if we are in Division 1. But again, there's other things that you got to bring into it. I know Tim and Marcus would have talked about, the budgets and finances. We don't have the cash of Surrey and these sort of teams, and we don't get all the tests and the 100 games and all that sort of stuff.
Parkinson again bowls, and this is pushed away by Coles. And you've got to factor in, if Carse isn't away, as you said, injury issues, Coghlan injury issues. So
yeah,
you're not going to get a full season out of those lads. So you do need some other people in the ranks, don't you? So Parkinson again bowls. A little bit of drift on that one, met on the bounce.
And the thing is that I'll say, what I love about this place is no one ever moans about it. No one ever moans that we have less money than everyone else. And, if you give me 300 grand and I can go shopping for players, that'd be awesome. But you know what? It doesn't bother us.
It's turned up towards long leg this time. 4-1 for Coles. You could you probably get a loft conversion in for that.
Mate, yeah, well, we'll find a way. And that's, I think, everyone watches Moneyball. I think if everyone's watched Moneyball. That's what I think is fantastic. That, we've gone about our stuff with whatever restrictions we have, and we find a way. The Chinese have a very good line.
Parkinson. And down the track comes Pujara, drives it out towards the deep extra cover area for 1.
That I actually learnt while I was living in Hong Kong. It's called Zing Bang Fa. Let's find a way.
Right.
And it's something they use quite often. I thought, I'm going to use that at some point in my life. But that's the only bit of Mandarin I learned, although my wife can speak fluent Mandarin. That's the only bit I worked out. Zing Bang Fa.
Parkinson bowls again, defended. Zing Bang Fa as opposed to the Dutch, well, it is what it is, because that's their saying, isn't it? So, which is the opposite. End of the over. 20 overs gone in this innings. 54 left today, plus, of course, the final day tomorrow. Sussex 69 for 3. The deficit is 170.
So good news here for Durham. A 14-player England men under-19 squad has been selected for this month's 2 youth tests against Australia. Captain Ben McKinney is one of the 4 players who are retained from the squad that drew 1-1 with the Aussies in 2 tests during the winter. McKinney's fellow Durham teammate Ross Whitfield, also in the 14.
And there is Daniel Hogg in there?
There'll be Daniel Hogg in there.
I don't think he's in. No, don't think so.
Who else is in there then?
McKinney.
Yeah.
Ahmed from Nottinghamshire. Allison from Essex. Barnard from Lancashire. In comes Potts. Oh, Pujara beats him outside the off stump. That's a good delivery from Matt Potts, and Pujara playing down the wrong line, and then he gets an edge through to Robinson. So
Saw Barnard Lancashire had tweeted Barnard at lunchtime.
Luke Benkenstein at Essex, Jack Carney at Lancashire, Jaden Denley.
He's technically Durham. Luke, he was born here.
Oh, sorry, Daniel Hogg. I do apologise.
There you go.
I apologise. Eddie Jack, Dom Kelly, Hamza Shakith from Warwickshire, Noah Thane from Essex. Raphael Weatherall at Northamptonshire, and Ross Whitfield. So you've got 3 Durham lads in there.
Again, it's a fantastic effort from what supposedly is a small county. We've got 3 in the under-19 squad, 3 out of 14.
And the skills.
Well, Sussex can claim the coach. We'll claim Mike Yardy.
He's a beauty too.
He is.
You know Mike? Yes, very good man.
Graham Onions enjoyed bowling to him.
Yeah,
he a few times.
Not many in the slips better than Mike Yardy.
Mm-hmm. He's a very good man, and he rings goes out of his way to ring and talk to me about our youngsters and what they're looking for, and what I feel about what's getting our youngsters going well or not going so well. So it's great communication from him, and he's a very good coach.
In comes Potts bowls over the head of Coles through to Robinson, no run. He's a big West Ham fan, Mike Yardy.
See, I'm still not getting into the Premier League. I'm a Man City fan, and I cop stick every day from these Muppets out here. But the facts are, I came and played league cricket in Rochdale in 1995.
You should be supporting Rochdale.
Yeah, well, I walked into the bar after the first game, and the guy behind the bar said, "Right, Pro, come here." I was like, "Yep." He goes, "Right, you're going to be like all these other sort of bad names."
Potts in. Goals. Another wicket goes down. Matt Potts gives James Coles a little wave as he makes his way off. I've got to say, it was a shot he didn't need to play. He could have let that go outside the off stump. He was induced into the drive. And I'm afraid it's another failure for James Coles. 4 in the first innings, 5 in the second. Potts picks up his 3rd. And Durham are all over Sussex here. And there has to be some doubt, whether this is going to reach day 4. Potts.
4th with a catch, by the way.
And that's, firstly, what I'll say is thank God we've caught one in the slips, because our slip cordon has been horrible of late. and we're going through some work there. But look, that's unfortunately Coles is a very talented young player, but I reckon he's in that stage of his career where he's not quite sure how fast and how hard he should go compared to days where he's going to have to sort of suck it up and hang in there. But that's young players learning the game, and that's where, you know, you guys have got a very good coach in Paul Fabrice, who no doubt will be teaching these younger guys as much as he can and trying to help them find their way. But from a Durham side of things, you know, Matthew Potts continues to get inroads. Just when you think the wicket looks a bit flat or something, he seems to come on and do something. Now, this is the young lad that I reckon is one of those he must model himself on Jack Russell because he looks like him, but he's been very dour and he's had a pretty good year with the bat. You know, there's nothing flashy about him, but the way he goes about his batting is really nice. Probably had a bit of a difficult time with the gloves during this game, which is probably the first time he's had some tough stuff to go through. But again, another good young player on the way up here at Sussex.
Tell us about the rest of the Rochdale story.
Oh yeah, so the manager, he goes, look, what football team are you going to play? And I said, well, for me, I don't even call it football, I call it soccer because it's, you know, I think Craig Johnson played for Australia once and played for Liverpool, so I think I go for Liverpool. Middlesbrough. Well, he said, no. So are you going to go for like everyone else, Man United, or are you going to go for the Battlers, Man City? I went, no, tell me about these battlers.
That was Potts bowls to Carter, who manages to work that one off the inside edge down towards a fine leg. He picks up a single.
And he explained to me that, like, never win anything, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, because I was in my footy team, I go for Fremantle, which are the battling team of Perth, where the pretty boys, the West Coast Eagles, win everything. But so I said, yeah, okay. So I've been for Man City since about 1995. I've seen them in the first division, the second division. And finally, they're all good. Of course, now I get told, oh, you only follow them because they win. Yeah. So my son now is a massive Man City fan. He knows every single player. And so when we got the job here at Durham, I said, mate,
going to have to start watching a proper team. Sunderland.
Potts in bowls, which are up at his toes, placed a point, no run.
I said to him, look, mate, we're leaving the Netherlands. We're moving to England. And we're going to Durham. And I think they're pretty bullish about, you could either go for Newcastle, Sunderland or Middlesbrough, and you know Marcus is a really good guy. He knows all the Newcastle coaching staff and stuff. We might be able to go to a game once in a while. He goes, yeah, that'd be great. We'll go when Man City play. So he wears his Man City shirt everywhere, and I keep looking at it thinking, oh, some kid's going to tell him. But to be fair, it hasn't been so one-sided as what I thought since I've come up here with the football. But yeah, I've got a very mad 8-year-old who's Man City loves them, but I watch it out of the corner of my eye. You can't not live in England and follow the football.
Get you to a Sunderland match, take you to a Sunderland match.
Mate, I even do this fantasy football. I don't even know any of my players. All I know is that Haaland is my captain. That's the only player I know.
And
but they make me do it.
Your budget gone.
Well, yeah, because the team have a league of their own, and I had to go in it. It's like, mate.
Well, next time you speak to Mike Yardley, I think he's a little bit more than a casual fan. I think he's a big fan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's a big West Ham. They'll be very pleased because they're doing quite well.
They have started well, haven't they?
Yeah, a little better than Sussex.
Durham stats. That's 7 consecutive Matthew wickets with the Cole dismissal. So Parkinson and Potts. Clever there. Here is Parkinson. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. We've got a leg slip in there. Who's that? Is that Clark under there?
And is Clark?
Yeah.
How good was Graham Clark, by the way?
Yeah, excellent. He's done that a few times this year, hasn't he? He's come in number 6, a little bit dicey, and got 100 at Bristol, 92 at Leicester, 138 was it here today? Parkinson again bowls. This has turned on the leg side. Alistair Smith says, I couldn't make it down today. I'm hoping there'll be something to come to watch tomorrow other than the YouTube channel.
Not sure.
Nick says, such a shame we won't have Matt Parkinson next year. He's an absolute star. In comes the bowler and bowls again. And Alistair's just replied, do you hate the man so much that you're going to take him to watch the Sunderland play?
You won the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a cracking game, that. 5-0. Didn't see that coming. Parkinson again out the back of the hand and defended by Carter, who's on 1. Alison's emailed. You'll know. Tina and Stuart had come up from Hocklington, normally up in the members' lounge up on the top. Unfortunately, can't make it today. So Parkinson bowls again, and that's pushed a silly point. No run there. Tina says we should be at Chesley Street, but I've developed a horrendous cold and cough, and I'm confined to barracks. Mercifully, you are on YouTube, so we're watching you, and Potter's just got a wicket. Joy. Here comes Parkinson again. That's a leave from Carter. That one went the other way. Good over. It's a maiden. 22 gone, 52 to go, and Sussex 71 for 4.
I know it's always an easy thing to say when when a side is doing well, and Durham are clearly doing well. So it may be an obvious question. But the other thing I've been impressed by Matthew Potts. I've been impressed by Borthwick's captaincy here throughout the match, Ryan, because at 110 without loss, and Sussex were looking at a big score. I was into the way he chopped and changed the bowling. His field placing as well. And in this innings, Potts gets a wicket bowling from this end.
Yeah.
He takes him out the attack the next over. He brings on Parkinson. He switches him to the other end. I've been impressed by that.
And what I will say about Scotty is that I've probably tested him the most of any player, mainly because I want to keep questioning and getting him to ask questions about, well, why are you doing this? Why would we do that?
Potts in, bowls to Bajari's forward, plays to mid on, there is no run.
Not just because I think I know the answer. It's just to hear the explanation, because the one thing that I hate someone saying is, but that's the way we've always done it. Because I don't want them to think like that. I want them to think outside the box. I want our bowlers to be having conversations with Scott about, don't just have 3 slips and fine leg third man because that's what you always do. What are you seeing? What's in front of you? This is the data, so to speak.
Potts bowls, Bajara forward, plays to point, there is no run.
And, again, James, our batting coach and analyst, is brilliant at putting together, this is the attack we should do. And we use that, but then also you got to take into count what is in front of you. What are you seeing in the wicket? And like I said, I've said to Scotty, there is no wrong answers, mate. Go, do something. If you want to throw the dice, throw it. And then you have a guy like Ben Rain who's always trying to think outside the box.
Potts in, bowls to Bajara, plays defensively to the onside, no run.
And I think the best wicket I've seen for a long time was that Matt Parkinson dismissal of Coles in the first innings when they had a bat pad. And then they saw a few things. They changed it. They went straight, and literally 2 balls later, he hits it straight to that guy.
Yeah, straight to mid-on, didn't he?
The bat. Well, the short mid-on.
Oh yes, he did. Yes.
Was that when Bedingham snatched it? Didn't he?
Yeah, and that's something like
Potts bowls, Bajara defends, back down the track, no run.
And that's the beauty of your captain, bowler, buying in, talking, having an open conversation with everyone. Because I think there are certain captains who are, this is the way we're going to do it. This is my way or the highway. In today's world, I don't think it works so well. I think every bowler needs to believe what they're also having a say in how they want to bowl and where they want to bowl and how they want to get out.
Potts in, bowls, but Joel lets that go outside the off stump, taken away Robinson, no run.
So, I think what is very clear to me, and I hope, when people ask how Durham are going, what I would say is I'm hoping that if you ask the players, I'd say the same thing, that we have a very open and safe environment where every opinion counts. So please, let's talk. What are we talking about? What's this? What's that? They're sick of me asking how we're going to win this game of cricket. It's the first thing we spoke about when they came off the ground yesterday.
Potts in, bowls, Bajara defends to the offside, no run. Good tight stuff here from Matty Potts. A maiden over from Potts. He has now bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, taken 3 for 25.
It was great stuff. Alex, Bus, Clarkey, Robbo, great, the usual rah-rah. But then the first question was, how are we going to win this game of cricket? And, suddenly you had blokes, we got to bat to this, or we got to this, or this, that and the other, and we got to try and get it to spin here. Okay. I don't know if it's all the right answers. And again, I don't want to give them the answers. I'm going to have my opinions as well. But I think that's the collective group talk cricket. And that's the one thing, if any youngster is sitting there asking, parents are asking, what should I say to my kids and that? Talk cricket. Watch the game. What do you see? What are they doing? It's not just make sure that, they're talking about the game, because that's how you learn about it and that's how you get better at it. And like I say, sometimes there's no wrong answers.
Parkinson here, starting his 6th over, 1 for 18 so far and a maiden. Bowling to Carter, dot ball there. Just looking at what's happening elsewhere, Glamorgan are 130 for 7 in their second innings at Worcester, so they need another 130 runs. So
they're dead.
Worcestershire look like they're going to win that one. And Leicestershire look like they're going to beat Gloucestershire in Leicester. As Parkinson bowls here, this has gone nibbled off towards square leg for 1. There's a throw at the stump at the bowler's end from Delader coming in from square leg. He's missed the target and Parkinson couldn't hold on to it. It's raced down the field. They're going to get at least an overthrow here.
I will say something here, which may be controversial, but I actually had Gloucestershire as one of the top teams.
When I won a game, haven't they?
When I looked at this season, I thought Gloucestershire were going to be the best team.
Not helped by the fact that was it the first match?
Yeah, lots of rain.
By the weather, and then the second match was badly affected by the weather, and suddenly they were miles behind, weren't they?
Yeah.
Parkinson to Carter again. They ran 2 with that overthrow. That's a dot ball defended. Right, so Glamorgan 131 for 7, need 129 more there. So you think they're dead in the water. Leicestershire just need 24 more to beat Gloucestershire in Leicester at 144 for 2. So I've done the maths on those games. And Parkinson comes in and bowls again. And that's a drive towards point by Carter. Get a run, a diving stop, I think from Brazil there. But
now my question about the Leicester game.
Yeah.
They were -5.
Yeah.
And they're overrated. Last night.
We'll not know about that until once that match is finished and the captains have met the umpires.
Okay, because generally the umpires are not very lenient, or shouldn't be, because that's what they're being told. So, and they only had to take 2 wickets this morning. So, I'm assuming you can't get 5 overs back.
Yes, well, Tim Bostock said he felt the losing a point per over down was too punitive. But if they don't, this is where the maths is, right? So Worcestershire 4 bonus points. They'll get 20 for the game. That's a good ball. Beats the outside edge of the bat and goes through to the keeper. So Worcestershire will end up on 154 at the end of that and can get a maximum of 202. Leicestershire will also be able to get a maximum of 202 from what they'll get from their game. They'll end up on 130 points, but they've got a game in hand, whereas Worcestershire don't. Durham, if they can win this one, would take 24 points, maximum points. So Durham could end up with a total of 246. So that shows the lead Durham have. In fact, they'll increase their lead in this round of games. So what have they got now? What is it? 24. So that's 78, 98. So they'll go to 198. So they'll increase their lead by another 4 points over Worcestershire in this round of games. Now, my colleagues at the BBC, 74 for 4 the score at the end of the over, and there's a number of them on the live feed on the BBC website today. They say Durham needs 6 wickets to win. If our calculations are correct, and brackets they probably aren't, if Durham win this game and Worcestershire and Leicestershire also win, which it looks like they will, Durham will need 5 points from the last 2 games to be sure of promotion. So that is your situation in terms of where we are permutation-wise. And this is Drizzell coming to the attack now for Durham. So we're going to see spin at both ends. I think this is his 4th championship match for Durham. Certainly played earlier in the year, possibly at Bristol. I think he was playing at Leicester as well. Comes in and bowls with his sunglasses on. That's driven out towards the covers by Carter for 1. And Durham have lost Liam Travaskis. Obviously, he needs first-team cricket, and he's decided to go to Leicestershire. And he wants first-team cricket in red ball as well. So it's a pity to see him go, but that's the nature of sport, isn't it, sadly?
It is. It is indeed. It's. I have no doubt he'll be a very good cricketer for Leicestershire.
Next ball bowled by Drizzell, played by Pujara off towards point for 1.
But again, if you're trying to get your squad to, I guess, to a point, sometimes, unfortunately, you got to sacrifice a couple along the way to get where you want to go. And yeah, Liam just felt that he wasn't going to get that opportunity to play in the first team as a spinner.
This is defended. Just went on the back foot there. Can't defend that one. Wish him well. I hope he has a good career down there. He's a nice lad.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Trezelyan again bowls, and that's played along the floor back to the bowler by Carter, who's on 5.
And this is the other thing is, he's a young lad, so it's not like it's forever. I know he's signed for 3 years, so you never know at the end of that.
This is driven by Carter out through the covers. Nice shot, heading towards the castle stand. Jones is going after it. He's just down in front of the rope. Oh, he stops and teeters right on the brink, but he manages to keep it in. They run 3. Takes the score up to 79 for 4. The deficit 160, so first target for Sussex is to make Durham bat again. 49.1 overs left in the day. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sussex and Surrey. Martin Emerson, Adrian Harms and the Durham coach Ryan Campbell with you. On a beautiful sunny day here in Chesty Street again. Pujara plays the ball back to Grizel. No run there, end of the over. We're stuck indoors, so it's cool in here. But
I actually put my jumper on because I heard you mention that it was a bit cold in here, but it was quite pleasant walking across.
Yeah, it's a perfect day out there. This is my sort of perfect day. Fairly still. It was a while ago. 51 he's got now. Yeah, that was. This is a sort of perfect day for me. 2021, no wind. Anything else is too hot.
Well, I'm going back to Perth hopefully at the end of October.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll just start to be warming up nicely there.
When we were there in 1992 for the World Cup, it was the warmest place in the world for 3 days while we were there, and there was jumpers on sale at the windows. Parkinson Inn.
My mother, God bless her soul, she's 82 years of age. My dad's 92.
Yeah.
And she's been howling at me saying it's been a horrible winter. It got down to as cold as 13 degrees.
Yeah. It's been the warmest winter on record in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like, Mum, come on. 13 is a bright day here in Durham.
I bet there's not much arthritis in Australia, particularly your side of Australia, because the air's so dry, isn't it? And it's so warm.
Yeah. Some people don't like winter in Perth. They just go up north and for...
Oh, full toss. Where's that? Whipped out towards deep mid-wicket. There's nobody out there. That's going to be 4. Carter going after Parkinson there. I remember we went to Rob Romeo's mum and dad's house for Sunday lunch, and she had this car on the drive. And it was about 30 years old, and it was absolutely spotless. It was still gleaming, not a spot of rust on it or anything. And I mean, just wouldn't happen in the Northern Hemisphere here. 4 runs from the over so far then, from the first 3 balls. Parkinson again to Carter. Carter comes forward to that one, and ball squirts away off towards the gully area. Got a bottom corner of the bat on there. It was pitching around about leg stump and came across him. Here's a leggy as he comes in the bowl again. Right arm over. And his defender goes short to silly point. Clark under the helmet there. Is that Bedingham at short leg?
But it should be Bedders and Clark in there.
Yeah. In comes Parkinson, and that's turned to square leg. The leader picks that up, end of the over.
It's also a question, Ryan. I don't expect you to give away any secrets here, but from a Sussex point of view, you're in this position. I mean, they're up against it in a huge way here. What would you say to Pujara and Carter in this situation, what would your tactic be? What can they possibly do to dig Sussex out of this hole?
I would be saying you got to look to score. I know the deficit seems to be quite a long way away. It's 156, but if the game's not going anywhere and we're not scoring, if we lose a couple of wickets, then we're in even more trouble. So you may as well try and keep looking to score. Obviously, you're not trying to be overly stupid or anything, but if you can get that deficit out of the way, then every time you score a run, it's a little bit of, Durham might go, okay, suddenly the lead's 20, now it's 30, now it's 40, and then you just never know, But as long as you're behind an opposition, I think a lot of times the facts are you're not going to be able to block out a day and a half. No. That's history shows us it very rarely happens. So
result bowls. Sorry, Pujara 4 plays to mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, I would be very open and say, okay, keep looking to score, play your shots, play your natural game basically. Obviously.
Drizzle bowls. Pujara was down the pitch then. The ball ended up at fine leg or short fine leg.
You obviously got to bat with discipline. You're not trying to having a swing. Probably no. The Coles dismissal was a great example. That's probably not what we're after.
Drizzle in bowls. Pujara forward plays into the hands of short leg on the bounce, no run.
For me as a coach, I'd be fully backing him if a player gets out. If you're against spin, you got two spinners on and you're a sweeper and you're trying to sweep and suddenly you get out sweeping. I'm not. That's your natural game, that's your game. That's how you should be playing.
Drizzle bowls, and just to make a point there, Pujara using his feet and clipping the ball sweetly through mid-wicket, picks up a boundary. Pujara, he goes to 31, so to 87 for 4. The arrears come down to 152.
And flip the switch, from a Durham side of things, we know that Pujara is a quality player. So that he's going to be in there, but we're thinking of we're going to try and put pressure on the other bloke.
Yeah.
And if you suddenly open an end up, then it's, then you're in trouble.
Rizal in bowls. Pujara using his feet again, clips to mid-wicket. I don't think that was far short of being a catch, to Scott Borthwick. Just the reaction of the Durham players was that was in the air. It wasn't a chance, but it was uppish from Pujara. End of the over, 87 for 4. Pujara on 31. Carter is on 12.
And the other thing that we'll be saying to our guys, which we said in the first innings, we want to play against the best players in the world. As an individual, you want to test yourself against some of the best players in the world, and that's what Pujara is. So, okay, how are you going to get him out? Don't just run in and hope. Bowl your best ball. This is the area you want to bowl to him in, whatever it is. He is human. He plays and misses like everyone else, or, he might play an errant shot. That's the beauty of playing this game.
Parkinson starting his 8th over, 1 for 25. And the first ball is defended by Carter, who's on 12. John Hutchison's email, he says, greetings once again from Esteemy Bolton. I've just been speaking to my neighbour, Betty, about the weather, and she can't believe how warm it is either. As Parkinson comes in and bowls again. And this is defended. And he says that he thinks Durham need to get this job done today because the wicket is probably going to turn into a flat one later today and into tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know what he's been watching. It's been pretty flat the first 3 days.
Next ball's played towards short mid-wicket. Paul Wilson's email, he's back from work. He says, how do, hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costa del Hartlepool. Just got in from work to find Durham in an excellent position. Should be with you until the end of play. Parkinson bowls once more, and he's snuffed out on a length by Carter. Got a short leg in here, silly point, first slip. Sussex 87 for 4, trail by 152 in their second innings. Durham had a lead of 239 when they declared on 505 for 9. Parkinson again, he's swept, and that's going to be 4. And that's got Beddingham leaping out the road at short leg. That's gone off to the Castle stand. Edward Barnes has emailed.
Sorry, that's a good shot, Nick. He's hitting against the spin now.
Yeah, that's a good shot because he is actually a sweeper. So that's one of his natural shots, what he's trying to do is force Durham to change their field, either have a deep man back or take away one of the catches. That's, as a batsman, that's what I'm thinking. How can I get rid of these three blokes around the bat? Because they could get me out if it does something.
This ball bowled is the last ball of the over, and that's defended into the over. Edward emails, I don't think this was in the equation because he's not a county championship player here. Did Nathan Souter come into Ryan's thoughts as the spinner for the Sussex game? He wasn't ever hired for the county championship, was he?
That's why Nathan Souter is currently playing in the second team at Warwickshire, just to see,
just in case,
because the month of September is all hands on deck.
Right.
And even though Nathan is known as our white ball player, we are definitely, everyone is ready to go if required.
Yeah.
So he is currently playing at Warwickshire. Took 3 wickets in an over down there.
Right.
I haven't seen what he's got after that, but he made 82 off 60 balls or something, batting, and then he had 3 for 1 after 1 over.
Because initially he came just as a T20 player, didn't he? And then there was talk of him coming for the one-day cup, but then he went off to the franchise.
Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, is listening to us. He says, listening to us and talking about bowling injuries. And he says, I totally agree with Ryan. It's such a complicated and complex subject, given all the components, body type, action technique, muscle mass. The list goes on.
Souter took 3 for 41 in 12.5 overs.
In comes Drizzle, bowls to Pajaru, leans back, plays to cover no run. Good to hear from you, Lewis, listening down on the south coast.
So Warwickshire all out in their first innings for 239. Durham had made 357.
Drizzle in again, bowls to Pajaru, defends down the offside. There is no run.
With Souter scoring 82.
Young Hayden must
at 99.
Ran himself out.
Did Chris Gaffney?
Yeah, he's the youngster.
Got 60.
He's only 15
Ran
or 16
himself out
years
at
old.
99, nightmare.
Direct hit from mid-on.
In comes Drizzle, bowls to Pajaru, who just eases that through point and picks up a single because the fielder is on the boundary. That's Basda leader out there. One more to the total. Pajaru goes to 32.
So actually, Warwickshire are 239 for 7 in 63.4 overs. Souter 4 for 41.
Just to say, Leicestershire have beaten Gloucestershire by 8 wickets in the...
Right, they go up to 130 points then.
In comes Drizzle, bowls to... left outside the off stump. We didn't know how to pronounce George Drizzell's name. We asked Marcus North the other day, and he said, I don't know. He says, I call him Driz.
Yeah.
And I said, that's not desperately helpful, Marcus.
We actually asked this the other day because we were at we were playing a 50-over match.
Drizzle bowls, plays onto the onside by Carter, no run.
And the ground announcer said, Drizzell. And I looked at Driz and said, is that how you would say it? Because I would say Drizzle. He said, no, we would be Drizzell.
Right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're from down south.
Drizzell comes in, bowls to Carter, who whips that one away down to deep backward square, picks up his 17th run. Sussex go to, or was that, maybe that's already got it low, go 17, 93 for 4 at the end of a Drizzell over. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 11.
He's from the Brizzle area, isn't he? So, you know.
Is he?
Yeah. I think he's from the Brizzle area. Played for Gloucestershire.
Right, let's have a little look.
I've said Drizzell. Doesn't mean I'm right, of course.
Yes, you're right, quite right. Born in Bristol.
Mm-hmm.
January 1999.
Davey Fennick's been on. He said, hi, Marty, Adrian and Ryan. Let's hope after this game the weather changes and the rest of the season's rained off. Durham crown champions. I'm sorry, but there's the rest of September to go. We might have the odd nice day in October, and I want sunshine for the rest of the season because it's been a miserable year weather-wise. So, would you not rather see Durham blazing their way to the title in beautiful weather rather than sitting there watching pools of water?
Just to say, Colin Ackerman finished 93 not out
Oh, he's a pretty good player, that guy.
He got 100 against Durham this year. You want to say?
For Leicestershire. Second wicket partner. Leicester was 7 for 2.
Right.
And finished up 168 for 2.
When does he go to the World Cup, I wonder? See? Got to be looking everywhere.
The later. Replacing Parkinson from the Finkel end. Right arm over. And it's an edge. First ball off Carter, but there's nobody at second slip. It's away for 4. Down to Viken, third man. When do they all have to go to the World Cup then? October, is it?
Well, their first game, the Dutch, is the 6th of October.
Right.
I've no doubt.
We might miss Durham's end of season dinner then.
Well, I've no doubt that there'll be pre-camps and all sorts. I think they play Australia on the 30th of September in a practice match. So
he might not be around for the final game then.
Well, that's up for debate, Marty.
Comes in again and bowls, gets a bit of lift off that delivery. It's cut to point. Do you know anybody at the Netherlands who you can have a chat to? Have you been there before?
Yeah, well, I don't think their phone numbers have changed, but I think the last I saw that, without being political, pretty sure buses employed by Durham last time I looked.
Oh, well, there you are. Carter's on 21, 97 for 4.
But no, we obviously, we understand that he's...
It's gunshot, isn't it?
Very proud Dutchie.
Yeah.
Next year is going to be an interesting one because there's obviously the T20 World Cup and we have Michael Jones who can play for Scotland and Buss and Brandon Glover and
Tom McIntosh
and Colin Ackerman coming. So that could be an interesting time.
Later in, this is played out through mid-wicket. Or 2 runs by Carter. And that's going to be in the USA, is it? That T20
I think it is USA and the Caribbean,
is it? Yeah, I didn't realise there was the USA bit to it.
No.
But yeah. I just can't help thinking these World Cups are coming around all too much, aren't they? I mean, I quite like the idea of every 4 years, to be honest, but T20's every 2, isn't it now?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the T20 one is the one where they're going to try and make it a bit bigger, so you'll see more associates competing at them.
The later balls to Carter. He plays that down into the ground and it bounces up back to the bowler.
And what they've tried to do is then become a bit more regional. So it's a bit like the football where, only 2 teams can get in from Europe, for instance, if you haven't qualified in the top 8 or whatever it is. So you could see situations, thankfully, for the Dutch, I still say we, but, they got through by beating South Africa, went straight into the main draw. But if they hadn't have done that, you would have had a situation where they would have played against Scotland and Ireland for only 2 spots. So one of the big European teams would have missed out. And God forsake it would never happen, not that it will, but if England happened to not be in the top 8 at some point.
Well, look, it's happened to the West Indies, hasn't it? And, Zimbabwe have fallen out of the picture as well. End of the over-the-dot ball there. Bernard says, I've not looked at what maximum points total the sides chasing promotion can achieve, but if teams below Durham have to play each other, they might be able to get 8 bonus points in their remaining games, but they cannot win both if playing each other. Yeah, that's quite right. At worst, Durham might need 1 game. Well, Durham can end up with 246 points, everybody else 202, everybody else being Worcestershire and Leicestershire after today's results. So Durham effectively been doing the maths, need 5 more points for promotion.
In comes Drizzell, bowls to Pujara, who nudges that onto the onside, picks up a single to mid-wicket. He goes to 33, Sussex to 100 for 4. As we're coming up at 30 overs, there's a ripple of applause around the riverside. These two coming together when the score was on 70. Ollie Carter has by more scored 23 of those. And he just surveys the field. He's got a short leg and a slip in place.
That would be for the title as well, wouldn't it? 5 points, not just for promotion, but the title, I think, now, given the points that haven't been picked up this week.
In comes Drizel from the lovely end, bowls. Carter stretches forward and plays his soft hands to the fielder in there at short leg. I think is that David Beddingham in there?
Yes.
And there is no run. Carter 23, Pujara 33. Earlier on today, Durham declaring. Before lunch, 505 for 9. In comes Drizel, bowls. Carter defends. There's a howl as the ball almost dribbles back onto the stumps. A lead of 239.
Bernard says, whatever, let's enjoy the cricket each day and worry about how many points are needed at the end of the season.
Now, that's a good email there, Bernard. I agree 100%.
Drizel in again, bowls, and Carter back on his stumps, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by the Durham skipper Borthwick, and there is no run. Baz Deleda making 103, Graham Clark 128. Henry Croker making up all 4 wickets to fall this morning for Sussex, finishing with 4 for 93. Had a pretty miserable day yesterday. In comes Drizel, bowls to Carter, who's looking to play that one away through backward point. I don't know if there's a bit of extra bounce there, perhaps.
Bit of bounce, just probably a little bit of a false shot. They're the ones that, just hope as a Durham fan is a little nicked. Whereas Sussex fans, you're hoping he plays and misses.
And in bowls, Carter stretches forward, plays that out into the offside. Tidy over from George Rizzo, just costing the 1 run. Sussex are 100 for, still trailing by 139.
Right, I better get back to the rooms. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure. Good to see you.
Really good to see you.
Pleasant trip back to Sussex.
Good luck for the rest of the season.
Part of the world.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Brian Campbell, the Durham coach there.
We've been blessed with guests during the game, yeah. Exactly.
Nobody from Sussex, I noticed.
No, evidently not.
Where are they? Yeah, so we had Mark North, Durham Director of Cricket, on Sunday morning, wasn't it? And then Tim Bostock, the Chief Exec, just before lunch, and the coach just after lunch.
John Philby often comes and natters away the Sussex chair. I think it was up on Monday. I've not seen him since. I saw Rob Andrew was here on Monday as well.
Right, well, if I bump into Rob, I'll ask him to come round.
I've not seen either of them since then.
You know, I used to go and interview Rob every Thursday at Newcastle Falcons, month after month after month. As the leader comes in here to bowl to Pujara from the Finkel end, it's played back to the bowler along the floor, just on the offside, no run there. And Kevin Williams, who was our Newcastle Falcons commentator, worked for the county council, so he couldn't get to the press conferences on a Thursday lunchtime. So I used to go. So every Thursday I would ring Kevin up, get his gist of what's been going on, do a little bit of research, and then go and do my interviews with Rob. But I never saw the games. I've only been to 1 Newcastle Falcons game in all those years. Deleda, and again, this is turned off the legs, out through deep mid-wicket for 1. So I was talking to him last year, his mum was still living down near Scotch Corner. So he still has family links up here. Did he go to Bowes School, Rob?
He didn't go to Sedborough, did he? Will Carling went to Sedborough, I think.
Later in, this is defended. Well, in Durham, you've got Bowes School, which is on the way across towards Cumbria. But he does have a first-class 100, doesn't he?
He does for Cambridge University. Yeah. Well, I'm told on good authority that there was this staff game the other week, and Rob opened the batting. I was told he got out first ball. I don't know how true that is.
Well, I think he came up and played here in a charity game at Bamborough Castle a few weeks ago for something like the Lord's Taverners, something like that. Deleda bowls. Bit of dust coming up from his foot there as this one's bowled to Carter. It's defended. Because Danny Collins, a former Sunderland fullback, he was playing in that one, so he was chatting about it. Richard Launge says, on the earlier point of living in Wiltshire, how on earth they pronounce scones as scoons is beyond me. Who mentioned Wiltshire? Don't think we have, have we? Scone, isn't it? It's C-O-C-S-C-O-N-N, scone. Just defended again off Deleda. Very straight bowling here from him. Although it is the Stone of Scone in Scotland, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, these two are sort of attempting to restore some respectability here. But, I mean, following this, Finn Hudson-Prentice, then Sussex into the bowlers. So Durham will fall there, perhaps a wicket away here from Finn Hudson-Prentice is averaging best part of 50 with the bat. So
the later balls all played up to Rain at mid-off.
Interested in what Ryan was saying though about how does Sussex approach this. Sorry, Martin. You know, and I think he's absolutely right. They're not going to survive another day and a half.
Oh, you've got to be.
You've got to be positive.
At the minute, 4 down. They're only 138 behind. So, should that really be a problem? Getting a lead?
Yeah, he's just. You just get the feeling here. Maybe which I think he's just holding his quick bowlers back for a while. Yet that Rain hasn't bowled much. Potts has picked up 3.
Still got 10 overs to tea. So. Tea will not be at 3 again. So it's going to be...
What's the over rates over there, Martin? Is it +2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's that? That's half an hour plus... It's going to be about 34, 35 minutes to tea, maybe. Ball away out through deep mid-wicket. 4-1. Is that Ryan all the way down the other side, end of the ground? How's he got around there so quickly?
I don't know. He's...
No, it's not, sorry. It's one of the ground staff. I thought it was him and his... What do you call these hats? Beanie hats? No, what are they?
Yeah, we've all got
bucket hats.
Bucket hats, yeah.
Beanie's a knitted thing, isn't it? Oh, quick single from Carter here up to Lees at mid-on. 1 run. Stuart Dick's been on, listening while working from home in the Rhubarb Triangle, getting the garden done this week.
Well, Stuart, I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, he's living down there now.
Where does he live?
Near Wakefield.
All right, okay.
Place for a lot of cricket side down there, so that's basically the Rhubarb Triangle, that area.
Sorry, in comes Drizzell, bowls to Pujara, who works up onto short fine leg, fielded there by Clark.
And he said he's not sure Haley would allow a wicket down the middle of the garden, though. Another excellent all-round performance from the Durham lads.
Drizzell in bowls. Pujara flicks this through mid-wicket, picks up another single. Does Pujara? He goes to 36. Sussex to 105, 104 for 4. Still trailing by 135. Back in goes the short leg. David Beddingham with that dubious pleasure. Still a slip in place who's Matt Potts. The mid-wicket comes a little closer. Drizzell in bowls. Carter nudges, nurdles this one down towards third man. I don't think he's going to get a boundary. He's going to pick up a couple of runs fielded down below us by... He's got a good arm, hasn't he? Wow. The ball goes over the head of wicketkeeper Robinson. It's 2 more to Carter, who goes to 26.
David says, you say about Gloucestershire not winning a game all season. Glamorgan and Sussex have only won 1 game all season, and it stands at 3rd and 4th. Yeah, well, I mean, the Glamorgan draws column 10.
Drizzell, same as Sussex. Bowls, is he caught a slip?
I thought that was an inside edge onto the pad there.
Well, Matty Potts took the catch at slip. Umpire... Jack Chantry, who's at the far end now, says that is not out. End of the over, 106 for 4. No, you're quite right.
Sussex have drawn 9. The Morgan have drawn 10.
Yeah.
Whereas Gloucestershire have not won 1, lost 4, and drawn 6. 1 no result against Yorkshire.
It looks like Morgan might lose at New Road. Mind you, they are battling away. They still need 99 to win. Billy Roots on 73. James Harris, who can bat. On 14, those two have so far added 35 for the 8th wicket, but you think Worcester would fancy winning that one, which isn't good news for the chasing pack. But good news for Worcester, who would have won 5.
Delayed new over from the Finkel end, bowling to Pujara. That's pushed out into the covers, no run there. Bob says, or Reese says, I've just seen that Nathan Sout has taken 3 wickets in his first over for the second 11 today. Just wondering what Ryan thinks of him as a potential red ball. Well, he'd taken 4 in quite quick time there. He's mentioned that he's a possibility for the final 2 matches of the season. Delayed it in, and that's pushed away by Pujara down towards third man for 2, chased by Borthwick. Paul says, "Hi guys, I've just got back from the shops unscathed and I'm settling in till close of play. It's a lovely warm 20 on the Roca Riviera. And as you know, 20's plenty. Excellent and informative commentary as usual. Interesting conversation on cricket in the Netherlands. I once flew over Holland and remember the captain announcing, 'Ladies and gentlemen, we're cruising at 30,000 feet and about to pass.'" Yeah, poor that one. Poor joke. I'm not reading the rest of that. It's gone down towards long leg for 1 run from Pujara off. The bowling of the later. Paul, that's poor. I'm not reading that out. Got to work better than that, even with codeine and a back injury. Anyway, I hope Tina's all right in Pocklington with her heavy cold, because I know a horrible cough for the last 2 months nearly. The later in, and that is whipped away by Carter. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and he's clipped it for 4. In fact, I revised that. It was a little bit too short for a half volley. I think it was just a fraction too short and sat up.
Well, he's racing along by comparison to Pujara. He's on 30, Ollie Carter. He's come together, it was 70, so he scored 30 of a partnership of 43. Good to see some resistance for Sussex. I did fear when that 4th wicket went down. Sorry, Martin, you've got an update.
In comes the bowling, and it's played up to Bedingham. They're wondering what a horrible smell is in Newcastle and Gateshead, which is in the air and was noticeable across the weekend. The Environment Agency's investigating it. Farmers are, of course, muck spreading it this time of year, but depends, I suppose, if the wind's coming from the west or the north as to whether you'd get any of that. And how long would it linger? Here we go. Yes, in the sunshine here in Chesley Street, Sussex are 113 for 4 in their second innings, so they still trail Durham by 126. We've seen Matt Potts get to 50 wickets in a championship season in this game, and also doing that for Durham. Ben Rain as well. And it's Potts who's taken 3 of the 4 to fall. He got Clark LBW for 2 in the second over. Haynes was bowled for 12 in the 10th over, and then he got Coles caught by Scott Borthwick in the slips on 5. Allsop, the other man to go, stumped off the bowling of the spinner of Matt Parkins. And Durham earlier making 505 for 9 declared, so they gave themselves a lead of 239. Given the way other results are going, Leicestershire have already won their game and Worcestershire look like they're about to win theirs. It means that if Durham take maximum points out of this one with a win, they'll need 5 more points from their remaining 2 games to secure promotion and indeed probably the second division title as well. Rizal bowling. This is played off towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
Has Ryan moved permanently to the northeast, Martin? Has he?
Yeah. Living in the Durham area.
Right.
I suggested the Roca Riviera, but I think he'd already found somewhere.
Himself out in Durham.
A few years ago, when our estate was first built, you had quite a number of the Sunderland players living around there. This has gone towards fine leg, and it's been missed by Clark, who was coming round. He was quite close in. It's gone for 4, though. 4 runs off the bat of Carter, who's catching Pujara up. He's on 34 now. Pujara's on 40, 118 for 4. Deficit 121. Yeah, there used to be quite a few Sunderland players scattered across our estate. Sort of early 2000s. Peter Reid lived in an apartment round the corner, and then gradually, as the Premier League brought more and more and more money to their bank accounts, they all moved to lavish houses in Ponteelan and Darras Hall and places like that. In comes the bowler. That one jams between bat and pad off Carter and comes to rest just in front of the leg stump. But having gone down the league into Division 3 and then back up again in the Championship, now seeing one or two of them back in our area again.
What's the delay? Well, Carter's ready now.
Carter on 34. He just defends this one. Got 33 in the win against Durham at Hove when he was 33 not out. They still needed 23 to win, I think it was, when they were 8 down, and it was a dicey morning. He managed to see them over the line with a bit of level-headedness.
I thought Ryan was a very good summary, actually. He was saying, you know, he's a good player, mate. Averaged 43 last year, 41 this year. Didn't have a great time spell behind the stumps here, but, you know, he certainly holds his place comfortably in the side with his batting.
Zellin again, that whips in and is cut back.
Good stop.
Towards deep point. Stop by Deleda. 1 run. Good diving stop from him.
We've got 6 overs to go to tea, or 7 is that? 7.
Yeah, 7.
Well, he's keeping...
Are they bifocals or not?
Yes, they are. Yeah. So if you look...
Are they? I mean, I would find them difficult to use.
Yeah,
you have to get used to the change in the curvature of the lens.
I just wondered if there might be a bit of a change here. Sussex have been picking up the 1s and 2s. These two have looked relatively comfortable, and Scott Borthwick, I think, has decided with tea just around the corner, it's an opportune time to bring one of his strike bowlers back, and it's going to be Ben Rain who's going to come in from the Fingal end of the ground.
Partnership breaker.
Yeah. And he's having a long discussion with Scott Borthwick, his skipper, about maybe where the field might go. Someone else is joining in the conversation there as well. Who's that who's come across to join the
Parkinson.
Oh, right, okay. What's he got on the back? Is it 96 he's got on the back of his shirt? Yeah. So
he played 1 championship match for Lancashire earlier in the year. Then he came to Durham quite early on initially. Played against Derbyshire, I think was his debut. That was April. He's played, this is his 6th or 7th match for Durham, but he's recently been down to Kent in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
And maybe finishing the championship season with them as well.
I think that was Ben Rain over the wicket. Sorry, is it me or you, Marty? I do apologise. Thank you. Played onto the onside by Carter, and there is no run. So the arrears, that's the important figure, down to 120. Still a long way for Sussex to go. All the time Pujara is there. There is an element of hope for Sussex, but let's say they can't possibly bat out another day and a half. But they might take it into tomorrow, which did look unlikely when James Coles was out. We wonder whether we might be having a day off tomorrow as Rain runs away from us. In and bowls down the leg side, taken by Robinson very unfussily. And there is no run. I do like an unfussy wicketkeeper. I don't like all this sort of diving around, but he uses his feet well, doesn't he, Robinson? The field, just the 1 slip. Backward point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, more orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep square on a fine leg. As Rain runs away from us. Honestly, not a cloud in the sky as he bowls to Carter, who's going to get runs, possibly 4 of them, down towards third man. The ball racing away down towards the Lumley end of the ground. And indeed, that's going to run all the way for 4 runs. Ollie Carter goes to 39 and Sussex to 123 for 4. An intentional shot from Carter. The applause is for the 50 partnership between these two, of which Ollie Carter has made 39, which Joshua Pujara 14. Carter been very much the aggressor. No change in the field? Yes, there is going to be a change. They bought Matt Potts. He's going to come from that shortish mid-wicket position. I think they're going to have a second slip in place here, are Durham? Yes, they are. The 2 slips in place. 3 saving 1 on the offside. 2 now on the leg, and 2 men set back on the leg side. as Ben Rain is in and bowls, and Carter is solidly full to ball of good length. Bat and pad close together, plays it to extra cover, and there is no run. Ben Rain in his 9th over, figures of 0 for 27. The wickets to fall, those of...
Scoreboard says 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, see that?
Sorry?
The scoreboard says 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, it does. Clark for 2, Haynes for 12, Alsop for 18, Coles for 5. 3 wickets to Potts, 1 to Parkinson. Rain in again. Bowls short. Carter hammers that to mid-wicket. He would have been disappointed he didn't beat the field. That must have been in the air for a while. I slightly lost the track of that. It was short and he pulled it towards mid-wicket. It was fielded by Alex Lees, but the fact that Ben Rain's got his hands on his head suggested that was in the air a little longer than perhaps Carter would have hoped. And he suddenly picked his fielder there, didn't he? I mean, a yard either side. You'd have thought that would have been 4 runs. But it wouldn't, and it will go down in the scorer's book, as we were talking a little earlier on, as a dot ball. So the scorers would have got the pencil out, the little dot, and they have to put it in the computer as well. Now they want another change in the field. This is interesting. I'm not sure if they're trying to sort of play with Ollie Carter's mind here, but they first moved Matthew Potts from that mid-wicket position to second slip, and now they've moved him back again in the same over. There's 2 men at mid-wicket, almost in each other's pockets, or one behind each other. So interesting field placing. Rain in again. Bowls, Carter pulls, and he pulls it for 4.
Too short, that.
It was too short. He was playing for those 2 men who are in those mid-wicket positions, but that was too short, and Carter took it on and pulled the ball fairly straight down the ground for another boundary. So he's batting very nicely here is Ollie Carter. He goes to 43 of 61 deliveries. So at the end of level 127 for 4 with 4 overs left until tea.
Oh, apparently there's a proper heat wave on the way. The heat health alert has been upgraded to amber as temperatures set to hit 32°C in the UK. Wow.
What, all across the UK?
I'm just looking here. Parkinson come back this
Yeah, it is coming.
There is an amber warning in 8 of the country's 9 regions until Sunday. Only the northeast has a yellow one. Well, that'll do me. 20's plenty. Hot conditions will be felt in Wales. Parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland could see unseasonably high temperatures. Amber warning in London, the southeast, the southwest, the east and west Midlands, east, northwest, Yorkshire and Humber. Possibly what might be hampering us is a cool breeze coming off the North Sea, but I'll settle for that, quite frankly.
And it's going to get quite humid as well.
Is it? Oh, it was quite sticky last night, I thought. Parkinson in then from the Lumley end. This was the end where he did all the damage the other day when he got his 4 wickets on day 1. First ball to Pujara is played short on the leg side. We were talking about all of the horrendous rain in Spain the other day and landslips and the Vuelta stage race. And Parkinson bowls again. That's a half tracker, and that's pulled away for 4 to long leg right in front of the pavilion by Pujara. Just set up nicely for him. He had all the time in the world there. I think his eyes lit up a bit. At the Vuelta today, it looks to me like it's a time trial stage because some of the riders are warming up on time trial bikes. One of the guys here has got an ice vest on as he's warming up with huge ice cubes attached around it to try and keep him cool. So 108. The deficit, 131 for 4. 5.4 overs, 2T. Full toss from Parkinson, played towards Jones, who dives across to his left and stops the ball while doing a backward roll at the mid-ot. 1 run. Richard Launch says, maybe I'm ahead of myself, but if Durham do get promoted, there are many more opportunities for me to go to more accessible grounds. Top grounds, he says. Been to Lords in the Oval as well to watch the 100 matches with my grandsons, but I feel I'm not watching cricket in the true sense of the word. Watched a game recently with an okay-ish 6'7" South African bowler in place, and he was hit all over the ground by the sloggers at the crease, says Richard. Parkinson gives that some airtime, and that's gone into the hands of Potts at first clip, and that was all about the bounce because Carter's looked to drive that one, and it shot up into the air to Potts, but I couldn't see if that hit the ground first and he's played it into the ground because the keeper was obscuring it, or whether he just missed it entirely. Parkinson in again. That one nibbles away towards short leg.
Well, that was very unexpected, wasn't it? Yeah. Not the sort of thing that instills the bat with any confidence, but nonetheless, Carter survived, and he's batted very nicely here.
Partnership 62 from 96 balls. Parkinson right arm over from the Lumley end. That's left, and quite a bit of turn on that one, but it was already pitching outside the line of off stump. And it's taken quite high up to the right by the keeper, standing up to the stumps. End of the over then, 5 to go. It's a tea here on the BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sussex and Surrey. And the deficit is the crucial column, 107.
Yeah, 12th man might have just come trotting on. I think that's Bedingham who's got... No, it's Clark who's gone off, I think, Marty. And Ben...
Hughes, come on, he's rather young and numberless, given the fact the seconds are playing away at Warwickshire. It might well be an academy player.
See, Sussex playing away at Peterborough. Zach Leon Cachet. He's got 100 for the seconds today. 111 he made his first team debut at Worcester a couple of weeks ago. In comes Rain, bowls and defended by Pujara to mid-on, and there is no run.
Who are they playing?
Northamptonshire at Peterborough.
So Northampton's struggling to clear their cachet. Okay. That was a computer joke, that.
But he made 34, I think, down at Worcester, and batted very nicely, young player. Another one who's come through the Oxford pathway.
Yeah.
Never know, might get a game next week for the firsts. Scoring runs like that. He's obviously in form as Rain is on his way away from us. In and bowls short and attempting to Pujara into a hook shot, but Pujara was having none of it. What are you putting out there, Marty?
The man's back with his dog in the pram.
Oh, is he?
I think the dog might be asleep. And the pram's not high enough for the dog to be able to see the action either.
Glamorgan 172 for 9 at Worcester. Billy Root is still there on 77, so he's stood defiant, but I think it's going to be enough for Glamorgan. Rain bowls, Pujara defends onto the onside. There is no run, and I think that's probably a defeat that will probably do for Glamorgan. They have still got 3 games to play, but they're going to be in a very similar situation to Sussex, I think, where they're going to have to... In fact, have they got 3? They've only got 2 to play. Let me look. They've only got 2 to play. So I think that's going to probably do for Glamorgan. And in fact, Worcestershire will be well clear of Glamorgan after that win. So that's it for the Welsh side, I think. Rain in again, bowls to Pujara. Hits on the thigh pad, bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. Yes, there is a run. I do apologise, a leg by. I need to watch more carefully, as I'm sure the scorers are, making sure that leg by is noted down. 133 for 4. The important statistic, still that one on the bottom right-hand side of the scoreboard, which is 106 more runs needed. Sussex to make Durham bat again.
I have to say, I've been looking at varying people over the last 3 days in the same seats, and they're all getting redder by the day.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
I think they need the factor 50 on.
Well, I think from next week, I was watching the long-range forecast. From next week, it is going to change, which is a shame. In comes Rain bowls. Forward comes Carter, plays into the offside. There is no run. What I would say, Marty, sometimes, I mean, we do it on the BBC, don't we? Say, and the 14-day forecast.
Well, that's ridiculous. They can't tell any more than about 4 or 5 days, can they?
You know, the week before last, I looked at the forecast for Durham, the 10-day forecast, and it had 4 days of rain was shown up here, and I thought, oh my Lord, we're going to sit up in Durham 4 days of rain, and it couldn't be further from the. So who on earth? And that was on the website, the BBC website. 4 days of rain.
Most apps haven't got any real degree of certainty beyond sort of 3 days.
I don't know why we advertise a full 14-day forecast online. We say it's more often totally wrong.
The only times they're ever accurate like that is when they can see a guaranteed bank of real high pressure is going to come in, and it's going to sit there for a while, which will create heat and settle conditions, or a really nasty storm system's going to come in off the Atlantic and cause chaos for a week or two.
Well, they were talking when it was this long-term forecast, and they said, oh, there's a hurricane out in the Atlantic, and it all depends which ways. Clearly, that hasn't influenced the weather. But honestly, it said for Durham, it had 4 days of rain, and that was 10 days ago. Anyway, thank goodness it was wrong, and how wrong. Rain, they've got now a short leg in place, comes running in, bowls to Carter, who plays to that short leg. That was a good bit of field placing. There is no run. End of the over, 133 for 4. Carter 43, Pujara 46, some resistance from Sussex, who at one stage were 70 for 4, and we wondered whether we might get any cricket at all tomorrow. That might still be the case, but at least Sussex are putting up a fight. Here, the arrears still 106. We've got 4 more overs until a cup of tea, and I'm hoping that Sam hasn't eaten all those bourbon biscuits. I bet he has.
Oh.
There weren't that many left.
A bit late in the day for that now.
Yeah, I'm a little worried whether Sam... He might have gone and got another pack. I don't know. I don't know whether he brings them in himself or whether it's something the club provide. Chris Rushworth's dad always used to provide biscuits.
Yeah.
He would provide a selection box.
But they used to get snaffled quickly, didn't
they? They did. So anyway, Sam might have saved one for you and I.
I'd be surprised.
Would you?
Here's Parkinson, Lumley end, bowling to Pujara. Pujara forward to that one. The ball just comes to rest on the leg side. There was the very controversial story of Biscuitgate here a few years ago.
Ooh.
Back in the days when Richard Ray, who's now the Leicestershire commentator, was writing for The Guardian.
Ooh.
There was Parkinson bowls again. Not ball. And this was in the days when cricket blogs were a new thing, doing the live blog from the cricket. And without even knowing it, I'd become the centre of attention in this row over who'd stolen a tray of biscuits. And I didn't know of the existence of the biscuits or indeed their disappearance. Because apparently a lovely tray of shortbread biscuits had been delivered upstairs. And then later in the day, the chef came round, saw that they hadn't been eaten, so he took them away, thinking nobody was interested in them. And then suddenly I was being blamed for stealing them all. I didn't even know they were there in the first place.
Marty.
And it made it to the blog as well. Never got an apology. Pujara pushes this full-length ball up to mid-off.
It's one of the reasons I love going to Worcester, that they always have biscuits there. And underneath the counter where the coffee machine is, there's always boxes of biscuits there. And so...
Ever check
there's always loads
by date on them.
Loads of biscuits at Worcester.
Yeah. This is played by Pujara off the off stump out towards the covers for 1 from Parkinson.
You check it out next week when you're down.
Yeah, I know the box you mean.
Yeah, there'll be some in there, unless of course it's going to be towards the end of the season.
A little bit suspicious of those biscuits in that box when it had 3 shillings and 6pence on the price tag. So I don't know how long they've been there for. 134 for 6. Somebody's probably going to now tell me 3 shillings and 6pence was the weekly wage.
We gave that some air.
Carter pushes that, yeah, he does. He gives it a lot of air, doesn't he? And then it dies quickly.
Yeah.
Just drops very alarmingly at the end there. Keeps the batsman guessing.
He does.
Comes in again and bowls. That's got a lot of tennis ball bounce in that one. Was well left by Carter, and it pitched just wide of off stump and then went high into the keeper's hands. 3 overs to go to biscuit time.
Yeah, well, hopefully biscuit time.
I'll just tell you something this morning. I was talking to the lady outside, some of the regulars. She said, I've got you a muffin. I said, all right. And the story was, did you hear us discussing muffins on air the other day? No.
Oh.
So they were looking at the players doing their stretching exercises, and they were all pointing in one direction, and it was one of the groups suggested that it was maybe some kind of, they were all praying. So they decided they were facing Iceland, so therefore they must be praying to the Icelandic gods, in which the puffin has some religious, mythical meaning in Iceland. And so one of the guys said, why do they celebrate muffins in Iceland? So the conversation turned from puffins to muffins, and now there's muffins downstairs.
Here goes Ben Rain. Oh, short, pulled away by Pujara, or attempted to be pulled, pulls it straight to Alex Lees at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Well, there's controversy there as well, Adrian, because having been promised a muffin this morning, I was then told at lunchtime there are only 4 and there's 4 of us. So I don't think I'm going to get me muffin.
I don't think. Okay, so we're reliant on Sam. Randy's been in touch. Randy Baldwin, he says the BBC site is poor for weather, not updated frequently enough. Try weather.com, much more accurate and updated. Give it a go, Adrian, says Randy. In comes rain, bowls to Pujara, who plays onto the onside no run. He says the BBC website is poor for weather.
I think they've all had a bad year. I really do. And the Met Office has been all over the place as well, and that's the one I tend to look at a lot. I mean, a few weeks ago in Scarborough, we were watching flash floods when absolutely none of it was forecast by anybody. You're talking about biscuits here. Look at this. Just clicked onto my Twitter feed. Durham Constabulary. Somebody's left a tray of biscuits on the car of a police car in concert yesterday.
Oh, that's nice. That's kind. Rain on his way. Bowls to Pujara, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. Well, you said you didn't think Pujara would fail twice in the match. He had made 4 in the first innings. He's made 47 here. And these two have added now Marty 64 on the 5th wicket.
Are you sure?
They need a few more than that.
Yeah, 64 from 112 balls.
At least Sussex are making a fight of it.
Chris Sharp says, I highly recommend the Met Office YouTube channel. Their deep dive on Tuesdays gives you a great insight into what the weather will be doing.
Ooh. Rain in again. Bowl short, pulled away by Pujara. Ballooned up, and he gets a single. Pujara down to deep backward square. He goes to 48, 136.
While you're on
135 for 4.
135 for 4. Deficit 104.
104.
While you're on, Chris, have you made plans to come to Sunderland on Saturday night to see Bradley Wiggins? Let me know. Chris Tyndall says, stealing biscuits, eavesdropping on Princess Di. What a career. I didn't steal the biscuits, and I wasn't eavesdropping on Princess Di.
You could be locked up in the tower for that, Martin. I need to come and do an update at the end of this over. Ben Rain coming into bowl to Ollie Carter, who's 43 not out. Slip and a short leg go down, bowls that short, and it balloons over the head of Carter through to
too high
Robinson, and that has been signalled as a no ball.
A match-winning 93 for Colin Ackerman for Leicestershire today keeps them in the promotion hunt. What odds would you get of Durham playing Leicestershire next season in Division 1? And him playing against his former team, along with Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, and what a season for Leicestershire. They're through to the final of the One Day Cup.
Yeah. Be nice to see them win that.
Yeah,
they've had a pretty torrid few years, haven't they?
Yes, they have, and every chance. Well, they'll come to Hove next week. In comes Rainbow, short pulled by Carter, out to deep square leg. He picks up a single, does Ollie Carter, and goes to 44. 138 for 4 are Sussex. They trail by 101. Still one more ball to go in the over, because there was, of course, a no ball. I think Leicestershire will, they come to Hove.
Who are they playing in the final? Is it Hampshire?
Hampshire. Yeah. In other ways, I'd like Hampshire to win, because Ben Brown, formerly of Sussex, will be in the Hampshire team. Good to see Ben win something. But Leicestershire have had a terrific season. In comes Rain over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, it balloons in the air. Oh, my word. That could have gone anywhere. Well, that seemed to leap a little bit. Pujara was completely caught out.
Came off the shoulder.
And it just ballooned into the air. The Durham lads have all got their hands on their heads. They just can't quite believe that dropped in between fielders. Pujara had no idea.
Oh, that was like a carrot on a stick there for Scott Borthwick running around from the slip cordon. The ball just dangling in the air, but it looked like he was running through treacle, didn't it? And it just tantalisingly fell beyond his grasp. Just in the air, long enough to get everybody excited, and then it landed short. So 2 overs to go to tea, and it's a late one. We're running 20 minutes late at the minute. Carter is on 44, Pujara on 48. Parkinson bowls, Carter defends. Pujara's had 115 against Durham this year, and he got that double century against them at Hove last year. .203 against Durham. Got 231 against Middlesex last year as well. Another ball from Parkinson played back to him. And 201 not out against Derbyshire. Carter is on strike though, and he is on 44, and he plays that ball from Parkinson out off the back foot towards the covers. No run there. It's his 26th first class match. He went on this one with nearly 1,500 runs. Highest score is 100. He's only 100, sorry, he's 185 against Glamorgan last year. He's had 12 50s, including 6 this year. He defends this one. In the first innings, he was out for 32. This year, he's had 76 against Worcestershire, 64 against Yorkshire. In recent knocks, and he made that 33 non-out in the match win against Durham in the opening game in April. 629 runs last year at 41.9. He's been with Sussex way back since the under-14s. Plays his club cricket, or has done, with Eastbourne in the Sussex Premier League. Got a short leg in for him now. Keep her up to the stumps. Potts at first slip, and Parkinson is going to come right arm round. 2 balls left of the over. Carter forward to this one, meets it on the bounce, and it eventually rolls into the hands of Beddingham at short leg. Rains in it mid-wicket. Clark is at fine leg on what would be the discs and a one-dayer for the top edge from a hook. Drizel's at backward square leg as well for the same thing. That is defended too. That is the over. It's a maiden from Parkinson. So he's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Runs per over 3.2.
Was it 1 more over till tea, Marty?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 more over till tea. I suspect after tea we'll see another spell from Matt Potts, but the arrears 101. Whether we're going to get to tomorrow, well, it's looking increasingly likely. Certainly all the time that Pujara is there.
Somebody at the back of the stand where the health club is has brought their own parasol. Look, green parasol there.
Oh yes,
protecting them from the sun.
Ben Rain runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Pujara, who plays a cuts to the onside, fielded there by Alex Lees, and there is no run. Keeping an eye on events down at Worcester, where Worcestershire have won by 80 runs. The wins for Worcestershire and Leicestershire in this round of matches. Worcestershire taking 20 points, and it's a win that pretty much scuppers Glamorgan's promotion chances, I think. In comes Rain, bowls to Pujara, who pulls down to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 49, 139 for 4. I think he's going to come around the wicket here, is Ben Rain. Maybe not. Pujara going down the pitch, doing a little bit of gardening at the non-striker's end. No, it's carrying on over the wicket. Partnership between these two now worth 69, of which Carter's made 44 of them. He's been very positive since he's come in, Ollie Carter, 44 off 76 balls. But they have got this leg side trap in place. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 men in a ring on the leg side. Ben Rain's still not entirely happy with where they all are. That's a very strange fielding position, isn't it? Funny enough, Ryan Campbell was saying when he came in that he always thinks outside the box, does Ben Rain. And this is an unusual field. With 3 men almost diagonal in a line from mid-wicket across to mid-on. They're all holding their arms out. It's funny. And a square leg as well. If the ball goes in between them, Ben Rain won't be very happy. In comes Rain, bowls to Carter, that's short. And it's a no ball, overstepping the front foot was Ben Rain. So after all of that, 2 more go onto the total, which goes to 141 for 4. Talking about the scorers actually earlier, and I mean, I'm presuming the scorers, what the scorers do is linked to what goes on the scoreboard, is it, Marty? There's not someone else operating the scoreboard?
Yeah. Yeah, they control the scoreboard from their room.
Rain again in bowls, Carter solidly forward, players out into the offside. There is no run.
But that's not what you see online, I don't think. That's from another feed from upstairs.
Right. I think Northamptonshire pretty much doomed to relegation. Lancs made 524 in their first innings. Northants 114 for 3 in their second innings, and I think defeat there would pretty much mean Northamptonshire will be back in Division 2 next season. Ben Rain runs away from us. Over the wicket, bowls to Carter right up in the block hole, and Carter drills that straight down the ground. He's going to get 1 and possibly 2. Chasing back is Parkinson, who gets in the throw, and Carter just settles on the 6. Is that another no ball? It was. Yeah. So this is going to be a long over. Ben Rain, I don't think, heard the call, actually. I mean, he looked round as if he was quite surprised. So this is going to be an 8-ball over. 2 more, and then 2 for the no ball. 144 for 4. Carter within 5 of his half-century.
Bernard says, expect to be working tomorrow. Sussex digging in and fighting back after a flurry of wickets earlier. Well, I said there were runs to be had on this track. This partnership's now worth 71 as well from 127 balls.
Rain in bowls to Pujara, who plays that to 2 men on. And there is no run. I'm sorry, there was just 3 off that previous delivery. I thought Carter had taken 2, but it was just a single. Pujara on 49. Sussex will need a few more from Pujara if they're going to dig themselves out of this hole. But at least from a Sussex perspective, Sussex will feel there's been at least some sort of a fight back, having slumped to 70 for 4. Pujara just surveys the leg side field. You'll see there's a short leg and a straightish mid-on as Rain is on his way. Bowls short. Pujara, of course, always hit the helmet.
Yeah, it's bounced and hit Beddingham's helmet.
Yeah, and he apologises, Cheteshwar Pujara. It was short. He pulled it into the ground. It bounced up and hit Beddingham flush, and that Beddingham didn't move.
He's going to have a...
Well, surely he'll have to have that check, won't he?
Check now, so this means there's going to be quite a delay before tea with 1 ball left.
Well, Cheteshwar Pujara immediately apologised. I mean, it wasn't his fault. The fielder's there, and it's just unfortunate. But the fielder didn't seem to acknowledge at all that he'd been hit, did he? He didn't sort of say, "No, I'm okay, Cheteshwar." That was slightly odd. That David Beddingham under the helmet.
Yeah.
Well, that was a nasty blow, and we are going to have a delay here. I would have thought with tea imminent, the best thing to do would be to get him off and get the 12th man on for
and Susan,
a couple of balls.
Come on. I think it's hit him right on the top of the helmet, but as it bounced, he let it fall.
Yeah, she's looking at his forehead. It was a nasty blow, though.
How you feeling? Feeling all right?
I just thought you go off now when you get the 12th man on, get to tea. Well, he's going to carry on. He says, "I'm okay." Well, they've all got the concussion protocols, the questions that they ask them all, haven't they? That didn't take too long.
Yeah, that was a bit tricky for some players last year, especially when they were asked who's the Prime Minister.
Yes.
It's changing every other week.
Yeah. Very good. So, this is taking a long over. We should put the clock on this one. 144 for 4. Rain runs in. Beddingham has stayed there as Pujara plays forward, plays to mid-wicket. Is that the end of the over? It is, and we're going to have tea, which is great news, provided the lads upstairs have kept us some bourbon biscuits. But good to see a fight back from Sussex, well, from the Sussex perspective anyway. Carter on 45, Pujara on 49. Sussex still in arrears by 95. I'm pretty certain that says
it is, yeah.
tea. So, Martin, I'm going to have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and we'll be back with you shortly.
And look on your hip. Don't care. Window sliding along. With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospectors now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalizing selection of global flavors. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket. So he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home at cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chester Street for the final session of day 3. The sun is shining. Still, shone all the way through this game. And Sussex 144 for 4. Trail by 95 in their second innings. Pajara has 49. Carter has 45. Time to remind you of what Pajara's silly stats are in his career. He has 60 hundreds and 76 50s.
Yeah.
And 3 of those hundreds are 300s.
Well, Sussex would settle for one of those, or another one of those, we would say.
Carter is, though, who's on strikers.
Ooh.
Parkinson bowls the first ball after tea. Did that do much or no? Not really.
Talking of tea, not only was there one ball
Inside
left,
edge.
there was half a packet left. So well done to the lads upstairs. They hadn't eaten
Tell
them
you
all.
what, your theory of half a packet's doing some heavy lifting there. There were 4 left.
Oh,
it's a bump ball played back to Parkinson.
Oh, well, I ate 4 and there was 1 left.
You're joking?
How many did you have?
1.
So there was at least 6 left then, Marty. I'm not sure if that's half a packet or not, but anyway.
Well, when I got there were only 4 left.
Right.
I must have mine after yours. This is cut by Carter off towards deep point for 1.
Yeah. So there were some left. That was good news.
Leicestershire have not been docked any points, according to my colleague Richard Ray, who says they managed to get their over 8 back in tandem with some spin bowling this morning. So Parkinson bowls. He gives that some airtime, and it's driven by Pajara back to him, whacks into him, and Pajara holds up a hand to apologise again. He hit bedding him in the head just before tea.
He did. That would have been nasty.
He was feeling it short leg and he thumped it into the ground, and bedding him sort of coming in just... That's being left. That's pitch well outside the line of off stump. Might have clipped the pad on the way through, but the appeal was almost over before it began there from Parkinson. What a very pleasant afternoon. Parkinson in again, and he bowls. Pajara down the track, plays it up to Lees at mid-on. Dot ball, 1 run from the over. Just noticing, we didn't have any wind earlier. There's a slight breeze on the flag now. In fact, looking at it, it's gone down again. But it was just lifting a little bit, the flag on the pavilion, to suggest at ground level we have a little bit of an easterly breeze. And the weather forecast today suggested in this region it might not be sunny all day because a bit of murk might drift in off the sea. Well, there's the beginnings of some high haze, but nothing more than that at the moment.
No. Just to say, those results today mean that forgetting what now Matt Potts is going to bowl. Worcestershire now won 5 games. They've got 154 points. Leicestershire have got a game in hand. They've got 130. So if they were to get a maximum at Hove next week, for example, they would be level with Worcestershire, both with 2 to play. Glamorgan have only got 2 games left. They've got 123. I think they're probably out of it, Glamorgan. Sussex will have 3 left.
Potts coming in from the Finkelton bowling to Carter, who's on 46. He has a drive at that one. He doesn't really move his feet towards the pitch of the ball. And it's gone through for the keeper into the final embers of the news bulletin at 4 o'clock. So there'll be an update coming soon. The Pong in Newcastle continues to dominate the headlines. Great North Run on Sunday. Plenty of events across Tyneside across the weekend with the kids run and varying other athletics events taking place as well on the quayside and whatnot. Always a busy weekend. They're doing all right at the minute. That's because their skipper, Cheteswar Pujara, is on 49 at the other end. Ollie Carter's on 46. They came together in the 21st over when Sussex were in a mess at 70 for 4. having begun their second innings, 239 behind. So at that point, 169 behind. Three of the wickets to fall actually fell to the bowling of Matty Potts, who now has 51 for the season, 50 for the second year in a row for him. But the deficit at the moment is 94, and while this partnership continues out there, thoughts of this game heading to a fourth and final day tomorrow remain large, because the partnership at the moment 75 from 139 balls. Break this, and who knows? There are 30 and a half overs to go today. Pot in, 3 dot balls so far, make that 4. That one's passed off stump.
He really does bend his back, doesn't he, Potts? Every delivery, you get the feeling is absolutely no let up. I've been massively impressed, because there's nothing really in this pitch for him, Martin.
No. Interesting with this GPS and all the stats that they felt he was 17% below where he was last year.
Yeah, that was
quite a stat, that one.
Great piece of information.
Comes in again and bowls. That's driven out through the covers by Carter. It was a half volley, but quite wide of off stump, so there to be dispatcherised.
Is he quite competitive, Potts? I mean, I know, he gave James Coles quite a send off, didn't he, with a little wave as he made his. Nothing wrong with that. He's obviously a.
They all get that like that when they cross the line. White line fever.
Yeah.
And Great Onions was a prime example of that. Fairly quiet sort of lad, and then across that line he went, and he's a different.
He's not quite quiet off the field, is he?
He's all right. He's fairly chirpy, but
yeah.
Here he comes again. Last ball of the over. Right arm over to Pujara, and that's well leavable, and that is the end of the over.
Just from a Sussex perspective for a moment, I'm just looking at where Sussex might be at the end of this game. I'm assuming they lose.
On the A1, I would say.
And if they lose, they will only pick up 3 bonus points from the games. They will have 116, and they will be 38 points behind Worcestershire with a game in hand. So if they were to beat Leicestershire next week with a maximum haul, they would still be 14 points behind Worcestershire. Then with 2 games to play, Worcestershire playing Durham and away at Yorkshire, but Sussex would have to, they just. I think if they don't beat Leicestershire next week, that really is it. So if Leicestershire win, that will count Sussex out pretty much. Matt Parkinson is coming in from the lovely end, bowls to Carter, who kills the spin, plays the ball in front of him. There is no run. Snap and the short leg are in attendance. And, what Sussex are really battling for here, Martin, is, 5 points. That's what they're battling. They've got 3 at the minute. If they could get 8. Parkinson in bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. That looks close. Suddenly Parkinson thought he'd got his man. And whether he got a little nick on that, I think he might have done, judging by...
I tell you what, that's hit the pad before it's hit the bat, That was worth a shout, definitely.
Well, it just from this angle, it looked like it was tight. Jack Chantry says no. Parkinson in again, bowls, and outside of the off stump, it goes further away, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. Ryan Campbell said when he came up here earlier on, he just felt that when Parkinson comes in, you just feel that could be a wicket around the corner, and you sort of get that feeling at the moment. Giving the ball plenty of air, I like to see that. And again, bowls and played from the crease by Carter into the offside. There is no run. Looks like the county championship will go to the Oval again this year. Henry beating Warwickshire in 2 and a little bit days down at the Oval. Parkinson again bowls, cut away by Carter into the covers, and there is no run.
It's amazing how such a little provincial club manages to make ends meet each year and pull off what it does.
Well, when you can, they bring back, Kemar Roach came back, hasn't he, for the last 2 or 3 games. In comes Parkinson again. I said, no, that does look tight. That looks really close. And Chantry again says that's not out. Lots of hands on heads. Jack Chantry keeps his Hands in his pocket, fingers in his pocket. They look like. So I thought that last one looked a better shout than the first one, Marty, to be honest. But Carter survives. A maiden over from Matt Parkinson. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Sussex 146 for 4. And they've only added 2 runs in the 3 overs since tea. But importantly for Sussex, they haven't lost a wicket. But by the same token, they're not going to want to get too bogged down here because they mean the game is going nowhere really from a Sussex perspective.
Potter, as they call him, ball in hand, ready to rock and roll. A few cars heading up the hill towards the castle in Lumley Village. 146 for 4, deficit 93. Pajara on 49. Potts bowls and he leaves that one well wide of off stump.
Seems like he's been on 49 forever, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he was on 49 certainly at tea and a few overs before that. Paul says, read the weather, it's still clear and fine on the Roca Riviera, not a breath of wind. And a quick tea time thought, player of the season for Durham will be a tough call. Lee's Potts will have their supporters, but overall, very much a team effort. Lee's for me, though, he's taken the game away from the opposition on so many occasions. Anybody else's thoughts, he asks. Potts comes in and bowls, and that's played by Pajara. Into the cover area, no run there.
It's interesting what Ryan Campbell was saying as well about wicket takers, and interesting what he said about Henry Crocombe, that he felt he was the one Sussex bowler who had a bit of zip about him, a bit of pace.
Yeah.
And he was saying it's just so important to have bowlers who have got real pace. It was expensive, Henry, yesterday. Picked up 4 wickets today. Being consistent is the problem.
Pujara plays this one from Potts out into the cover area again. I think that might be Parkinson fielding in there. Yeah, it is. So it looks like he's probably playing in his last game for Durham before heading off to Kent, if Lancashire allow him, because they are his parent club. Potts to Pajara, that is a dot ball, it is a leave.
So they wouldn't let him play for Kent.
He hasn't played for Kent in the Championship because Kent have been in with a bit of a relegation battle with Lancashire, haven't they? But
right, okay, yeah. And I mean, Lancashire are going to win that game, aren't they? I'm just looking here. Yeah, Northampton's 140 for 4, still trailing Lancs by 152.
Comes in and bowls again, and Pajara drives. That will be his 50. It's gone out towards deep mid cover for 2. So he's eventually got there in 95 balls, 4 fours.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through the over by over rate. His previous run-making shot was before tea. He got a run in the over leading up to tea. It's on 51 now. That is defended. In fact, it's not. It's a leave, isn't it? He left it alone. Looked like he was going to play at it and then he changed his mind and didn't bother. So, Chetishwar Pujara now has 60 hundreds, including 3 300s and 13 200s, one of which he got against Durham, and now 77 50s.
Yeah, it's some record, isn't it? It really is.
That's what he'd done in the last year against Durham. A double 100 at Hove, 115 this year, and now 50 in this game.
Parkinson's going to carry on from the Lumley end. Again, comes in and bowls and gives that plenty of air. Carter flicks that down the leg side. I suspect he got some batter. It's rolling towards the boundary. Is it going to reach? No, it's not. It's overtaken by Potts, who sprints back towards the boundary. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, and they are runs. And the 150 is up for Sussex. So they're nibbling away at these runs, 239 with the arrears, and they now trail by 89. Potts runs back and is now back in the slips. And Parkinson is on his way. Bowls, just defends, the ball dribbles to short leg, where it's fielded by Beddingham, who thankfully is none the worse for his clout on the head. It was in its short leg and the ball was clipped away and one bounced straight onto the helmet, but he looks okay, which is good news. Parkinson again in bowls. Carter is forward solidly. Defensively, players out into the offside, no run. I talked to the guys upstairs that it was Ollie Carter who saw Sussex through to a draw at Glamorgan. He and Henry Shipley, the New Zealander who was with Sussex for a few weeks, saw Sussex to a draw, hounding up for 21 overs for the last wicket. In Cardiff, Parkinson in bowls. Carter defends, plays down the offside. And again, there is no run. Getting plenty of support from his teammates. You can probably hear in the effects mic. Parkinson in again, bowls. And Carter turns onto the leg side. Yeah, he was thinking about a single there. That was a very good bit of fielding by Beddingham, who's in there very tight at short leg, and he stopped the ball one-handed.
Let's see, he needs one run here for what will be the 12th half century of his career, so he's...
And the 7th this season.
Actually, sorry, the 14th of his career.
Forward stretches. Carter plays it down the offside of the track.
It's got 112.50, so this will be the 14th of his career.
Tidy over from Parkinson. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. Sussex are 150 for 4. They still need 89 more runs if they're going to make Durham bat again. And the partnership now between these two is worth exactly 80. Coming together with Sussex was 70 before when James Coles was out. So Sussex battling away here, but with an awful lot more battling to do.
Potts, that's left alone. Fairly straightish delivery, but always heading for the 4th stump rather than off stump. Legs are limp as the trees are still. The sun is shining. And there remains not a cloud in the sky. Potts runs away from us. Shortish ball. Pajara just hops out the road of that one.
So that's quick though, isn't it? And I mean, that is a quick delivery. He really does race in. I mean, the ball is getting a little softer now, isn't it? We're into the 48. You know, I mean, a new ball will clearly be available first thing tomorrow if it goes that far, pretty much.
Potts bowls, played by Pajara off towards the covers, and it's picked up by Parkinson.
If it does go to tomorrow, you'd think Sussex would be around about parity, wouldn't you? If they could, well, they're scoring at 3 and over at the minute. 26 overs left after 75 runs. They may be about level with Durham if they don't lose any wickets.
Pajara leaves the next ball, which is short, goes through to Robinson. Will you drive all the way home tomorrow? If it finishes at tea time, what would be your plan?
Yeah, no, I would go back tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty decent run, Marty, isn't it? It's just the M25 bit that's we never know with overnight road works. That's always
you're up Guildford, aren't you?
Yeah,
that way, so you don't have to go all the way back.
No, it's another hour for the journey, to be honest.
Ball that comes in that's left alone. So that's 2 hours each day you're in the car going down to Brighton and back. Huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And actually, there's a big roadwork section now, the junction of the A3 and the M25, which is horrendous around there at the moment. It's going to be for another couple of years. So I always go across country, Marty. Takes a little bit longer, but at least you know you're going to get there.
Which way does that bring? Do you come right down through Bisley round that way or not? No?
If I'm going to Hove,
Yeah, across the cross-country route was Potts Bowles, and Pajara cuts at that one. It goes to the leader at point. I'm not sure if that carried all the way or not.
I don't think it did. Judging by the reaction of the Durham players, they didn't react as if it was a chance.
It was a maiden.
Hostile stuff, wasn't it, from Potts? Good over. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 28. Now, head across country, Martin. Takes you down through villages like sort of Ewhurst and down to Horsham. Then across country, down through a place like Henfield, and then over the Downs and into Brighton.
Did you go over Box Hill?
You can no, that's a bit too far east. You'd know that from cycling, would you? That's where the Olympics went.
Yeah,
up the zigzag road.
So, is it on the London to Brighton Box Hill as well?
No,
the big hill, the beginners.
Ditchling Beacon. Yeah, and the ride London used to come through Surrey, but then Surrey County Council decided they didn't want it anymore, and now it goes through Essex, I believe.
Not in my backyard.
Yeah, ridiculous, really. But anyway, there you go. In comes Parkinson, bowls and cut away by Carter, and he's going to get runs here. At least one. They're coming back for a second. And that's Ollie Carter's half century, his 7th half century of the season. Well batted Ollie Carter gets a nice round of applause from the Durham public, and 2 of the Durham lads joining in as well. 51 in 100 balls with 7 fours to Ollie Carter, who's consistently shown that he can make runs in this middle order for Sussex. Parkinson in again, bowls. Carter defends into the offside. I don't know whether he's heading back out to Australia in the winter. He was there last winter. He played for a club called Newcastle, funnily enough, in New South Wales. Ryan Campbell might know them, I guess. And he pretty much cleaned up in the Player of the Year awards. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Carter just prods forward, plays it onto the onside. There is no run. Yeah, there was a few people around who complained about the cyclists coming through. I mean, it's once a year, Marty.
No.
People said, we can't get out our drive. We can't get out. It's not fair. We're prisoners in our own house.
Yeah.
Because of that, they stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
Parkinson bowls, gave that plenty of air. I'm not enjoying this spell from Parkinson. I do like to see I mean, he's got license to do this, hasn't he? To really throw the ball up and give the ball some air, and he's doing exactly that. And he's fair rattling through his overs as well. He's in again. Bowls. So look, we played that quite late. He took a step away to the leg side. Was going to play that with the spin through the offside and played it very late.
There'll always be people who moan. We have the same scenario every year where we live when the half marathon's on. Comes through Sunderland, or indeed more recently the World Triathlon Championships.
In comes Parkinson, bowls again, and flipped onto the onside by Carter. Needs to get a move on here. Throw comes in. It misses the stumps. Stumps from Ben Rain. Carter pitches a single. It is the end of the over. 153 for 4. Carter 52. Pajara 151. The arrears now 86. I think that sets on the scoreboard way in the distance. Yeah, I mean,
for some people, it can be a problem if you're slightly older or whatever, but they set up a car park at the top of our street for the World Triathlon Championship, and they gave passes to people to get from the estate. So generally, I think that worked all right. There's been 1 or 2 times with a half marathon where I've had to cover the cricket, and it's actually Alison Kirbishley and Steve Cram who run the thing, and, I just message them and say, look, I need to get out of my house. I'm covering the cricket. Alison's a board member here, I think, so... Pot starts a new over, and that's left outside the off stump. And they do have systems in place, so you can get off the estate if need be, and they can get you through certain junctions with stewards. So it's not impregnable, but look at the positives. Look at all the people it brings, the focus it brings to a region, the money it brings in the cafes and the bars on the seafront a few weeks ago for the World Triathlon Championship were absolutely rammed. I mean, they must have had a brilliant weekend. The weather was perfect. Potts in and bowls again. Oh, a bit of a false shot here from Carter. It's come off the splice, but it didn't quite carry to Beddingham at mid-on. Beddingham interested for a moment or two. Might have picked that up slightly late in the dark trees at the far end of the ground, but Carter, I think the pace of the ball did for Carter there as he was looking to try and pull that, and didn't quite get it away as though he planned, and Pizarro's just gone and said to him, what are you doing that for?
Yeah, that really was a forced shot, wasn't it? Lucky to get away with it.
In comes Potts again. That's left alone. I mean, one of the things I'll say is, people where we live on the seafront, there was very little down that seafront a few years ago, and it was like many seafronts around Britain, forgotten about, jaded, down at heel. And then quite a bit of money's been spent through the City Council and the European Coastal Communities Fund, and suddenly there are a lot more bars and restaurants now than there ever were before. You've been there, you've seen it yourself.
For sure.
Potts comes in, and that's pushed away. 2.0 run. And I think one or two original businesses were complaining that they didn't want all this extra competition, but what it does is it brings more people to the area, and everybody benefits. All the other bars and restaurants benefit.
Yeah.
There's more money spread out across more businesses.
No,
it makes it more of a destination,
Yeah, I could do it. But it's all right for me to say because I'm not one of the ones who's trapped when this does happen. But I just tend to think for one day in a year, really, is it a bigger problem? Ooh, Potts bends his back there, Martin.
Yeah, that's gone through the keeper. How many days of the year do these people never leave the house anyway because it's raining, or they don't fancy it, or they've got no plans?
But there was apparently there was some sort of I forget what happened. I think Surrey County Council had they asked people for their views. And I think the view was marginally in favour of it remaining, and then they pulled out anyway. So,
well,
happy days. But I think it's a loss.
Carr is king.
Yeah.
Potts, that's well wide of off stump, stays low and goes through to the keeper in front of first slip, end of the over.
I hate to, as I said to Ryan Campbell earlier, I'm not the chair of the Matty Potts fast bowling fan club. But I have to say, I do like a fast bowler who really roars in, and you can just tell it's on a pitch that's giving him nothing really, and just the grunts and the groans. He's absolutely throwing himself into this, and I think it's been really impressive. What you like to see from your quick bowler, he's only using little spurts here, but when he does, my word, does he give it his all. I better go and give an update because I'm virtually missed the last one, Marty.
It's because you were looking for bourbon creams, weren't you? Biscuits on his mind. It's just about a click over to 4:30, and this is a gorgeous afternoon here in Chester Street. Really lovely sunny day. In comes Parkinson bowling to Pajara. There are 23.5 overs left in this day. Durham break this partnership and they can try and get amongst it again. Beddingham is at leg slip. Potts at first slip. The first ball was defended. Here's the next one. That's defended as well. Rain is in at mid-wicket. Brazil is at mid-on. Jones at mid-off. Borthwick is in the covers. He's the one clapping and shouting encouragement to his teammates. The leader is at backward point. Ball bobbles out towards Borthwick in the covers. One fielder right on the deep on the pull. On the leg side boundary with the back to the pavilion. Clark sweeping on the off side boundary. Big appeal, that's stayed low. And he's done him. That was an absolute grubber. And that is the end of Pajara. It's stayed low and it's got him around about shin height. 51 he's out for. And the partnership comes to an end. Now then, what change to the outlook of this game will that wicket bring? Parkinson strikes again, his second in this innings, to add to his 4 in the first. Partnership ends on 83. Crucially, Sussex 153 for 5 are still 86 behind. Said a delivery before, break that. Well, maybe 2 deliveries before, break this partnership and get among the wickets again. And suddenly, the ball pitching on a length didn't really get up. He's gone forward. Didn't really do much. It was fairly straight, but it was only just above the ankle height. Low shin. And it's hit his pad before it's hit his bat. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the new man. So Parkinson strikes again. It's 4 deliveries in this over, and at the minute it's a wicket maiden. And Matt Parkinson, in his 51st first-class match, has now taken 167 wickets. Finn Hudson-Prentice in the first innings got 31, caught by Graham Clark off the bowling of Matt Potts in the end. But the deficit is 86, that's the big total. There are still 23.2 overs left in the day for Durham to try and see this off today, and the light's fine, so should they get to a point where Sussex have 2 wickets or just a wicket left later in the day, could well have the extra half hour. I started using my notepad at Hove on April the 8th, which was the Saturday, day 3 of the Sussex-Durham game. I've got 2 pages of it left. In fact, 1 page of it left. We'll have to fill it up before this match ends. Next ball by Parkinson to Hudson-Prentice is played away. Short, but in front of the stumps. Last ball of the over, and that is a wicket maiden as he defends that one as well. It runs up to mid-on. The wicket came in the 51st over, and so that was the 9th over after tea, and Pujara in that whole spell had got 2 runs, so he'd more or less become becalmed before tea and never really got into his stride after tea. Just the 2 runs in those 9 overs and out. Potts coming in a ball to Carter, playing a miss. He went forward to that one, but was done for pace. Potts turns, bowls. Carter plays the ball down towards wide third man, 4-2. Next ball is played to mid-on, picked up by Deleda.
That looked very out from where I was watching in the room next door.
It looked even outer to me.
Yeah.
Never got up, did it?
And I think Pujara knew it as well as soon as it hit the pad. I mean, he was actually turning.
I was just saying in commentary, though, he'd become becalmed before tea.
He had.
He'd been on 49 for quite a while, and then he's only added 2 runs in 9 overs after tea as well. So
there you go. Yeah.
Looked like he'd run out of traction.
Massive blow, that is. Well.
Potts in, shortish, pulled through the mid-wicket region for 4 by Carter.
And you rather feel now that it's probably a matter of time with Pujara gone. I mean, Hudson-Prentice batty averages best part of 50 this season, as we know Ollie Carter can, but
Ollie Carter.
I mean, they'll, perhaps I think Hudson-Prentice will be very positive here, so we may see these 60 runs come down reasonably quickly with these 2 at the crease, but it's just a case of, certainly if one of these 2 goes, then you're in amongst the bowlers. Although Jack Cast is capable, I'm not sure that Carvelos, Crocombe and Nadcat will last that long.
2 balls left of the over. Well, that stays low. First off stump. From Potts, he's having a little word to Carter there.
Yeah, he is. More than a little word.
Giving it the verbals.
Well, the Durham boys have got some time off, haven't they, Marty? Whatever happens here, because they haven't got a game now.
Yeah, I think
for a
they're
week or so.
they're going to have a few days off. They'll be back in next Wednesday, I think.
Yeah. Have a few days off.
Chance to get away on a little mini break.
Yeah, could
there in the sun.
Could do a mini break. Well, I could stay here for the sun, to be honest.
Last ball of the over. And that stayed low. Carter plays it well, though, to the later at short mid-wicket. End of the over. 159 for 5. 80 the deficit.
Don't want to betray any confidences, but one of the lads upstairs going for a few days in Ibiza. That's the place to go, isn't it? Out there they'll be out there in the clubs, dancing in the foam and...
Yeah, I bet he'll be going and studying geology and rock formations.
Well, to the unnamed person, hope they have a great time. Parkinson's going to carry on, unsurprisingly. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41 for Matt Parkinson. Sussex have another 22 overs to see out tonight. As I say, I think we'll see Hudson Prentice getting on with it here, but you know, he's not the sort of player just to sort of prod and poke around, and there's not a lot of value in that, to be honest. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see, you know, Hudson Prentice playing some shots. He's not going to do anything daft, I hope. In comes Parkinson over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Hudson Prentice. Plays onto the leg side. I did get an email much earlier on, actually, today, which I didn't read out. I do apologise if you're still listening. Oh, Rick Piper has been in touch to say that Rob Andrew went to Barnard Castle School.
That was it, yeah.
Right, so thank you, Rick.
You've got Barnard Castle School, you've got Bowes School as well, I think.
Vince has been in touch. I'm not going to read all your email, Vince, but I'll read some of it. In comes Parkinson bowls, gives that loads of air. Carter Ford plays into the offside near early. He says, "Hey, Adrian, I'm afraid this is really one of the worst Sussex teams I've ever seen in my time supporting the club. We struggled to get 10 wickets, let alone the 20 to win a match. If you play a team of inexperienced kids, you are never going to achieve promotion." Well, someone else once said that, you know. In comes Parkinson bowls, cut away by Carter, and he's going to get runs here. Thrashes that away through the offside. That's a good shot by Ali Carter. And he gets a boundary. Good shot. He goes to 62, I think that's going to click over to. Yes, there we are, 62. 164 for 5. And why is it such a huge secret where Ollie Robinson is? And why isn't he playing? It's simply not good enough. I'm not going to read the last bit of your email, Vince, but you've made your feelings pretty clear. And you can do too. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. In comes Parkinson bowls. Oh, that's a horrible ball. And Carter picks up another boundary, and that deserved what it got. To be honest, it was a rank long hop down the leg side, and Carter said, "Thanks very much, I'll help myself to a boundary." He goes to 66. That's Sussex to 168 for 6. I thought these two might be positive. My goodness me, my eyesight's bad. I thought the arrears were down to 60 odd. There's 71. What on earth's the matter with me? I either need to clean my glasses or get myself back to Specsavers. 71 is the arrears.
Especially considering you got your glasses from Vision Express. It just shows how bad your eyes are.
Parkinson Foster. Carter plays that into the covers, and there is no run fielded there by Scott Borthwick. There's a slip and a leg slip. There seems to be barely a breath of wind now, Marty. The flag on the pavilion is barely sort of just rustling in the breeze. As Parkinson is in again, bowls, gives that plenty of air. Carter is forward, plays into the offside with soft hands. There is no run. It is the end of the over. I need to take a little trip downstairs, Marty. I'll only be in a couple of minutes.
Carter on 66. So it was, I think we said it was his 7th half century this season. Bit of a delay going on here while Durham reorganise their field. Potts now coming in to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who's on 1. Hudson Prentice fires that nicely through mid-wicket. And the ball heading towards Cow Corner along the floor, but doesn't have the energy to get to the line. It's cut off by the Lader, and they run 3. Another discussion on fielding, and positions changed for Carter, so we have Parkinson dropping out from the covers down towards third man. The leader comes in from deep mid-wicket to mid-wicket. We've got a long leg, mid-on, mid-off. 2 in the slip corner, and Carter forward to that one, meets it on the bounce, plays it into Drizzell in the covers. That's Scott Borthwick, 80 for 7, he's saying. 180 for 7. That one squirts away down towards third man for 1 run to Carter. I'm having a look at the scoreboard there to work out how 180 for 7. So
yeah, what is he saying that for?
Well, effectively, he's thinking that he can get another 2 wickets while conceding 8 runs.
Right.
Or 9 at the time. Quite noisy in the field now, isn't he? You can hear him.
Mm.
Here comes Potts. That's the bouncer. Left alone.
Mm.
They got some Prentice. Borthwick's at second slip now. Gives the ball a bit of a polish.
As I say, the Durham lads have got a, they're pretty well come out of the day off, but if they have to come back here for an hour or so tomorrow, then they're not going to be overly bothered, are they, with a little break until they go to Worcester. I'm just looking at that game at Worcester, Marty, just looking at the table.
Right, Worcestershire now. They got it 24. No, they've got 20 points from their game, so they've got 154. Leicestershire have got 130. Current scheme of things.
And Durham are going to take, if they win this, are going to take 24 points from this game.
Yeah, they'll move up to 198.
Yeah.
Potts bowls, and the ball played by Hudson Prentice down to third man.
Well,
4-2.
Well, that means that
if you look at the league tables on Cricket Info, they add in the bonus points as they occur during the day, whereas the BBC's not updated until overnight.
But if Durham win this, they'll go to 198. They will be 44 points clear of Worcester.
Yeah, Leicestershire haven't been docked any points.
No.
So
Leicester, even if they win their game,
Durham technically need 5 more points to win the title.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Played off towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah.
So the deficit 65.
Yeah. So they'll go to Worcester, 5 points to wrap things up, and I'm sure that will happen. All right, in saying Leicestershire come here the last game of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, Sussex could do with, for Sussex to have any chance at all, they're going to have to win their games, but they could do with Durham doing them a favour, actually, and beating both Worcestershire and Leicestershire. If Sussex could win, well, Sussex would have to beat Leicestershire, and probably one of the other 2 games as well. Anyway, if you've only won 1 game all season, I'm not really sure you deserve promotion, but that's the rules. Worcester have won 5 games and deserve to join Durham in Division 1 next season. Parkinson's going to carry on the lovely end of the ground. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Carter got himself in a tangle then, looking to play the ball on the leg side. The ball ended up in the hands of leg slip. Carter, he's just looking a bit frustrated here, Ollie Carter. He's just annoyed that he... And Parkinson shields his eyes against the sun. Who's that warming up down at mid-on? Looks like that George Frizzell who's warming up. In comes Parkinson again, bowls. Carter is forward. Parkinson, you just get the feeling with Parkinson, he could get a wicket any time here, you know. He's bowled really tidily.
Were you into Carter the Unstoppable Sex Machine? Were they on your musical radar in the early 90s?
No, they weren't, Marty, to be honest.
Indie dance group.
Okay. Parkinson again bowls and Carter defends down the offside of the track.
The Only Living Boy in New Cross was one of their hits.
Is it?
Yeah. Good album, that.
I don't think I've even heard of it, Marty.
Well, they probably weren't played on your local commercial radio station at the time.
And comes Parkinson. That's a full swept by. After he gets a single. Oh, it's a misfield. That's a rare misfield. And they come back for a second. Alex Lees is really annoyed with himself. They're the sort of standards that Durham are setting for themselves. And Alex Lees is very apologetic as Carter comes back for a second run. He goes to 69, 176 for 5.
The main man behind them was Jim Bob Morrison, who still pops up on lots of music shows on varying radio platforms on the BBC, sort of music talkings and things.
Some bowls cut away by Carter. He's going to get more runs here. A couple of runs out to the fielder on the cover boundaries. Graham Clark, he comes back for his 71st run. His top score this season, Ollie Carter, is 73, which I think he made down in Cardiff. I will double check my records. But he's past 50 now on 7 occasions. The wicketkeeper batsman. And comes Parkinson again, driven by Carlson and Carter. It's a back point, there is no run. End of the over, 178 for 5. Arrears are 61. Carter 71. Hudson Prentice is on 6.
You could change it from a musical slant to a film slant. Basically, Durham need to get Carter.
Yes.
Which was filmed up here. Not a lot of people know that. Michael Caine, the main man in that one. The final scene sees him chasing somebody from Dunstan Staithes on the River Tyne all the way to Blackwall Beach, which is miles away.
Let me just look to see this Ollie Carter innings. No, it wasn't actually against.
That banging noise that I've thought were gunshots in recent days.
Oh, don't say that.
It might be something to do with the PA system when they're turning off. There's a bit of a loud clicking on the line. Frizzell's going to replace Potts.
He was warming up at the far end.
10-5, day 3 in Chester Street. This is a sort of nice summer's evening where you get home from work and open up a nice cold beer in the garden. I bet there's a few people listening to us in the garden with a beer in hand.
Yeah, they are.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. So Drizzell's going to bowl to Hudson Prentice, 178 for 5, the deficit 61. From the Finker lane, the first ball played straight up to a mid-off to rain, no run there.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to look at whether Ollie Carter made this 73 this year. Oh, we are. Oh, didn't know. Hudson Prentice.
In comes Drizzell, played downfield to Jones at mid-on. Look at this, Paul Summerside's already beaten me. I hadn't even seen that.
He sent you a picture of someone over there, is he?
He sent a gif of Get Carter.
Okay.
And then Craig Simpson, Carter the Unstoppable scoring machine.
Oh, 76, I'm sorry, made 76 at Worcester.
Is that what you were looking for? I've got that written down. Top ball there, just played up to... Yeah, he got 64 against Yorkshire. Yes, sir. 64 against Yorkshire, yeah. Highest score this year, 76, was against Worcestershire. He's on 71 now. This ball played My Hudson Prentice out into the covers.
A couple more emails have come in, which I'll read out in a moment. Thank you to Adam and Rick.
Next ball, reverse swept by Hudson Prentice down towards third man. It's cut off in front of the Health Club by Lees, I think that is. 2 runs.
Adrian Dawson, who's in a sunny Plymouth. Very nice too, down in the southwest of England. Long way from here. Plymouth to Durham. Plymouth.
Yeah. Next ball bowled by Drizel is defended. That is the end of the over. It's quite a nice place that. At the end of I think it was the 2010 season. I remember Durham played Somerset here in the final week of the season. Somerset needed to win the game to win the title. And for 3.5 days, they were on top and it looked like they were going to win and pick up their first title. And it was a shootout between them and Notts. Notts couldn't get on the field at Old Trafford because it was so wet. And they managed to get back on the final afternoon after tea to get the 1 point they needed. So Somerset missed out on the title. Notts got the point anyway, but then Durham fought back and drew here.
That was about Parkinson over the wicket bowls. Carter nurdles that one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one. They did come back for a second. A big claws. The throw comes in very quickly from Alex Lees. One more to Carter. He goes to 72, 181 for 5.
Anyway, that match each day that week, I think it started at 10 instead of 10:30 to give Somerset the extra time at the end of the match to get out to London for the one-day cup final at Lord's. And they lost that on the Saturday.
Parkinson in again bowls. That's Prentice uses his feet, plays it straight to mid-off. There is no run.
And then on the Sunday, we were driving from my cousin's house near Banbury down to this cottage we'd hired in Devon for a fortnight. And there, on the M5, we passed the Somerset team bus heading back to Taunton. And I was trying to explain to my family how miserable it must have been on that bus.
Parkinson bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays it to the offside. He picks up a single. He goes to 9. Sussex 182 for 5.
So they'd come here that week hoping to win their first title. Looked like they were going to. Then it fell through their fingers, and then they lost the one-day cup 2 days later. Look what you could have won.
Indeed. Parkinson again comes in bowl to Ollie Carter. 72 not out. He's in and bowls, and Carter sweeps, and he's going to get 4 runs here. That's going to be Alex Lees. Rolls away and equals Ollie Carter's high score of the season. He goes to 76. Sussex 186 for 5. Arrears down to 53. Adrian says, I was very optimistic at the beginning of the season, re Sussex's chance of promotion, potentially being promoted. Our season seems to be fizzling out. I'm still optimistic that we have the basis of a really competitive side in the near future. What's your verdict on the season so far against pre-season's expectations? And do you share my optimism for the future? Thanks for the commentary, Adrian, in a very sunny Plymouth. In comes Parkinson, bowls. Carter is forward, defends down the track. There is no run. I was also optimistic, although I did think that compared to what Ryan Campbell said a little earlier on when he was on commentary, I don't know if you heard it, Adrian. In comes Parkinson bowls, Carter stretches forward down the track. There is no run. End of the over, 186 for 5. Arrears for now are 53. Is that Martin? Hudson Prentice 9, Carter 76. You've got to be able to bowl sides out. It's an obvious thing to say, Adrian. You've got to take 20 wickets in a match, and I don't personally think that this Sussex attack is strong enough to do that. Without Ollie Robinson in the side, I think the bowling does lack a cutting edge, and I think that's been the problem this season. They just haven't been able to bowl sides out. In terms of the progress of some of the players, I think some have progressed. I think some have stayed still, if I'm being honest. The 50-over competition was a disaster. You know, you lose 7 games out of 8, and in some of those Sussex were thrashed, and the T20 wasn't good either. So I think it's been disappointing overall.
Drizel starts a new over, bowling here to Hudson Prentice, who plays it towards point for 1.
There have been some bright spots. There have been some players who I feel have improved, but I still think there's much work to be done, and I think there'll be some interesting recruitment will need to take place, I think, during the winter months for Sussex to be really competitive next season. I will be amazed if they manage to get promoted, Adrian, if I'm being in all honesty.
Drizzell comes up towards the stumps from the Finkel end and bowls. It's a straight delivery, played towards the slip cord and no run.
So it's very, very boring for Durham listeners, but my own opinion is, Sussex have gone down the route of youth. This is the third season. I wonder when you draw a line and say, actually, is this the right way to go?
Next ball has gone off towards deep backward point for one from Carter. There's a few people actually sent in the message "Get Carter" a few minutes ago, which I hadn't seen either. So, all on a similar obvious wavelength. Next ball comes in. Forward comes Hudson Prentice, and it comes off the inside edge down to short leg. Dot ball. I was talking about Prime Ministers earlier. Apparently it's a year today that Liz Truss became Prime Minister.
Right.
Drizzell bowls. Ooh, that's nearly turned into a Yorker by Hudson Prentice. Digs it out and plays it up to Jones for a single at mid-on.
More interestingly than that, is it a year tomorrow that Her Majesty died, Martin? Was it the 6th of September?
It was this week last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I can tell you that by looking at the scorecard. In comes Drizzell. That's bowled. And that is defended. And that is the end of the over. 3 from it, 189 for 5. So the deficit now 50. So Durham were playing at Derbyshire. So it was 1, 2, 3.
Sussex didn't have a game because I was away.
Yeah, it was the 4th last match of the season. So that started on the 5th of September and finished on the 8th. And on the afternoon of the 8th, we got news that there may be some announcement from Buckingham Palace. And a year and a half earlier, when Prince Philip died, the decision at the time was that we all had to come off air, but things changed last year.
In comes Parkinson bowls, floats one up to Hudson Prentice, who drills to mid-off. There is no run.
And last year we were instructed that should the sad news come, we should stay on air. And as it was the final afternoon of the Durham match at Derby. And the weather was a bit iffy as well. And it ended up in a draw.
With some bowls, Hudson Prentice drives through the covers, picks up a single. He goes to 12, Sussex to 190 for 5, arrears of 49.
That was the Nick Maddinson game with the oversized bat, which Durham got docked points for in the end. But yeah, the match came to a conclusion, and then it was announced just a few minutes later that she died.
Yeah. Rick's been in touch. Rick Piper, he's following the game from Chelmsford. He's watching Essex Middlesex today as in comes Parkinson bowls and Hudson Prentice. Carter is forward into the offside, no run. He says, Rick's ready reckoner. Sussex need to win all 3 games, but he said to put it in some sort of context, in season 2021, 2022 and 2023 to date, Sussex have won 3 championship games in 39. Parkinson in bowls to Carter, who has hit that one away through the covers. He picks up another single. He goes to 78. Sussex to 191 for 5. Arrears down to 48. And he says, looking forward to a tremendous end to the season, ! Ever the optimist. Regards, Rick. Thank you, Rick. Good to hear from you. Hope you're enjoying Chelmsford. Great ground for a T20 night. I do like going to Chelmsford. It's quite a small ground and it always gets packed. Remember Luke Wright getting a massive score down there on one occasion. Parkinson in bowls to Hudson Prentice. They're going to take a quick single. This is risky. The throw comes in from George Drizzell at mid-on, but Ollie Carter, who was running to the danger end, i.e. the strikers, and manages to get home. Hudson Prentice to 13. Phil Tibbs is a regular contributor. Hello, Phil. And he's also down in Cornwall, down in Rock in Cornwall. What a week to pick to be down in Cornwall, Phil. In comes Parkinson bowls. Forward comes Carter, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Isn't there a brewery there at Rock?
I don't know, but it's just opposite Padstow, isn't it?
I'm thinking of Castle Rock.
You can get a little ferry across. Just give the score 192 for 5 at the end of the over, with Hudson Prentice on 13, Carter on 78. The arrears now 47, and there are 16 overs left to be bowled tonight. Yeah, it's just you get a little ferry from Rock over to Padstow and back. And he's just returned from a day on the beach and watching the last hour whilst biting my nails. Port Gardine Garden. I don't know where that is. Port Gardine. Got some of the free tickets to Hove on Sunday. Very much looking forward to attending HQ for a first time in a couple of years, says Phil. Didn't know there were free tickets available on Sunday.
That's those Rick Steen, isn't it?
Yeah. I haven't advertised that. Perhaps the lads in the office are listening. Is that right? Free tickets to Hove on Sunday. That's the first game of the Leicestershire game. I was completely unaware of that. But he sends a rather nice picture, does Phil. Presumably that is of rock with a beautiful sandy beach. Oh,
Drizzle bowled here, and that is swept out towards long leg. Might go for 4, that. The leaders slid in and stopped it.
Well fielded.
That's an Prentice on strike, playing the sweep shot nicely there. Ball cut off on the boundary, 2 runs. So the deficit's down to 45. Still 5 wickets left in the tank for Sussex. Another big partnership would see them into tomorrow quite comfortably. Drizzle balls, that pops a little bit, and there's a bit of a leading edge there back towards the bowler.
Yeah.
So where are we now? This is the 60th over, so still 20 overs to go at the new ball. 14.4 overs remaining today. Drizzle in again. Oh, an edge, and it's gone between the keeper and first slip and down for 4. Now, I think he edged that. He did.
Yeah, he did.
They both missed it, yeah. They've both missed it. Keeper's got his hands on his head.
It didn't go to hand, so...
No, it went between the two of them.
It did.
Keeper standing up, and it was just slightly to his right, and I'm not sure that Potts saw it in time there. In fact, it might have hit Potts' foot on the way through, and just the angle, when they're showing us the replay, it's come on a little bit late there. 3 balls of the over. This is defended by Hudson Prentice on 19, goes to short leg. Paul's already got a can out in the garden there. Mythos. Where will that be from? Greece, do you reckon?
I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cyprus, maybe?
Mm.
And maybe it's not real. Maybe the whole can's a myth.
A bit uncertain, Hudson Prentice. That he played that completely across the line, wasn't he? He's probably reining himself in here. He was out hooking in the first innings and was furious with himself.
Pushes this next ball to mid-wicket to Borthwick. Coming to us next, I think, on the news. It's 5 o'clock already. Here we go. Looks that way, yes. Sussex, where are they? 198 for 5, so they're now only 41 behind. When they started their second innings, they were 239 adrift after Durham declared on 505 for 9. They were then 70 for 4 before a partnership developed of 83 for the 5th wicket with Cheteshwar, Pujara and Ollie Carter. Carter's on 78, so this is his highest score of the season. It's his 7th half-century as well. Pujara has recently gone LBW to Matt Parkinson for 51, and by the time he was out, he'd become quite becalmed. He'd hardly had a run in something like 10, 11 overs. But Durham have got another 14 overs tonight to try and get 5 wickets to see this game off today. They could claim an extra half hour if needs be, but at the moment, things are not too bad from a Sussex point of view, and they are only 41 runs behind at the moment.
Now, who's being brought back on from that top end? Is that Potts who's going to have another bowl?
I knew there was a brewery down there. Chris Tyndall says it's Sharps, where they make Doom Bar, which is a nice pint.
Okay.
I had that the first time when I went to that on that holiday to Devon. We were down on a pub on a beach down there somewhere, near Burr Island. It's a lovely spot. Have you been there? They pilched in on Burr Island.
Sorry, where's that?
Burr Island.
No, is that off the north coast somewhere?
It's off Devon and off Devon coast.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I've not been there, Marty.
It's where Agatha Christie based some of her dramas, and I think she wrote 1 or 2 there. And you go, if the tide's in, you go to the pub across the sand flats on a sea tractor.
Comes Baz the leader bowling. Oh, that's out, isn't it? Well, I thought that was LBD. He must have got an inside edge on that, Martin, because he was absolutely stone dead.
Maybe going down the leg side.
Do you think? It was just the fact there was no appeal.
I think it just angled in too much.
Was the leader's first bowl of... I think that was his 4th over. I apologise.
Yeah, he did bowl a little bit earlier today.
Need to concentrate, Adrian. In his 4th over, 0 for 14, it's showing on the scoreboard.
Stop thinking about biscuits.
And Trevor Adams has been in touch on email. In comes Leader bowls. Oh, is it?
The stumps and the
bails haven't come off. The bails haven't come off. That's extraordinary. The ball has hit the foot of Ollie Carter. It's dribbled onto the stumps. It's hit the stumps. Carter's in quite a lot of pain, actually. And the bails haven't come off. Now, umpire Michael Goff is coming in, and they're just checking the bails of the Durham lads to make sure they do come off. If you look at Scott Borthwick, he's just wondering, I'm saying, how on earth did that bail not come off? They're pretending to kick the stumps of the Durham lads. Well, I reckon that definitely hit the stumps. Scott Borthwick is chatting away there to Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think Ollie Carter's okay. Well, it wrapped him. It hit him on the inside of his front, the inside of the ankle, I reckon, Martin. That's on that bony bit. That's probably really painful. Yeah, Trevor says, I don't know if this was your email as well, controversial, I think. Sharps are based in Rock and are famous for Doombar. Much of this is brewed in Burton-upon-Trent.
Yeah, it is.
Though these days, I believe. Thanks for the cricket beer and Carter trivia coverage. In comes Delida. The outside edge from Ollie Carter. He's off strike. Will be relieved about that. Filled in front of us by Michael Jones.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say was I hadn't heard of Doombar when I'd gone down to Devon in 2010. And it was in quite a few local pubs there. And then, like anything, one of the big breweries gets hold of the recipe and does a deal with a smaller brewery, and suddenly it's all over the country, so you get it everywhere now.
Yeah. Bob Duke has been in touch. Hello, Bob. Lovely to hear from you. Hope you're having a good day. He says, thanks for the commentary. It's good to hear all the optimistic comments from the Sussex supporters. In fact, if we can defeat Leicestershire next week with a good haul of bonus points, then Sussex should move into second place and surely in pole position for promotion. But in Division 1, Sussex would need to sign at least 5 more experienced players just to survive, says Bob. I would certainly need some reinforcement, Bob. No question about that. The leader is in bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who's forward, plays it back down the track, no run. And in fact, I don't know if you heard Ryan Campbell, who spent probably an hour and a half with us, the Durham head coach earlier on, and he was talking about the importance of squad depth, how important the recruitment is. I know it's something we hear a lot in football, but Ryan made the point, Durham don't have pots of money.
No.
And so you've got to be really good about your recruitment. You've got to know who you're targeting. You've got to get the right person. A lot goes into it. The leader in bowls. Up on his toes is Hudson-Prentice, and he plays that in the air. Down to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Hudson-Prentice. He goes to, score was just gone off. The Sussex 200 is up, which means the arrears are down to 39. Means Hudson-Prentice goes to, the sun is shining on the score, but Hudson-Prentice goes to 20. Thank you, Bob, for your email. In comes the leader and gets a single down to third man. He goes to 80. Phil has sent me in a copy of this. Free tickets. He said, third time's a charm. Join us at the first Central County Ground for day one of the LV insurance match against Leicestershire on Sunday the 10th of September for free. So there we are. You can get in for free on Sunday. Well, I was completely unaware. So thank you very much,
Well,
Phil.
if you remember, Durham played Sussex over the Easter weekend, and Good Friday was the day where they said it was free. And I think that caught a number of Durham supporters by surprise, because that offer first went on the Sussex website about the February, and then it was declared a sellout before many Durham supporters had the opportunity to get some tickets. So the few who I saw in the ground had managed to get tickets off players. Here's Drizzell. Comes in and bowls, and that's played out towards the covers, no run there. In terms of sellout, well, that was questionable because there were plenty of empty seats, but sometimes the sellout's determined by how many stewards they're prepared to have on duty and things like that, isn't it? So
there
are many different forms of a sellout. As Carter comes forward to snuff this out.
Were you talking about the Ferry Inn? It's been a while
It was the Pilchard Inn at Burr Island.
Okay. Rod has been in touch from Lancaster. He says, would that be the Ferry Inn at Bodenick opposite Foy?
I think I've been in that one as well. This full toss is pushed up towards mid-on, but before it gets there, it's snatched by Borthwick.
Great bit of fielding.
From mid-wicket. Foy's now still town. We sat in a pub on the riverbank there once, having tea in the back garden, the church bells ringing next door. Length delivery here from Drizel, and that's killed on the bounce by Carter, who's on 80 still. Deficit's 38. Durham's lead was 239, remember. Drizel bowls again, gives that a bit more airtime, and once again Carter's forward. Big stride forward to snuff that one out. Here comes Drizel. It's another defensive shot, and it's a maiden. Davy Fennick's been on. Hi, Marty. When does your book come out? Emerson, Cake and Banter.
Yeah.
Stories from the commentary box.
We used to go to Foy on family holidays with mum and dad and my two brothers, and it was a beautiful place. It used to take a long time to get there, mind you. That was before the A30. We used to get stuck in a place called Oakhampton on the way down every year.
Yeah.
But Foy was lovely, and opposite there was a ferry that went to a place from memory. That wasn't Polperro that was opposite Foy, but Polperro I think was just along the coast. And Par Sands down there as well. Is that where all the clay comes from? English clay at Par Sands?
The old ferry inn is just across the river.
Right.
The Bodinick ferry.
There we are. Yeah. Perhaps it's Bodinick that's opposite Foy then. I'm sure we get Pole Ruin. I think it was Pole Ruin that's opposite Foy. Lovely place. And every year we went down there, it was the carnival, and they used to cook a massive pasty. We used to queue up as kids and get a piece of the pasty. Proper summer holiday that was, Marty. In comes the leader. He's in and bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward. Placed to mid-off. I need to get a bit of a scoot on here, but they do. The ball goes to mid-off, and Hudson Prentice safely through for his 21st run. 202 for 5. Rears now are 37.
Yeah, we were in a pub on the riverbank. There was a church next door.
And thank you very much to Graham, the Sussex scorer, Graham Irwin. Thank you, Graham, saying, yes, admission, day one free. And Martin Collins has been in touch. As in comes the leader. Forward is Carter. There is no run. Thank you very much, Martin, down on the Sussex team. Yes, free tickets on Sunday. And he says, already 2,000 claimed. So that should be good.
We must have been looking on this map, the Harbour Hotel. It was a lovely evening. It was early October, but it was really warm. I remember going in the sea and it was really warm. I was surprised. It's actually in Cornwall, isn't it, by the time you're down that neck of the woods?
Yes, you are. Foy is in Cornwall. Yeah. Lovely part of the world. In comes the leader bowls. Carter defends, plays it onto the onside and says to Hudson Prentice, no, we won't take a single there. Yeah, so it's...
Plymouth's a nice place. I mean, we did a boat ride round the harbour there, and you go to the Royal Dockyard and all the rest of it. Burr Island at Bigbury on Sea. That's a nice place. You get the sea tractor across to the pub, which is a hotel.
In comes the leader again, bowled. That looks out. That looks very out. It is indeed. Ollie Carter is on his way. I don't think there was really any doubt about that, to be honest. And Ollie Carter's resistance comes to an end. He's LBW to Pasdaleed. He's had a tremendous match. He's scored 100 today. And Ollie Carter's resistance comes to an end. He's out for 80. He's done the best he can. But Sussex now 6 wickets down. We've still got another 11 overs to be bowled tonight.
49-run partnership. And I tell you what, those last 2 overs from the leader have been corkers.
Yeah.
First ball, good shout for an LBW. Second ball, York Carter hit the stumps and Bales didn't come off, and then he's got him there with a real peach of a delivery. And as you say, he's having a great game. There's 11.2 overs left today. And bearing in mind, of course, the light's okay, which it is. It's bright sunshine. Durham could claim the extra half hour if they were to get Sussex into a position where there's another 2 overs, another 2 wickets gone here. 202 for 6.
Is that the umpire's call, Marty, or couldn't the fielding side
but
say?
I mean, basically it's down the umpires, but if they think there's a chance a game can finish on day 3, then they'll do it.
Well, I think they probably feel there is, to be honest. Well, it's not completely out of the question. Sussex is in the first innings. What did Sussex lose? They
lost 5 for 19 in 10 and a half.
Well, there we are. So, there's every chance it could happen. What batted Ollie Carter? He's done his bit. He drags himself up the pavilion steps away to our left-hand side. He's been one of the, I would say, the few successes for Sussex this season. He's consistently scored runs. He's averaging well over 40 in the county championship.
So what's the deficit? That's the other thing, though. The deficit's 37, so
yeah,
once they chip away at that, Durham, the Gulls are going to have to bat again.
Yeah. But thank you, Rod and Phil, for all of your information. Thank you, everyone, for getting in touch about the free day at Hove on Sunday. Thank you, Martin, for your WhatsApp message about that. Now, are we going to get this done in 3 days, or will Sussex drag it into a fourth? I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Matt Potts back in the attack here, we shall see. Ben Rain hasn't bowled much either, has he, in this innings? There's a lot of debate going on here about the field. Borthwick's been very particular about where his fielders are. He's got a man in there at short mid-wicket. As in comes to leader, just the one slip. He's racing in, bowls right up in the block hole, and played to George Rizal, who's in there at shortish mid-wicket. There is no run. Very interested in the stumping earlier on of Tom Alsop and the comment of Ryan Campbell. He said they noticed in the first innings there was a couple of opportunities they thought they might have had. But that was a very sharp bit of work by Robinson behind the stumps. Tom Alsop was out for 18. And comes to lead at bowls, and Carson chops that one away down to backward point. They've taken one. They'll think about a second. It isn't there because Graham Clark is in very quickly to field. That's a very good over by Baz to lead at 5 overs. 1 for 19, and I know it's easy when you're winning games, and perhaps maybe captaincy is easier, or you seem to get things going your way, but I can't help but admire Borthwick's captaincy throughout this match, because let's be honest, Martin, on the first morning, or going into the second session of the match, Sussex were 110 without loss. Mm-hmm. And it needed some pretty inventive captaincy, and I think, Borthwick was a big part of that recovery from Durham. And interesting, again, Ryan Campbell was talking about the dismissal of James Coles, how they'd worked out what they wanted to do, and then Coles hold out. So that was a really interesting hour and a half we had a bit earlier on listening to the Durham coach.
Trizell with his white sunglasses on, similar in style to the ones Liam Travascus bowls in. And he is going to bowl here from the finger lane, keeping his spell going, and that is whipped away behind Lees at point, and it's off down towards the third man boundary. He's chasing after it, and he stops it right in front of the Health Club in the shadows down that far corner of the ground. Carson runs 3. He's on 4. Katie says, does anybody else have a list of day trips and holidays to plan based entirely on recommendations from Marty? Who needs Condé Nast or Lonely Planet when you've got county cricket commentary? Paul's wondering about the brewery Castle Rock that I mentioned. Oh, now what's he done?
He's reverse swept that Hudson Prentice. He's going to get 4 as well.
It looks like he's dragged it into the ground there, hasn't he? He's come off the bottom of the bottom edge of the bat, and he's ponned Potts at first slip. It's wrong-footed him. It's gone for 4. He says the Castle Rock beer you might be thinking of is the South African brewery. The brewery is often seen as a backdrop in televised Cape Town games. And he said, I always remember the 5 p.m. cannon shot, which indicates it's time for a beer. Obviously, drink responsibly, everybody. I'm sure there's a Castle Rock brewery in Nottingham, based on the rock the castle sits on. Micro brewery there. This nips back in from Drizzell to Hudson Prentice, and he keeps it away, pushes it out into the covers.
A few emails to read out at the end of the over. Thank you to John and Phil.
Anyway, all the messages about get Carter. Carter's been got, so Durham now need to get Hudson Prentice or Carson. Next ball's played up to Mid-on, no run.
I suspect if another wicket goes down, Martin, that Durham might well claim the extra half hour. I suspect with 4 to take, they may not, but with 7 down, they may persuade the umpires that they can win the game tonight.
Well, they wouldn't with 4 to take. They would.
No.
That would be the end of the day's play.
Yep.
Even with 3 to take, they might not stay on. But if they were to take any extra overs tonight and not get the wickets, those wickets are then chipped off tomorrow. The overs have been chipped off tomorrow, so 210 for 6, deficit 29. Rizal bowls. It's gone up towards Borthwick again, who comes running in from mid-wicket and throws the ball backwards and underarm all the way from the bowler's end down to the keeper.
End of the over, 210 for 6. Arrears are now 29. Hi, Adrian and Martin says, John, reference your comments, Adrian, read a 3-year plan for the young Sussex lads. I may be mistaken, but I think it was a 5-year plan from the previous management. With injuries and international call-ups, as well as a lack of form from certain individuals, we've been depleted for most of them years. I think next year will be the crunch year. That's which way the club go in all competitions. Thank you, John. Phil's been in touch. I think you have to book via the Sussex website for the free day on Sunday. They may all gone by now. It won't be a free walk-up. Oddly enough, got my email with the tickets about 2 hours ago. Phil goes on to say, as in comes the leader, bowling to Carson, who ducks underneath the short delivery through to Robinson. There is no run. Also, an option is to make a donation to the Sussex Foundation when you claim your ticket. So great to raise as much as possible in exchange for a free day at the cricket. So free day down at Hove, but I think you might have to go through your website or the Sussex website to claim your tickets. There should be a good crowd at Hove on Sunday, and I think the weather is set fair, certainly for the early part of next week. The leader in bowls. Oh, good delivery, bit of extra bounce. Carson plays it well and just pulls his bat out of the way. There is no run. So another email come in from... There we are. From William, who says, Adrian, the question of the youth policy came up in your commentary. Yes, bring on talented young players and scout the clubs as well as the schools for them. All sides, however, need a blend of experience and raw, talented youth. In comes the leader, bowls to Carson, chips that away. That could well go for 4 runs, and it will go for 4 runs, despite the best efforts of Graham Clark down at wideish third man. So 4 more to Sussex, 4 more to Jack Carson, who goes to 8. Sussex 214 for 6. The arrears down to 25. Sussex have a few excellent young uns for the blend, but Sussex have gone too far in one direction, thereby leaving the ideal blend ill-balanced. Thank you, William, for getting in touch, and great to have your comments throughout the season. It's much appreciated. It's not all up for Sussex this season, but they're going to need to win at least 2 of their last 3 games. As in comes to leader bowls, that kept very low. Oh, the ball almost rolled onto Jack Carson's stumps. But doesn't quite. Scott Borthwick throws his arms up first slip. Just to reiterate, both Leicestershire and Worcestershire have won today. Leicestershire come to Hove on Sunday, then Sussex go to Derby, final game of the season against Gloucestershire at Hove. So it's not all over. But as someone earlier was saying, Sussex have won 3 out of 39 in the Championship over the last 3 years. So to win 3 in 3 is a tall order. But you never know. It could happen. But there is no question that Durham are going to be promoted to Division 1, and what we've seen here this week, they are in a class of their own in this division, really. The leader in bowls right up in the block hole. Carson does well to keep that out.
Finding that Yorker length ball there, isn't he? He's doing that well.
He did. That was very good indeed.
Bernard's mentioned Get Carter. The film's dated now because so many places have changed. But I've not seen them remake, because it cannot be better than the original. The remake involved Sylvester Stallone, I think. The North East remains a fantastic place for various programmes on TV with Vera, etc.
The leader in again bowl. Oh, and he's had 2 of his stumps knocked out of the ground. That's a tremendous piece of bowling by Baz the leader. There's not an awful lot Jack Carson can do about that. It's just a quality piece of bowling. It was pitched right up in the block hole, And 2 of the stumps have been knocked out of the ground. There is only 1 remaining. Jack Carson is on his way for 8. The 7th wicket goes down, and I think there is every chance here that Durham will convince the umpires that this game could be finished tonight. There are 9 overs remaining. Carson wanders off. He's a very determined character, Jack Carson, who was pretty down in the dumps when I spoke to him last night, but he's a good young cricketer. And, well, you can't do anything about that, Jack. That's just a very, very high-class piece of bowling from Baz de Leader. Well, 2-14 for 7.
It's Jack Carson who's out, but if it was Frank Carson commentating, he'd be saying it's a cracker, because that was an absolute hurtler of a ball there.
It was.
That's the ball he got for the LBW, which eventually removed Carter, was a snorter. The one he nearly got Carter with the previous over hit the stumps was a snorter, and the ball before that, when he thought he'd got him LBW, was a snorter. And he's just bowled 2 tremendous Yorkers there. The first one was kept out. The second one, an absolute peach.
Right. Harry Cavalos is the new man in, who didn't hang around too long in the first innings. He made just 4 before he became a victim of Ben Rain. Well, certainly if another wicket goes down in the next 9 overs, Martin, Durham will certainly ask for the extra half an hour, and why wouldn't you? I mean, there's not a huge crowd in by any manner of means, but those here are probably entitled to see the end of the game, really.
Nobody would surely leave the ground now.
No.
Potts coming on to try and finish things off here.
Yeah, we said that, didn't we? And why wouldn't you? It's been almost incredible to think, Martin, that this game could be finished in 3 days, but at lunch on the first day, Sussex were 100 for none, and you'd have got long odds on this game finishing in 3 days then. But it's positive to the very